Welcome back to Composite Two-Star Recruits, a USC recruiting podcast where a couple of one-star hosts talk about 5, 4, and 3-star prospects and everything in between. I am your one-star host, 10K Trevino, and as always, I'm joined by my podcasting partner in crime, Gerard Martinez. But wait a minute, Gerard, you're in the room with me. Usually you're
in a garage.
Usually you're in a garage several hundred miles away from me, with sometimes spotty internet. But right now, on National Signing Day, you are 2 feet away from me. Over here. My podcasting partner in crime is here in studio with me for the first time doing a live Composite Two-Star Recruits. Gerard, how you feel to be in the room with me?
To be in the room with you, it's kind of a letdown. But I'm excited to be able to reach out to even more subscribers that might actually be checking out YouTube, and, we kind of call them filthy casuals here on the podcast. But today we're not going to say that because we want something for them to convert to be hardcore Trojan fans. And I know today wasn't the biggest day for USC in terms of USC recruiting, but nevertheless, it's still a very big day for USC. Lincoln Riley trying to build this program back to national prominence. And so we got a lot to talk about. And always, just because we're going to be on camera doesn't mean we're not going to go 15 hours. How long are we going?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, this isn't, I know we talked about a 24-hour stream. I don't think this is going to be the 24-hour stream, but I say that and then it's going to...
Why not? Maybe because there was only one guy that was committing today and he didn't commit to USC. Could that be it?
Oh, no. Well, we don't know how long we're going to go on this show, but if you're not familiar with Composite Two-Star Recruits, this is your first time listening to us or hearing about this podcast. Maybe you watch the Peristyle podcast on YouTube. You only know USCfootball.com through YouTube. And this is foreign to you.
PewDiePie fans.
PewDiePie fans. Well, this is our USC recruiting podcast, and we go a long time. This podcast is 90% of Gerard just talking, stream of consciousness, telling old USC war stories.
But now you get to see Chris's body language and how uncomfortable he gets when I go on and on and on. Yeah, you can't actually see.
I have to be engaged the whole time. And I'm running the show here, producing this is my first time, so I'm very nervous. And we have a live chat, Gerard. We have a live chat to engage with. That's going to be mainly my job. You don't have to worry about it. So it's going to get wild in there. But if you're in the chat right now, can we get some hashtag cilantro boys if you're a longtime fan of the podcast? I can't do emojis, but I'm going to put your comments on. If you give a hashtag cilantro boys with something, I'll throw it up on the screen right now.
I'm just hoping the chat doesn't blow up the way the Peristyle blew up last night. Because I was up till like 2:30 in the morning moderating and trying to keep things copacetic, which was, futile attempt. But nevertheless, I'm a little tired today, Chris. Can you tell?
You seem a little worn. You were up late. Someone wants us to go 48 hours.
48 hours. Well,
James wants us to go 48 hours.
Yeah. Maybe on the Tarkov wipe. We'll have Chris play a little Escape from Tarkov, and we'll have something to do when we're not just talking about recruiting. I think we would get like 5 hours into talking about recruiting, and then we'd look at each other and go, okay, so what do we do now?
You said 24 hours only if we do a Twitch channel. So yeah, I think 24 hours has to be a Twitch channel. So this won't be 24 hours, but I think it'll be at least 3 hours. There is a lot to talk about on our podcast docket that we go through. So we're basically just going to do a normal podcast. We're just doing a normal show, pretend like we're not live, but we are live. We have the fan engagement.
It doesn't matter. Listen, guys, we don't really do a lot of production on the podcast.
We do
when
some.
It's not live. Yeah, when my Wi-Fi gets bad because I'm in the garage. But nevertheless, it's not like we we stop and we script and we go, you know what? Let's go over that question again. Like that's what I used to do with the recruiting rant. I used to go through, try to make the answers as concise as possible, read the questions, which were not always grammatically correct, and the punctuation was a little off on them, so I had to rewrite the questions. And that was a very anal retentive podcast for me to do. So we're a little more, I guess, Ryan Abraham, devil may care when it comes to the Two-Star Composite podcast.
We have a lot of Cilantro Boys in the chat, Gerard. Just want you to know, Cilantro Boy Nation is very strong. And before we get into a very packed show talking about National Signing Day, early enrollees, who signed, who didn't sign, what letter of intent is still out there. We're going to talk about some of our favorite players in this class. We're going to talk about the big Mateo question. We're going to talk about transfer portal news. We're going to talk about some official visits from last week. We're going to talk about some updates in terms of new offers out of the portal, what's left for USC in the 2023 class. Then we're going to get a jump start on 2024 because it's never too early. And then we might do some listener questions through the chat. I know Gerard is scared of the chat right now, but so we might do that at the end.
Asking for trouble.
Asking for trouble, I am, but we'll see where that goes. But before we do all that, Gerard, you know I have to give a shout out to the official sponsor.
You have to.
Of Composite
or else the
Two-Star,
lights go off.
Or else the lights go off. Someone has to pay for the Cilantro Boy. Someone has to pay for the bills here. And that's Meredith Schlosser. If you're a longtime listener to this podcast, you know the best real estate agent in Los Angeles, over $600 million in sales and more than 200 five-star Zillow reviews. She's literally the realtor to the president of the Los Angeles Lakers, Jeannie Buss. To me, and to Jeannie Buss, that's like the range it goes to, like all the way to Jeannie Buss, then all the way down to 10K. She literally helped me find the house that I'm living in now, thanks to Jeremy Hensley. Shout out to the house god, as I like to call him. Meredith's backed by a full-service team that allows her to service a wide range of clientele, from rentals, sales, and purchases. She has extensive experience with first-time home buyers and sellers. Most recently, Meredith was recognized by Wall Street Journal within the top 1.5% of agents in the nation. That's the nation, not Southern California, not California in itself. That is the whole freaking country. You can learn more about Meredith and her team at www.meredithschlosser.com. That is SCHLOSSER. Or you can check out her business Instagram at Meredith Real Estate. I have the hat that she gave me when I joined the Schlosser team, so I'm just throwing it up there. Because I wear the hat sometimes on the podcast, but, you know, people never get to see it. So I decided to just throw it on and let you guys see it for the first time. Now, Gerard, now that that is out of the way, let's just get into our cold open, and that is obviously National Signing Day.
Early National Signing Day.
Well, we all know that early signing day is basically
the biggest signing day.
The biggest signing day. It is neutered February signing day, and hopefully it comes back to February because I miss it.
Big bank take little bank, and the transfer portal kind of swallowed up early signing day a little bit for USC this year.
A little bit, yeah. It definitely neutered that as well. So let's just start with the high schoolers first, because we're gonna get into the transfer portal. They picked up some new additions, and we're gonna talk about those. But we got to start with the high school, because today, above all, is about high school prospects signing. You know, you go out to signing days and whatnot. And Gerard, I was up at 5:30 in the morning. You know, because those letter of intents were rolling in for USC.
You were up at shotgun hours.
Shotgun hours, and that's West Coast time, not East Coast time. So USC had 20 commits going into Wednesday, and now USC has 19 signees. There is one outstanding letter of intent out there. That's four-star Arizona wide receiver Jacoby Lane. That was someone that we kind of hinted at and talked about as possibly being a letter of intent that didn't get filed today, didn't get faxed in today.
We hinted about this being an interesting recruitment when he committed, because getting him on the phone to talk about his commitment back during the summer was interesting as well. So we wait, not surprised, but still a bit in the dark, trying to get some information as to, you know, what he's going to do. Is he actually going to sign today? Is he not going to sign today? Originally, early in the week, had a good source say, you know what? If he signs Wednesday, he's going to sign with USC. And we're waiting, and he hasn't signed. Now, just recently, I got a call from Chris Cartman, who runs Sun Devil Source, the Arizona State site at 24/7 Sports, does a fantastic job on Sun Devil Sports. And he says, I'm hearing on my side that might be a flip coming here. Even maybe today they were thinking that perhaps Jacoby Lane would flip. Jacoby Lane, so we'll just talk about him right now, 6'4", 190 pounds. Chris, you actually saw him at one of the Honor Bowl games down in San Diego. Really good player, really sort of saw his stock rise over the summer, but a guy that has not taken his official visit to USC yet. So we thought he was going to take his official visit to USC last weekend. He ends up going to the U.S. Army Bowl game, and that's not to be confused with the All-American Bowl game, which used to be the U.S. Army All-American game.
Right,
Yeah.
there's a second game.
There's
they had
another-
their own. Someone told me about this at
Yeah.
St. John Bosco. I was like, what? That's going to confuse so many people.
Exactly, and it's meant to be, just like everything else with the recruiting process. So, YouTube folks, stay with us. Don't feel bad. It is confusing. But nevertheless, this is a different game. Jacoby Lane was invited to it. He went down there to Dallas instead and actually took part in that. So he wasn't at USC for his official visit. He still has an official visit to take. I think he's only been on campus once during the season, and that was the Arizona State game, correct?
Right, yes, he was there.
So
part of a big group. Well, a bunch of recruits there, but yeah, he was there.
Elijah Page was there, and he committed subsequently after. That was after his decommitment from Notre Dame, the offensive lineman who's now committed to USC. And so that was a big weekend, but we haven't seen a lot of Jacoby Lane. And, he took an official visit to Texas, and we knew, okay, that's going to be interesting because, Texas is definitely doing some good things on the recruiting trail. They could attract him there. With USC, obviously they got a stacked wide receiver room. So this is something that, we'll kind of see how it goes. I think a lot of Trojan fans are like, we don't have a big receiver. I think Jacoby Lane, I would best describe him sort of as a poor man's Dwayne Jarrett. He's lanky, he's tall, he makes really nice catches, got a good catch radius. Not necessarily super quick or super fast or super twitchy. He's not one of those freakish 6'4", 215 and runs a 4.4 type of big receivers. He's not a Drake London, a guy that's just, great in every way. But nevertheless, he is a different type of wide receiver, certainly in this class. And, we'll talk about the wide receivers in this class. And a little different than some of the wide receivers that USC has on the roster, too.
Gerard, I just want to say someone, Manford, I believe, gave us $10.
Oh, wow.
He just gave us $10.
He gave Ryan $10.
He gave Ryan $10, and it says from Manford, $10K, you let Hurricane cook! ! No time limit.
No time.
So
there's never a time limit.
No,
I mean,
never.
not really. Although sometimes at break, Chris goes, dude, I got to do something. Wrap it up.
Look, sometimes the Wi-Fi is not hitting. Sometimes the Wi-Fi is working against me, and you're getting really spotty, and I got to comb through 4 hours of stuff.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
I just want to say thank you to Manford.
Yeah, thanks, dude.
For $10, I guess, and yeah, I guess.
Hopefully he's a subscriber because he can use that $10 to actually get on the Peristyle and get all the juice. All the juice. This is just some of the juice, This is like a squeeze. This isn't the full extraction of juice.
Not the full extraction. Let's talk about early enrollees, Gerard.
Okay,
I think that's a
very important
key important part about signing day. It's like a smaller signing day within the bigger one. Like who is actually going to be an early enrollee, because it's so critical to getting some guys on campus early. That's early development, early jumpstart on a playbook.
15 practices.
15 practices. Getting the feel of what it is to be a college athlete. Getting college academic life, social life, and then juggling all that comes with being a college football player, Division I football player. In order, we talk about when we talk to kids in the spring that have just come on, talk about, it's a lot. But then you talk to them in the fall, and it's like, it really slowed down. I really feel like I have a grasp. So it's very important. But USC does have a very big early enrollee class. I'm just going to run through it right here. That's QB Malachi Nelson, running backs Amarion Peterson, Quentin Joyner, wide receiver Zachariah Branch, wide receiver Mekhi Lemon, offensive tackle Elijah Page, defensive lineman Sam Green, cornerback Malachi Crawford, linebacker Tackett Curtis, and safety Christian Pierce. Now, Gerard, a lot of good players there, but I think the most key ones would have to be your two trench players, offensive tackle Elijah Page, Sam Green, getting those guys in there, your linebacker Tackett Curtis, and then obviously, getting some early weapons with Malachi Nelson as a quarterback, and then some of those wide receivers and running backs.
Yeah, I mean, first and foremost, Malachi Nelson, just because the quarterback position, there's so much to take on, being able to acclimate, having that year to be able to redshirt, we think, that's the plan behind Caleb Williams, getting that 15 practices. He's probably going to get a lot of reps, right? Backups are probably going to get a lot of reps. You don't need to necessarily put a lot of throws on Caleb Williams during the spring. And so it'll be great to see him in that system. He's a different quarterback than Caleb Williams. And we actually went down and spoke to Malachi Nelson today at his signing day event at Los Alamitos. And it was, of course, JP Jarrett. We have to send Jarrett Perez to all the 5-star events because that's all he actually does is interview 5-stars. So JP went down there, talked to Malachi Nelson, talked a little bit about watching Caleb go through that Heisman run and trying to learn things behind the scenes, just talking to him. Caleb Williams and Malachi Nelson actually have a really good relationship. They've had a good relationship going back to when Caleb Williams was committed Caleb Williams was going to Oklahoma, and Malachi Nelson was committed to Oklahoma. So they met there, became friends, their families became friends, and so there's a lot of sort of off-the-field talk and communication between those two, which I think is very important because that's one of those things that Malachi Nelson wants to have that opportunity to go through the same thing Caleb Williams is doing, and being able to see that and be able to talk to him and be able to see what goes on behind the scenes, not just on the field, is very important because there's a lot of stress, there's a lot of distractions as a Heisman Trophy winner, and this season you're going to get that even more than this past season. It's going to be the 2023 season where everybody's got that target on Caleb Williams' back and everybody wants to talk to him, and he's going to have so much even more media attention. That's going to be really important for Malachi Nelson to see and see how Caleb Williams handles that, see the good parts and the bad parts about that. So I think it is important to get him as a quarterback on campus early. And as you mentioned, the trench guys are important just because you get them in the weight room, you get some pounds on Sam Green, you get those guys just acclimated from a grown man standpoint because you're going to be dealing with grown men's strength when you get to the college level, and that's just a whole different can of worms for those guys. That's probably the position where you see guys have to acclimate the most as players from high school to college. And so they're going to get a little run in the weight room. And we're talking about practices, but there is all that weight room time and all that time with conditioning and all that other stuff that they get. So that's going to be very important for both those guys. And I think you talked about Tackett Curtis. I mean, quarterback of the defense, similar to Malachi Nelson in terms of trying to absorb the system and get the system down. We know that's going to be a position for USC, which, just to talk about Tackett Curtis right now, because it's very interesting. We had the commitment, and we'll talk about him coming up, Mason Cobb. And there was a lot of feedback that, some of the folks that were, with Tackett Curtis camp, made some comments and some things, and it's very understood and it's very appreciated because that is sort of the transfer portal. And when you get a guy like Mason Cobb, he's got 96 tackles and he's got, like 4.5 sacks, and he's a very productive player from a Power 5 school that comes in all of a sudden. It's all of a sudden changed the linebacker room a lot. But I was watching Mason Cobb quite a bit, just some game film, just some flat game film of him, watching him when he was away from the ball, watching him when he was making tackles, etc. And, I was thinking it might be kind of interesting to see Tackett Curtis at Mike linebacker and maybe move Mason Cobb over to Will and use Eric Gentry more as that nickel player. And I think, against teams like Utah, against teams like Oregon, who USC is going to play next season, UCLA, the Pac-12 has some teams that like to run the ball quite a bit. They are a little more of a balanced conference, I think, than the Big 12 from that standpoint. And some of those teams that you're going to find, even Stanford you could throw in there, at least in the past, are teams that want to run the ball, and you're going to have to beat them at the line of scrimmage. And I think having a guy like Eric Gentry a little bigger at that hash mark with, what he brings to the table from his height, but also from his awareness, his intellect. He's got a great instinct for the ball. He's tough. You usually put a safety out there, maybe a little more of a standard like 4-3 kind of defense where you actually have 3 linebackers on the field instead of, just that safety or that corner nickel that you're actually playing. So, I think it's going to be interesting to see what Alex Grinch does with that rotation of linebackers. And, when I watch Tackett Curtis on film, I see him as being the future. He's the guy that you really are putting your eggs into that basket as being the next, Ray Maluga, the next big-time inside linebacker at USC.
Yeah, and Lincoln did comment on Tackett Curtis joining this program. He was straight up said he's the best linebacker in the country in his eyes, and there's not a linebacker out there that he would take over Tackett Curtis. And that's something we heard in the offseason when they were going after him in this hotly contested recruitment with Wisconsin and Ohio State. And
Chris, 10K picked it. 10K was confident. I wasn't as confident. I was thinking, I think Ohio State's going to win this one in the end. But Chris had a little inside knowledge on that one. He was kind of on the low. But, yeah, he picked it in USC. That was one of the biggest recruiting battles head-to-head against any team that they won.
Yeah, straight up. You could talk about it as maybe the biggest recruiting win that they had in terms of, just pulling a guy out of Louisiana against an Ohio State. And they didn't initially lead in that one. Wisconsin was actually the leader in that for a little bit. And then USC really made a push. And one of their big selling points was he is the guy. He will be the future. He's going to be the Mike back. We have to build around him. And you could tell, listening to Lincoln Riley, how excited he was talking about him. It's like, we got a gem player. We have the leader of our defense, that stud we needed to bring in. And he just talked about in general how he feel like they took a massive step forward with the defensive guys they were able to bring. And I'm sure, Tackett Curtis and Braylon Shelby are at the top of that list in terms of early impact guys for this team for next season. I did want to, Gerard, update you on one thing.
Yeah.
I think our friend Blair Angulo is in the chat.
Oh, nice.
He said
Banglo.
Banglo. Some ASU smoke with Jacoby, a chat exclusive. I don't know if this is actually him or an imposter, but I'm pretty sure it's him.
Could be imposter because I think we literally just said that.
But
come on, Banglo. Be original.
But Blair, I don't know if this is actually him. What is he doing? He's been up since like 3 a.m. or something like that.
Yeah, Blair is actually back east. I think he was
in Florida, right?
Yeah, part of the 24/7 telecast, the CBS 24/7.
They've been going for like 10 hours straight or something.
Yeah, he was taking a red eye like 2 nights ago. I was talking to him at the airport.
Blair, if that's you and you're there, get some sleep, buddy. I don't know what you're doing, but great job on the show. So I'm going to clear that off really quick. But Gerard, we talked about it. We mentioned it. These early enrollees. Do you think it's a little bit? You would have liked to see some more of those offensive linemen. Big 5-man class. You would have liked to get some of those guys in. You would have liked to get an Elijah Hughes in there, and I think you would have liked to get Braylon Shelby in there, a guy I just mentioned as being an early impact guy. You would have loved to have him, especially with a team that wasn't really consistent in getting to the quarterback and getting that consistent pressure all the time. And they had some, injuries there at the rush end spot, and different guys had to step up. So I think you would have loved to see at least like 2 more of those offensive linemen come in early and Shelby.
Yeah, the offensive linemen for sure. I mean, you'd like to get everybody in there. And some schools do a tremendous job of getting like their entire class almost in early, and that can be very helpful. Getting those kids, like you said, acclimated. That helps at a lot of positions. Just getting guys acclimated to college. It's a little different than some of these high schools that they're at. But nevertheless, I mean, I think it's a good group. It's an exciting group to watch because you're going to have those playmakers. I mean, you've got all the offensive playmakers there, right? You've got Zach Branch. You've got Mekhi Lemon. I think both those guys, wrinkle-wise, that's why people are not necessarily going to lose a lot of sleep, regardless of what Jacoby Lane does, because you've got 2 guys there that down the line potentially could replace Jordan Addison. And we'll get into talking a little bit about that in the transfer portal and sort of the different philosophy and approach to the transfer portal as opposed to high school. But you've got 2 dynamic playmakers. We're going to see a lot more, I think, of those sort of, zip motion runs and those end arounds and those things that USC has been doing with Jordan Addison. They did it a little bit with Michael Jackson III. But you look at Zach Branch and you look at Mekhi Lemon, and they are made for that. Like, those guys can do that all day long, that sort of quasi-slot running back, and having those type of wrinkles and that misdirection when you throw that in there. I think you're going to see both of those players used in that aspect of the offense. And it could be, like I said, it's a wrinkle of the offense right now. It could become much more prominent in the offense later, next year. So both those guys, exciting playmakers. I think the running backs, getting them on campus is going to be interesting because obviously pass protection is something that these guys don't do a whole lot in high school. These guys, get the rock a lot. They're the dudes. They're scoring the touchdowns for the high school football teams. In college, you got to learn to play without the ball in your hands. You got to learn to play in the passing game. And like I said, if you're not blocking, you're not going to play. You got a Heisman Trophy winner back there at quarterback. You think they're going to put you on the field if you can't pass block? No, sir. No, sir. You go back to the sideline. So those guys, first and foremost, they got to get up to speed on pass blocking protections and into the passing game. But I think that's going to be kind of fun to see. Marion Peterson, who looks like just a horse. I mean, he's a dude. We're going to use the old Clay Helton. He's a big horsey, like 6'2", 210 pounds. And then you've got Quentin Joyner there, who's a little sort of like sawed off, little, Maurice Drew kind of sort of player there. I don't know if he's quite as fast. I mean, Maurice Drew was running like a 10.8 out of high school. I don't know if Quentin Joyner has those type of track times, but still nevertheless, like a sawed off, really, I think I called him, he's like built like a pineapple grenade. I mean, that's sort of how he looks and how he plays. And he's going to be an exciting player to watch too. So getting both of those running backs will be big as well. And we'll see, if there's something added to the running back room through the portal.
The pineapple one is the one with the ridges, right? Like the classic one that you see.
The old F1 grenade, I believe it's called.
Thank you for coming to Grenade Talk. We had a question from Harold Tate. How many incoming freshmen will be coming in for bowl practice? I'm going to say none.
I haven't heard of any of them coming in for bowl practice. I know that's sort of a thing with some of the SEC schools, but to my knowledge, I don't think any. We could be wrong on that, but nobody talked about it, and we've talked to several recruits just signing day-wise. Nobody was, excited about getting out there for bowl practices, and I think that would be something that would be at the top of the conversation.
From what I understand, a lot of them will be coming in that first week of January, like the 2nd, which is the day of the Cotton Bowl. So I'm going to say 0, but a lot of people have been Nico Iamaleava. He's already on Tennessee's campus practicing for the bowl, which is a very odd sight to see. But it happens, but I don't think it's happening at USC, so I'm going to say 0. We did have another donation, Gerard, $5 more to Ryan. So shout out to Ryan.
Merry Christmas, Ryan.
Merry Christmas, Ryan. From James, we need some Cilantro Boy merch.
Oh.
Yeah, people have been hitting me up about that.
We need it? Do we really need it?
I think we really need it. I think
there's want and there's need.
Someone wants a shirt with your face on it.
Oh, God.
That's Bigfoot Hunter.
Uh-oh.
I think we can make that happen.
Banglo says he's just here for the vibes. So, confirmation, that is Blair Angulo, the one and the only.
Very, very cool. So, shout out to Blair. We'll see how long he lasts. In this chat.
On East Coast time?
So, we talked about the early enrollees. We know about everyone else being committed. There will be a June enrollee. And we mentioned Jacoby Lane.
The outlier.
The only one not in. But did you know that USC actually moved up in the recruiting rankings despite not picking up anyone new?
They did.
They're actually started the day at number 12, I believe. They're up to number 11, so just outside the top 10.
They were 13, and so was that including the overall ranking, or was that just the high school ranking?
I think that was high school ranking, but it was like around 13, and then like one day it would go to 12, and then it would drop. Right. It just kept fluctuating. But right now they sit at number 11. Number 2 in the Pac-12, obviously with the Oregon Ducks and the kind of day that they have. Everyone's going to go crazy that I just said that because they're already fighting about it in the chat. So
shocking.
Let's kind of move on to this next topic, recruiting lag. Is that how we're pronouncing it? Is that how we're saying it?
Well, recruiting lag, in terms of the overall analysis of the class, a lot of people are disappointed. And I understand it because normally, when you have a USC football team that wins 10 or 11 games, you have at least close to being a top 5 class, right? We're talking like 6. Maybe you get into that top 5, 4, 3. The number 1 classes, number 2 classes, those ones are special. You kind of have to hit on every guy. You have to get, some big out-of-state guys. But people are normally thinking USC is going to be 8, 7, or something when they win 11 games, right? So that's been a bit of a disappointment for people. However, I think we have to look at the pattern of recruiting, and I didn't really start to think about this. I put it in the war room just like a couple of weeks ago, and
wink.
Yeah, and I didn't really start to think about it until maybe like a month ago, and I'm looking at the players that USC still had available, and you're only going to be as good as the talent pool that you're recruiting from. and we're looking at the guys that are actually going to take official visits and then the guys that don't look like they're going to take official visits. And a lot of times recruiting does lag a year behind production on the field. And we have a precedent for this. Going back to Lane Kiffin in 2011, when USC had that really great year, they had Matt Barkley, they had Robert Woods, Marquise Lee, was a true freshman, and they weren't able to go to a bowl game that year, but they finished really well. They were like one of the best teams in the nation. A lot of people felt like, man, this is a team that could go to the Rose Bowl and probably win the Rose Bowl. And so everybody's hyped up on USC. That recruiting class was okay. It was going into the next cycle where you had 2012, where USC, by September, I think they had 18 commits, and they had the number one class in the nation, and they literally had the best class in the nation no matter what. Like, there was no other school, no other team that could overcome them by September. They'd already locked it up at that point. Now, unfortunately, they shut down their leg, and during that season ended up, going, I think it was like 7-6 or something like that. It ended up in the Sun Bowl. They lose the Sun Bowl. A bunch of those guys decommit, but you still saw the impact the year after they had a good year. And the thing is, we all go back to Pete Carroll, and I say all, not all of us. I mean, some of us maybe didn't watch the Pete Carroll era. We weren't old enough, Chris Trevino, but but some of us lived through it and followed recruiting closely, and we're used to sort of great year after great year after great year, and USC wins 11 games, they win 12 games, they win 11 games, and so on and so forth, and you always see the production from that. But we have to remember, USC's coming from almost a decade of being mediocre, and in some years being less than mediocre. I mean, you win 4 games in 2021. There's a year there where you only won 5 games. Like, they were not good a couple times, and you saw how that dropped the talent rate, and it was usually the class following that one. I mean, I think it was like the 2019-2020 cycle where USC, they dropped 5 games, and then they turn around, and that class wasn't so bad, but it was the next class is where they only signed like 17 guys or something, or I think it ended up being 14. They wanted to get 17, but that was the class where they missed on Justin Flo, they missed on Bryce Young, they missed on Mike Drennan, they missed on all of their guys. Like that last group of 5 or 6 guys that they were hoping to get on signing day, they lost all of them. And it wasn't because of that year, because that season they won 8 games. So again, you do have to sort of look at things from a bigger perspective. And because USC has not been nationally prominent for the past few years, yes, they played really well this year and they had a really great season this year. But I think perhaps it's the 2024 class is where this starts to kick in. And yeah, I mean, I think winning definitely had an impact on this season. I mean, you get some playmakers on offense, but I think what people want to see is where are the guys on defense, because the defense needs it. We've said it all season. We've critiqued the defense and tried to be fair about it. But at the end of the game, at the end of the season, we see how they play against Utah, and certainly there's a lot of deficiencies there. So that's where people are frustrated. They want to see more linemen, and they want to see certainly more linemen on defense, and certainly more stud players in that front 7.
Gerard, we have 2 more donations. Manford gave another $10.
Manford's going crazy.
Yeah. Get this guy on the NIL
yeah, really.
Board for USC. Someone call him up.
Boulevard needs to PM him.
He's dropping bags over here in the chat. I'm donating again because Ryan said it will go to the Cilantro Boys. Fight on. Any chance Hurricane will be at the bowl game? He has Hurricane rolling into
at
Dallas.
The Cotton Bowl, no. I won't be at the Cotton Bowl, no.
He will not be at the Cotton Bowl, unfortunately. So you cannot corner him to talk your ear off. We had another donation. Another $10 from James. Character on the floor laughing really hard. Okay. So thank you to James and Manford.
Hopefully that's not in regards to USC's 2023 recruiting class.
Hopefully not. I'm going to refer to Manford as Moneybags Manford from now on, because he's, again, dropping bags in the chat. Gerard.
Yes.
Can you give me your favorite player in this class? I already know who you're going to say.
Everybody knows who I'm going to say. Let's see. Let's wait like 5 seconds, and the chat will.
Yeah, chat. If you know, you should know who Gerard's favorite player in the class is. I'll give you a couple seconds to say if you know, and I'll throw up your answers if anyone gets it correctly. Everyone should know who my favorite player in the class is. I feel like it aligns with a lot of people's favorite player in the class. But I will say sneaky. favorite player in the class is Quentin Joyner, and just that running back class in general. I don't think we've been hyping them up enough. That tandem that Kyle McDonald got really early.
That rised in the rankings. That's a good thing to see.
He just shot up, an All-American. I'm going to see him in San Antonio out of Manor High School. And Marion Peterson, the enigma that he is, not
literally he could not. I mean, I had to go through so many people just to confirm that he was going to be a mid-year graduate. Holy cow. Never have talked to a Marion Peterson. But listen, I'm not the only one. There were commitments that were there during the summer. They were there during the spring game, which is, I think, when a Marion Peterson commit. And the guys from Texas that unfortunately are not committed to USC anymore. Braxton Myers is one of them. It's like, yeah, man, I saw that guy commit. I never met him. Like, I don't know who he is. I've never talked to him before. I'm like, wow, okay, well, I don't feel so bad anymore.
Somebody guessed Shelby and Branch. Shelby Curtis and Branch.
Can't have two. You can only have one.
A lot of people are saying Christian Pierce. Maybe it's because you saw him like 90 times.
I heart Christian Pierce. He's my guy, but
yeah,
Braylon Shelby.
It's Braylon Shelby all the way.
Is the guy for sure that I think is the outlier in the class in terms of being a guy he's highly rated. All right, he's a guy that we have
shot up.
What is he? 66 right now
61,
nationally. 61 nationally, and I still think he's underrated. He's a little Drake London-ish in that respect for me. Now, I have not been able to see him in person, so I would pound the table harder. But I haven't been able to see him move in person, and you just get some of that, that vibe in terms of, how quick is he really? But when I watch film of him, he is dynamic, and he gives you some of the things that Eric Gentry gives you, but in a 6'5", 240-pound frame. So he's a guy that plays on the edge, but he's agile enough and aware enough that he can play off the line of scrimmage, but more importantly, he can play that hash. And against a lot of RPOs, you find yourself as an edge player having to not only negotiate the run, but also using that blocker that's coming out against you, that offensive tackle, or maybe you get a kick out from a halfback or a tight end or what have you, and you got to use that blocker either as a tool, as an obstacle to sort of block the run in terms of where the running back wants to go, kind of throw that guy into the lane and be able to move off of him, or you've got to negotiate around that block. He can do both, and the thing that makes him super, super unique is not only like the speed and the length, but it's the awareness and the ability in the RPO to play two players at a time. There's not many guys that have enough awareness and ability to get out on the edge, and you watch him play in the option, and the quarterback gets out there, and he's playing the quarterback, but he's able to move in such a way that he can play that receiver or that running back out there, or he'll make a play on the quarterback. He'll knock the ball down, pass deflections. I mean, he does it all, and it's like having those type of guys that have the instincts and the intelligence to play on the edge against these type of modern college football offenses is huge. I mean, and like I said, we've seen it a bit with Eric Gentry, and everybody talks, well, it's because he's 6'6", right? He's so tall, and he's got such a wingspan. It's really because he has instincts, and he's smart. I mean, you can be 6'6" and not in the right place at the right time. So it's a matter of having the athleticism, but then also having that head on your shoulders to be out there in no man's land at 6'5", 235, 240 pounds, and being able to just like play that position like a basketball player. Basically, you're playing two players at once, and that's just going to be huge to have. So, I mean, when I watch him on film, man, I'm like, dude, this guy, he's much better than I think he's even rated, and he's rated pretty high.
Gerard, we just got a bunch more money.
Okay. We're swimming in it. Thank you, everybody.
We're swimming in it. I just have to put these up really quick because if you donate, I'm putting it up.
Yeah, we got to thank you.
Manford, another $10.
All right, Manford's just flexing.
Manford, just because I like the nickname Moneybags Manford.
Boy,
Moneybags Manford dropping.
That's pretty nice.
Bags. I think this is Phil Knight in here. So which
John Ruiz.
We have John Ruiz, maybe John Ruiz. We have $20 from Giovanni. Can we get a USC comp for each incoming signee? Also, the Two-Star podcast is the main reason the Peristyle made my Spotify Wrapped. Spotify Wrapped.
Nice.
We will break down some of these guys as we go through right now, but if we did a comp for every player for Gerard, he would talk about a player from 2004 that no one has ever heard of except for the
tough.
real.
Sometimes it doesn't exist. The thing is, I don't like to try to like wedge a comparison in there that doesn't really work, because I know like the 24/7 analysts have to do comparisons for a lot of the top guys, and we're talking, and sometimes like Greg's like, I don't know, I don't know, like, and Greg's been around longer than I have, and it's just sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes the guy is unique, and you don't want to necessarily try to describe him as somebody else. And it's like, this guy's kind of unique. So, with Braylon Shelby, like, I kind of make a comparison there with Eric Gentry, but he's totally different athletically. I mean, he's 6'5", 240 pounds, and he's strong, and he's big, and he sets the edge a lot more. Eric Gentry is a guy that I was professing over and over again, during the summer when he transferred into USC, don't just put him on the edge. You got to take him off the line of scrimmage some, because he's actually good enough to play as a standard linebacker in pass coverage. So, yeah, they're different players, certainly, but it's just some attributes overlap to give you just a better illustration of like what to expect from a guy like Braylon Shelby.
And we also got $10 more from James.
James, thank you very much again.
Spending money like Uncle Phil buying Oregon players.
If they were only $10 a pop.
If they were only $10 a pop. Someone commented, I can't find it right now, but Ryan discovering that he can make more money on donations than subscriptions. Is a great one. I think we got another $10 from Malcolm. Without naming names, roughly how many recruits weren't afforded the opportunity to properly recruit because of lack of upfront NIL? Players that we know of, like Mateo, or others we may not know.
I think with NIL, and we will get to that, certainly talk about it more, it's an evolution, right? So all of these different schools are trying to figure out the best way to approach it. And you clearly have some schools that are much more aggressive than the others. We talk about in the podcast the 5 families of NIL, right? And
you want to name them?
Louisville. I think Oregon's got to be in there after today.
Absolutely.
Right? So we're expanding it to 5, just like the Gambinos and the Bananos. We got Louisville, we got Oregon, we got Texas A&M, we got Miami, and we got Tennessee. Yeah.
The 5 families as we know them on the Composite Two-Star Recruits.
And so they've been very aggressive, and they've been very successful with it. USC's been more conservative. And I see what USC is doing and why they went the way they went with Boulevard, and having that proxy between the boosters and the university. I mean, it's definitely playing it safe, and I think it was a good idea. Honestly, I think it was well thought out, but the efficiency right now is maybe not there. And you're seeing the schools that have the boosters that are directly involved and being more aggressive, whether it's, paying kids to come out and visit, and we're going to see what the fallout out. Is there any fallout? Because people always look at the difference between the traditional, I guess we would call it traditional or classic collective, as opposed to the collective that Boulevard is. And it's really about streamlining and what the NCAA does and what the differences are. It doesn't matter at the end of the day if the NCAA is not going to enforce a difference, right? So, I think there's a lot of schools that are kind of sitting back and saying, you know what, we don't want to get caught in the jackpot here. We don't want our boosters to get involved and then somebody gets somebody on tape or whatever. And, there's all kinds of things that can go on. You got a lot of moving pieces. And certainly we talked about, some of the schools that are providing upfront money. We've talked about the numbers that are out there are completely false, and people are just pumping them up because they're thinking that if they can pump the numbers up more, somebody that doesn't know any better will end up, throwing money out there and overpaying for somebody, and that will continue to jack the market up. So it's crazy. It's a mess right now, certainly, and I think after today there will be continued push for more regulation and more involvement. But what is the NCAA going to be able to do? They don't have subpoena power. There's a lot of issues here when you're talking about private sector money and what you can actually audit and be involved with and what the universities are actually claiming. It's kind of a mess. It's kind of a mess, but, we knew it was going to be a mess to some extent, and we might have years in front of us before we start to see some semblance of organization, and there's a body that comes into play that can govern this to some extent, that actually can get involved differently, and whether that includes player unions becoming a thing, because obviously that is going to start to rear its ugly head, I think, There's a lot to tackle with that. And I mean, we've done a lot on NIL talking about it, and there's still a lot to talk about because we're seeing the results of things. And we're seeing how, like I said, certain schools are definitely being more aggressive and being a little more cavalier than others. USC's taking a step back from that, and they haven't had their boosters, get directly involved with NIL. But again, I mean, if you're playing it safe, I totally understand the system and what they've done. And I think it's a good idea, but it's a good idea within the parameters of what the NCAA has said they're going to enforce. We just have to wait to see if they're actually going to do that and if they even have the capability of doing that.
I keep wanting to look over at you because I'm not used to that. But is there any others you want to talk about in terms of our impact players? And we got a little bit distracted before we talk about biggest misses in this class so far. And then, yes, Mateo Uiagalelei and what went down today at his signing day.
I don't know. Would it be a ceremony? Would it be, what would you call today? A signing day
proxy?
Proxy?
Sense of proxy.
That was strange. That's a new one.
That's a new one. If you don't know what I'm talking about, Mateo Uiagalelei, St. John Bosco, they held their signing day ceremony. And I just want to say, side story, ghost note, I actually showed up at St. John Bosco, but it wasn't at St. John Bosco today. The one time I've been going there for like every signing day for the last 9 years, and it wasn't at the high school. It was down the street at the Maine Event Center. That's what it's called, Maine, Mayne, in downtown Bellflower. Only 5 minutes up the road, but at 8:30, I was like, no one is in the parking lot. Something is off, and they were playing basketball in the gym. I was like, I should maybe check that email again. But yeah, so it's right up the street. Bosco, national champions. They had about, I don't know, 8, 9, 10 kids. I believe it was, actually, I think it was 12, 13, whatever. But Mateo Uiagalelei, not there. Also, DeAndre Moore, not there. And, it comes out that Mateo, there was a photo that floated out the day before of him leaving the hospital. And apparently he's been sick. He had a blood transfusion, and he wasn't able to make it to the ceremony, signing day ceremony. So head coach Jason Negro, he kicked things off by reading Mateo's statement for him and essentially committing on his behalf. Coach Negro joked that, he never got to have a signing day, never got a scholarship, so he was milking in that moment.
He also never got to have a steak with Chris Trevino.
We talked about that. He's actually the head coach of the West team for the All-American Bowl, so I will go down there. But we did talk about I do owe him a steak. That's a story for another podcast. But he went ahead and committed on behalf of Mateo for the Oregon Ducks.
It was the quickest, most.
It was just like that. And then it was just after that, it was just everyone else went. DeAndre Moore did not show up. He was choosing between Texas and Louisville, who he's still committed to, one of the 5 families, or as we mentioned. So interesting that the 2 biggest guys weren't actually at the table to make commitments. But Mateo chooses Oregon, and we know that the Peristyle had a meltdown last night when some of the crystal balls started coming in for the Ducks, and Mateo goes down as one of the biggest misses for USC in this class, which isn't a super long list, but it's a very impactful list when you look at it, because we were figuring out who were the biggest misses before we went on this podcast, and it's only really 3.
Yeah.
Only really 3 if you want to go through those.
You could really say maybe only 2. And Mateo Uiagalelei, certainly a miss. And to some extent, I feel like it's more of a miss from a statement standpoint than maybe from a player standpoint. I think there's still quite a bit of questions in terms of potential versus production. Didn't have a lot of production at St. John Bosco, but you got a guy who's 6'5", 270, and he can move, and he's got, basketball player feet, play both ways for St. John Bosco. There's a lot of people that have watched him his senior year and feel like, he actually makes more of an impact on the field as a tight end. And I think originally, at one point, he wanted to play offense. But I think now, he's sort of been told enough that, hey, your ceiling is better as a defensive player. But there are definitely questions that come from people at St. John Bosco even that wonder, how much does he really love football? We know he loves music, and that's why you thought USC had an advantage and a unique opportunity for him off the field. that was different than maybe his older brother DJ. DJ seemed like it was all about football, but with Mateo, it seemed like, there was a balance there off the field, on the field. And USC checked a lot of boxes for Mateo Ungale. But we had talked to him countless times throughout the past 2 years, really. And I could say one thing for sure. USC was not in it at all last year. Okay? They were just not in the picture for him at all. So there was a lot of ground to make up. And Sean Nua made it up in a hurry. But it seemed like every time we spoke to him, he was a tad aloof about USC, and especially towards the end of the year. And JP, 5-star JP.
5 stars only. Shout out. I know he's listening.
He spoke to him after one of the playoff games, and the Notre Dame game was coming up for USC. And we wanted to know, hey, you're going to be down there for the Notre Dame game. And he was really sort of uncommittal. I'm not really even sure what week it is. Is that this week? Is that next week? And he was
aloof.
He kind of was like that with the UCLA game as well, and starts to talk about, well, I'm going to go to Georgia here and that, and it's like, Georgia, and that was always sort of the feeling that we got. It was always like, yeah, USC's there, they're cool and everything, but I'm going to this other school, I'm going to go visit this other school. So it always felt like USC was battling with some other school. It was really Ohio State for the longest time, and there's a lot of people that, he was always going to Oregon. He was always going to Oregon. I don't believe that for a second. I know that Ohio State was a big factor for him for a long time. It just came at the end of the day that, he felt like Oregon was a school for him for whatever reasons. We didn't get to hear why Oregon was a school for him because he wasn't there today at his signing day. So, I think, again, it's more of a statement. USC loses one of the best defensive front seven players in California. And that's not supposed to happen when you win 11 games at USC. And that's not supposed to happen when you have need positions that need to be filled. And we've talked about this on the last podcast. USC's got to upgrade the defense. They got to get better. They can't just replace players. They got to get better. And so it's tough when you don't get 5-star guys locally to get better. And we're going to see what happens with Tuli Tuipulotu. There's some kind of weird sort of innuendo stuff that maybe he comes back next year. I would be absolutely shocked. Let me tell you, I would be 100 times more shocked at Tuli Tuipulotu coming back next season than I was with Mateo Ungale going to Oregon. Like 100 times more shocked. So we'll see. But that's the guy that on paper you have to replace. So he becomes the biggest miss. The next biggest miss would have to be Francis Mauigoa. Yeah, I think just because they need that franchise left tackle. They have not been able to land that guy. They get Elijah Page, who I think is a very good player. It's going to help. But they didn't get that guy. They didn't get Caleb Lamu, who was a bit of a miss in this class as well. The 4-star offensive tackle out of Gilbert, Arizona. With Francis, it's tough. You're going across the country. You're going to IMG to try to recruit him. He did spend the year out here when he was at St. Aquinas in San Bernardino. So people kind of feel like, and he's kind of a left coast kid. He's originally from Samoa, so he had a really good relationship with Sean Nua. But it just didn't really happen for USC. And that's where we start to talk about the 5 families of NIL and what schools are paying guys up front. Because with that recruitment, we heard from really good sources, he basically was splitting his schools into 2 categories. So schools that were looking to pay him something up front for the actual commitment. And then there's schools that had the NIL deals that were all about, if you sign here, this is what can happen. This is the opportunities you will have. And Alabama, by the way, was included in the latter. So it was USC, Alabama, and some of those other schools. And a lot of people thought if Alabama was going to push and be more aggressive, they would have got him. So very interesting how all of this is sort of played out. But I think in terms of need positions, it's the big fellas. That's where everybody wants to see USC get better, not just because they've missed on those players in previous cycles under Clay Helton, but there's also this feeling sort of, talking about the tropes of Lincoln Riley coming away from Oklahoma, some of the things those Oklahoma teams didn't do when they got to those big games, when they got to the college football playoffs. People saw those Oklahoma teams and go, okay, in order to win those games, USC's got to get those players. They got on the defensive side of the ball, they've got to get defensive linemen. They've got to get playmakers. They've got to be better defensively. They can't just try to outscore teams. So that's where some of that comes in when you start talking about big misses. And I guess, Chris, you could kind of throw another guy in there that you were pretty high on that also comes in with need position, and that's the offensive tackle position.
Yeah, I made the case for Lucas Simmons, the big 6'7", Swede. He's from Sweden. Yep, out of Florida. Dad played at Oklahoma, I believe, and he was a major priority for this offensive line recruiting cycle. And Josh Henson, him and Francis Mauigoa were considered, the top 2 options there for them. Got him on campus for a visit, took a really big unofficial visit, and they really made their move in getting to the forefront of his mind. There were a couple crystal balls in for him at one point, and, the momentum was with the Trojans. Took that official visit for the Golden Hour, I believe. He was a Golden Hour guy.
Yeah, luau guy.
We still have to do our Golden Hour breakdown. Was it really worth it? Did it really pay off? And he was on campus for that. Good vibes all around. And then, Florida State really made a push. Obviously they're the local school, able to get his commitment, pull it out in the end. That was a big one where, well, if Norvell and Florida State have another crappy season, could we see, them play for a potential flip? Florida State did not end up having a crappy season.
But Miami did, and that didn't budge.
That's true. Miami lost to everyone, and they still were picking up 5 stars left and right. But people were thinking, if they could have another bad season, maybe USC could wedge themselves back in there because they were, a finalist runner-up for Lucas Simmons. And I made the argument that, if Lucas Simmons is in this class, he's your number 1 tackle in this class over Elijah Page. He's your war daddy for that.
He's another guy that rose through the rankings, kind of late in the offseason into his senior year, mainly because he put on weight and he put on good weight, and I think people felt like he could make more of an impact early. I mean, he's from Clearwater Academy International School, so not necessarily like he's going to hit the ground running in terms of the speed of the game and everything. Really small school in Florida, so that's going to hold him back a little bit. Not IMG, certainly, but nevertheless, I think there's people that feel like he has a ton of upside and just a really, really good body, long type of guy that looks like a first-round pick.
Ryan's going in on the chat. Please watch your language or I will mute you. It's we're almost at an hour and it's already getting a little crazy in there. But people, I just wanted to say, you couldn't see the comments, but a lot of people were in agreement with you that Thule should be going to the NFL. He should not come back for another season. He's proven all that he needs to, and we've seen him many times. You have a really good season, and then maybe you're on the brink of maybe coming back, but you come back, have an injury, you don't do as well, your stock falls. You got to go with iron's hot. So a lot of people in the chat were in agreement with you about Tui Pelotu. Gerard, do we need to talk any more about Mateo?
No, we don't. We really don't. I mean, again, it's about replacement, and truly, I think the blueprint was there for Mateo Ngalale. Again, USC did everything they could. I mean, to use Thule the way they did and put him at linebacker, and I think sometimes they did him a disservice, sort of lining up at linebacker and running towards the line of scrimmage, doing some of those things. But you see the creativity, and that sells to recruits a lot. They want to be viewed as athletes first and foremost. And so you play to that a little bit, and you say, listen, man, you could do these things too. You have that athleticism. You're going to see that we're going to show your athleticism off, and you're looking for NFL scouts to be able to see how athletic you are, and you don't want to get kind of pigeonholed into one position. And they did that. Thule had a tremendous year. I think he played himself in the first round of the NFL draft personally. Now, if he slipped into the early second round, I wouldn't be shocked either because I don't necessarily know need and what the picks line up as, but I think he's good enough to be that guy as an interior guy. I think that's really where his best position is. He could play 5 technique, but I think speed wise, you probably want to put him as a 3 technique, and I think he'll be a very good player in the NFL. But that's a guy you want to replace, which is hard because he's a really good football player, right? And then there's other guys where you need to get upgrades. So we'll talk a little bit about that because it's going to have to come through the transfer portal.
Is it transfer portal time, or should we talk about what's left for this class? Because there's still some things left on the table.
I think we should talk about transfer portal because that's newsworthy. USC just got some commitments, and it's going to overlap with this 2023 class because now, we have the overall class ratings, which cycle-wise is what your team's going to look like next year. It didn't look like that before because guys would have to set out or whatever, but all these players are immediately available. So I mean, you're going to be going after guys on the recruiting trail that are transfers and looking at them to fill positions, maybe even more so than a guy that's a high school player. Mateo Ngalate, can he replace Tuli Pelotu next year? Like, is he going to come in and be that guy next year? No, he's not. He's just not. You're hoping like 2 years down the line, he kind of becomes that guy maybe. But through the portal, you could potentially find Tuli Pelotu. Maybe. They're hard to find. Defensive linemen that are impact players at other Power 5 schools are, they're unicorns in the transfer portal.
Before we jump into the portal officially, not as transfers, but just to talk about it. Just to talk about it. No. We had another $20 donation from Mitchell. What are these kids told at the 11th hour that gets them to change their mind? If you have to wait until then to tell them, it seems like a red flag. Also, I called it 2 weeks ago, and Jack called me Michelle. Come on, man. All love. I don't. Michelle? He called him Michelle. I see what happened.
Dang,
he
Jack.
called into
this
the show.
This guy's throwing money our way, and you're disrespecting him calling Michelle.
I would never call you Michelle Mitchell.
But
thank you for the $20.
He also doesn't $20. I don't know that Moneybag nickname. Is anybody fighting for that? Moneybag Mitchell kind of goes too.
No, Moneybag Manford.
Okay, all right.
Secured
it, locked it down. All right.
Yeah, if Mitchell drops another 20, maybe we'll get. That's not me
begging.
That's not me begging.
That's not me begging.
I'm just saying if he drops another one, I have to give him a nickname. But Moneybag's Manford.
What is said in the 11th hour? Nobody really knows what's said in the 11th hour. Everybody wants to believe it's okay. $2.5 million.
I thought your internet dropped. It was like,
yeah, I know.
I was like, what's going on?
Everyone wants to say that it's that extra little something to grease the wheels, right? It's a little extra taste of the Nike special shoe deal or whatever. I don't know what's said in the 11th hour. There's going back to when USC was recruiting Leonard Williams out of high school, and I think he was from Mainland High School in Florida, and people don't realize that Leonard Williams was actually originally from Carson, California. So he wasn't a true Florida native, but USC was recruiting him. He was really underrated, but he was a solid 4-star. But they were battling head-to-head with Florida for him. And he was going back and forth, and he had silently committed to USC. But then I think he took an unofficial visit to Florida late in the year, and Florida really got in his ear. I mean, they're more local, and they've got assistant coaches and people that are sort of lurking around. And evidently, as the story goes, Ed Orgeron got on the phone, and it was literal 11th hour because he was going to go and do his announcement, and it actually delayed the announcement by like a half an hour, 45 minutes, and he just worked him, and everybody's got all these ideas like, what did you say to Leonard Williams? What did you say to Leonard Williams? And Ed Orgeron has been asked that. And, of course, Ed's like, we just told him you're going to be a Trojan. You're going to be a 5-star. We're going to get him in the NFL. We're going to get him right. And that was that. But, what was really said, we'll never know.
We will never know. And Mitchell, not Michelle, dropped another 20.
Uh-oh.
He said, you asked and I will deliver. Love the show.
Oh, we appreciate it.
We
I can't talk anymore. I just went into Ed Orgeron mode and
he gave it all for Ed Orgeron. Thank you, Mitchell, for the.
I can usually do Ed pretty good, but I guess
he does. That one snuck up on you.
Not enough sleep.
We are just over an hour, and we're jumping into the portal, guys. So we're probably going to take up another hour here. If you've been here for the first hour, can I get a hashtag Hour Crew? We'll see who's going to make it here. If you've been here the whole first hour, let's see who's going to stick around for the full show. And let's
see.
Go.
Most people they get to listen to this as they want to, and they're driving to work. They're on a treadmill. They're doing something. So it's just kind of going on in the background, and they can watch it. Here, you have to actually sit here and watch it live. So that takes more commitment.
We could be on someone's TV right now. We could be in their family room right now. We literally could. If that's happening, please let me know. But let's jump into the transfer portal. The first bit of news is just that USC had another player leave. That is USC defensive lineman Colin Mobley. He has entered the portal.
When did that happen? I missed that.
You missed that. That was yesterday,
yesterday?
Monday. It was a small thing, a blip on the radar. I think it was Tuesday.
DMV guy, DeMatha
DMV,
High School.
DeMatha Catholic High School, from where I'm from, my alma mater.
Ask him to see if he can find your backpack.
Maybe he'll end up at California with Vic Soto, his original recruitment. Maybe he'll go back to Maryland. Maybe he'll be a Terp. I don't know, but I wish Colin Mobley the best. But, only played 15 snaps as a true freshman and did not play at all this season. Had some injuries in the spring with a scout team player. So 6'4", 290 pounds. He was a guy people wanted to see get on the field, but just never happened. But that is the first bit of little portal news there. But the big one, Oklahoma State linebacker Mason Cobb, 3 pickups in the portal, but Mason Cobb, Gerard, might be the biggest pick. I think it is the biggest pickup for USC so far.
Yeah, certainly. Very productive. And we talked about this in the podcast prior. Production begets production. If you look at the players that have been productive for USC, they're mostly guys that were productive at other schools. The guys that you're getting that are like a former 4-star, but then, had a knee surgery, and in 3 years he's only had 14 tackles. Those guys, they don't end up usually being very good for USC. And so you want to evaluate what they do in college more so than going back to their high school film and having nostalgia over them being some All-American in high school. So I think with, Cobb was a guy that was a 3-star in high school coming out of Provo. So he's definitely, his stock has improved playing at Oklahoma State. 6 foot, 230 pounds, short, quick. He's a guy that, plays really well in space, a good tackler in space, very good in coverage. I think he does get beat a bit because he takes chances. He does get out of position a little bit. Again, watching some of the sort of game film of him and just seeing him against TCU. I can't even remember some of the games that I watched. I think I watched him against Baylor, and he is smallish, so he does get eaten up at the line sometimes. And certainly he can jump into a gap and he can sell himself out, and sometimes he will miss on that gap. So he's a guy that I think from a replacement standpoint, that's Randall Goforth, who started some games with USC last year. I think you're upgrading over Goforth with him. But going back to what we said at the top of the podcast, is this a guy that's going to put Tackett Curtis on the bench? I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, normally you would say...
I also don't think so.
You're bringing a junior in that had 96 tackles. He's a guy that's played Power 5 football. He's going to go in there. He's going to play Mike. I actually was able to talk to Mason Cobb a few hours after.
You did. You got him on the phone.
Shockingly. Yeah, we've been trying to talk to him. Everybody's been trying to talk to him, and I just Hail Mary call. And he picked up, and he was pumped. He was excited. And he wants to be a leader on the team. He wants to be the guy that's, vocal in the linebacker room. He says he's going to play both Will and Mike. He wants to learn both because potentially at the next level, they may ask him to play either or. And he can. I mean, he's, 5'11", 6 foot, 230 pounds. So he's not necessarily a natural Mike for some systems and some schemes. I could see him playing Will. And that goes back to what I said about maybe if you can. And it's really an if. It's if Tackett Curtis can absorb enough of the defense. He can make the calls. He's comfortable enough. You don't want to just throw him in there and say, well, he's our guy. Because if you have somebody in the middle of the field that just doesn't know the defense, at that Mike linebacker position, there's other positions that are also going to suffer because of that. So it's one of those things that, you giving up touchdowns if you're not playing well at Mike linebacker and you don't know how to get guys lined up. And with USC, when they do all these different shifts and things like that, there's a lot of different things to know. So I could see, though, where if they feel confident that Tackett Curtis can take on that position, I think it makes it very interesting as to who you put at Will. Who's the odd man out? It's going to be Shane Lee. But I think Mason Cobb, he's a guy that can play Will. He's a great cleanup guy. Again, I think in coverage, he's quick, he's fast, he does really good. He gets running backs out of the backfield. I mean, he's a guy that has a lot of potential to be able to play the Will position as much as playing the Mike position. And then you go, well, dude, you got to have Eric Gentry on the field, right? You've got to have Eric Gentry on the field. But USC plays that safety nickel position. That's part of their personnel, right? That's not a it's, in the olden days, we talk about the nickel, and that was always sort of a sub package for third downs. Nowadays, everybody's playing 3 safeties on the field. But again, I don't know that you can't put Eric Gentry out there for most downs as that guy. Now, maybe if it's 3rd and 19, you go ahead and you go put one of your safeties out there. But against a lot of these teams that run RPOs. I mean, I would love to see Eric Gentry be able to freelance a lot more. And by the way, if you have him at that position against Utah, guess who's playing against Kincaid? Everybody wanted to know, why isn't Eric Gentry playing against Kincaid in that Utah game where he has 16 receptions or something for almost 200 yards? Because he's Mike linebacker. You can't bring your Mike linebacker out of the formation and throw him over there at the slot. The whole middle of the field is wide open, man. So you can do a lot more with that position out there at the slot, that sort of safety position where you've got Jalen Smith, you've got Max Williams, you've got those guys. You put Eric Gentry out there, I mean, that would be an interesting wrinkle, and you could play that against a lot of teams. There are going to be teams that are going to stretch you in the pass game where you don't want to have him against a slot receiver, a Washington State type of situation. But, I mean, against Cal, against UCLA, against Oregon, all those teams, I think you could put Eric Gentry out there.
The Gamers Guru asked, can you put Tackett at nickel? And before you jump in, I just want to say they are specifically bringing him in to play Mike.
Yeah,
that was the pitch. That was the thing that sold them on coming to USC. One of the big reasons was he was going to be the Mike of the future. So that's where you want him.
But could you? I mean, because I think nobody really saw Eric Gentry coming in and playing Mike linebacker. I think everybody thought, okay, Shane Lee is going to be your Mike linebacker. Eric Gentry would be your will. I don't know. I don't know about redirection and agility at that position for Tackett Curtis. Tackett Curtis is a little more of a north and south guy. He's very fast. He's very fast, and he closes really quickly. Cobb is a guy that's quick, but he's quick in the phone booth. Whereas, you see Tackett Curtis be able to play basically a single high safety, and he runs all the way up and has to shoot an angle to be able to play at the line of scrimmage. So, I mean, he's a good athlete. I just don't know if he'd be a little stiff to throw out there on a slot where you might have a tight end or you might have a big receiver. Whereas Eric Gentry, shockingly enough, with that frame that he has, it seems impossible. It almost seems physically impossible to do the things that he does. I mean, he's so tough. He tackles guys the way you go, how's that guy's 200 pounds, 210 soaking wet, able to take that tackle? I think he would be a little better. He's certainly a harder guy to scheme against, I think, for an offense. Whereas having Tackett out there in no man's land, I don't know. I think I would keep him at Mike linebacker. I think I would move Cobb out there before I would actually put Tackett Curtis out there.
There you go. Gerard, we did get another dono. Can you guess who?
Can I guess who? Gaucho.
Who's been dropping bags all?
Oh, it's
Moneybags Manford.
Manford is.
He dropped 20.
Yeah,
he saw
he's locked in on that name.
You baited him. He was like, could Mitchell be Moneybags? And he's like, Moneybags Manford is still here.
No.
Fight on. He's like, hold my drink. I'm gonna drop some more money. Manford, you're the GOAT right now. I don't know what to tell you. He's out here like Phil Knight. Okay, well, Mason Cobb, as we mentioned, amazing pickup, huge pickup, a much needed pickup to upgrade that linebacker position. Shane Lee might be the man out, as you said, because you have now another huge chess piece to play around with, the other incoming chess piece with Tackett Curtis, and then Eric Gentry, as we know, is super talented. But USC also got another big defensive back in Arizona cornerback Christian Roland Wallace. Now, Gerard, I don't know if you remember.
I do.
But I actually went to see Christian Roland Wallace play in a playoff game.
I do.
A William Knight High School. I think they played against some team in Buena Park, maybe. It was I don't remember where it was, but it was one of the most incredible playoff performances I've ever seen. Kind of a small public school, and when you have one guy that's just the guy, he does everything. He did everything. He was playing running back, wide receiver, linebacker, safety. He was doing everything. He had like 300 yards and like every touchdown in the game, and they lost on the last second. It was brutal. And, I remember trying to go up to talk to him after the game. And, this is why I hate covering a playoff game, because there's a guy you need to talk to, distraught. His high school career is over. And, he's very, very respectful. He's like, I don't really want to talk, but you can call me the next day. And I was able to get him on the line, and we talked about, because he was going on a USC visit that weekend. So, yeah, I remember that very clearly. Super nice kid, was committed to Arizona at that time. and USC offered him super late in the process. I believe that was Ronnie Bradford.
Yes.
A Ronnie Bradford offer.
That was not Dante. I think that was like 2018 class, correct? 2018 and the 2019. So,
committed to Coach Meat.
No, it might have been Greg Burns though.
I remember writing in the thing.
Was it Ronnie Bradford?
Bradford, but it might have been in a situation where
there was overlap.
There was a little bit of overlap. Don't really remember. Those guys kind of blend together for me a little bit. But USC offered him. He was committed to Arizona. Coach Meat over there, and he dream school for him for USC. But I think his relationship was just too tight.
Yeah, Coach Meat is a good recruiter. Yeah. He was at USC as a grad assistant for a while, and he's been around. He was at UCLA. He's the guy, to my knowledge, he's the guy that started up the fours up, fours down, whatever thing. Like they needed, USC had the fight on, and Oregon had the O.
Is that a true origin story?
I believe that was when Carl Durrell was there, and you had E. Scott there as a receivers coach, and Meat was there as a defensive backs coach. And they're like, we need some kind of gimmick. We need like some kind of hand signal thing for the class. And that's when they started fours up, fours down. I don't remember UCLA doing that before the Carl Durrell era. So I distinctly remember that becoming more of a thing with recruits than the actual team. And then the team, the recruits that became part of that team then took it on. But I might be wrong on that because, I don't cover UCLA recruiting. Blair Angulo, you were probably a student at that time. Let us know.
Let them know. We also have another donation from, I lost it. Mitchell dropped another 20.
We have a dueling donations.
We have a pissing contest with the wallets going on. I'm
Mitchell,
too competitive. Fight on.
Mitchell needs a nickname now.
Yeah, I gotta think of it. I off the top of my head, I don't. What are we thinking of?
I mean, what are you? Moneybags Madford. What about Moneyball Mitchell?
Moneyball?
I don't know. I like that movie.
Moneyball?
I don't like baseball. Shout out to Shotgun. But I like that movie, Moneyball. I thought that was a very interesting movie.
MasterCard?
MasterCard Mitchell?
No, because, Moneyball sounds a little bit too similar to Moneybags. I got to think of it. Mitchell, I'm going to give you a nickname by the end of the show. Again, that's not telling you to donate anymore. Thank you so much for all the donations that have come in with Moneybags, Manford, and Mitchell kind of just throwing money at us.
Thank you, guys.
I'm overwhelmed by that. But back to Christian Roland Wallace. I remember seeing him when he was there, and he immediately became an impact player for Wildcats. Started 8 games for them as a true freshman.
Yep.
Started all 5 games in the COVID year, and then proceeded to start the next 24 games over his last 2 seasons at Arizona. So a very experienced defensive back that USC is picking up. They are graduating Mekhi Blackman, who turned into their best cornerback by far. Played himself into the draft, as Gerard has said multiple times on this podcast. Done a really good job developing him. And Christian Roland Wallace comes right in, very experienced, and can instantly maybe start for this defense and compete for a role on this team.
Different player than Mekhi Blackman. And, he played safety a lot in high school as well. And the one thing that stood out was, even though he didn't have a big safety frame, in USC certainly in the past recruited, bigger safeties. Guys were like 6'2". He's like 6 foot, 195 pounds, plays very physical near the line of scrimmage. And when I started watching his film, it wasn't Mekhi Blackman that came to mind or that position. And certainly that's the position he's going to want to play, and that's the position he's going to compete for. But I started thinking about USC looking for that quasi-safety corner that they have been looking for this whole cycle at the high school level, all right? It started with Braxton Myers. He plays cornerback in high school, but is a guy that everybody thought he's going to play safety in college. Then we go to Warren Roberson out of Red Oak, Texas. He's a guy that, plays cornerback in high school, but has more of the body of a safety, 6 foot, 200 pounds. Another guy that, I think, like, you watch his film in high school, kind of similar to Christian Roland Wallace in terms of just doing everything. And then USC just, more recently started going after Tyler Scott. Tyler Scott's another guy, 6'2", 175 pounds, plays a lot of cornerback in high school, but looked at by most people, rated by 24/7 as a safety. And Christian Roland Wallace is kind of similar to those guys. So while we look at Mekhi Blackmon as the obvious choice to come in and play, he does have some of the earmarks of a guy that's a little more physical that you can actually slide over to that nickel and play that position. We forget USC's pretty young at the secondary position and corner specifically. I mean, you've got guys like Prophet Brown sitting there, Damani Jackson sitting there. Damani Jackson got some run during the season, and you still got Sierra Wright. And Sierra Wright is a guy that started for USC most of the season last season. You're bringing back Jacoby Covington. So they've got some guys at that position. They've got some talent at that position. So it's going to be interesting to see, does Roland Wallace just slide in there and it's like, okay, he's the guy that's going to compete for that Mekhi Blackmon position, or does he actually move around a little bit more, and is he playing a little more of a kind of a nickel corner position, which kind of does a little bit of both over the slot?
We have some more big money coming in, Gerard.
You guys, being here is enough of appreciation. Like, we really appreciate you guys just watching and being interested in the podcast.
We got $50 from Roland L.
Oh, my gosh.
Great to watch the Composite Two-Star crew. Chrissy T fully awake, and the Kingpin in Cardinal and Gold. Fight on. Thank you so much,
wow.
Roland. The highest donation.
Roland and Doe.
Roland and Doe.
Any relation to Christian Roland Wallace, who we are talking about right now.
That's a great segue. We also got another 20 from Moneybags Manford. Moneybags Manford still here, and people have thrown out some good nickname suggestions for Mitchell. Okay. We have LeBanc, because his last name is LeBlanc.
Yeah, that's good.
But I think the simple one is Money Mitchell.
Money Mitchell? Well,
Money Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, Moneyball Mitchell, Money Mitchell.
I like Money Mitchell. If Money Mitchell himself agrees with Money Mitchell, we'll go with Money Mitchell. But so again, but Manford though.
Manford's just in the chat what's the why am I blanking on his name? Oh my gosh, the MMA fighter, Irish.
The guy who walks like this.
Yeah, that's what he's in the chat. Why am I blanking in his name?
Someone help us.
Oh my gosh.
What is it? Someone help us. I know it's in here.
I watch him all the time. He doesn't fight anymore.
Someone help us.
Nate, he had those epic fights against Nate Diaz. He turned around and went into with Mayweather. It's Gregory. Why am I saying? Well, I want to say Gregory, but it's why am I blanking on his name?
The Irish guy.
Yeah.
Somebody please.
We're gonna have to Google it.
We're drowning. Oh my goodness, Gerard. Breaking news.
Uh-oh.
We just had a hold on. I have to find it. No, where'd it go? Hold on. No, where'd it go? Hold on. We have a $100.
Jeez. This is getting awkward now.
From Brad. Menudo Boys.
Menudo.
Let's go. You didn't like that nickname.
Menudo Boys. Well, no, because it harkened Menudo, that old, like before there was New Kids on the Block and Backstreet Boys, there was Menudo, the boy group. And it was just kind of, I don't know. Menudo Boys.
$100. You guys are insane. Brad, thank you so much. That was uncalled for, but greatly appreciated. Not to forget this one. We have I probably should have done this one before I did the $100 one.
Conor McGregor. God.
There it is.
I had to
You had it close.
I know. I just got Gregory in my mind for some reason.
Thank you for the $5 from Corey Best.
Madford McGregor.
What have you guys heard about Peyton Woodyard out of Bosco?
Oh,
Think he would be a great fit.
Chris, what do you hear?
Yeah, we were going to talk about him later in the show for 2024. Just a sidetrack off transfer portal real quick, because thank you for the $5 donation, Corey.
Thank you very much.
But I talked to Peyton today. You know, he took an unofficial visit to USC about 4 days ago. He's making a bunch of different trips because he's going to be committing on January 7th at the All-American Bowl. He's going to get the process done. He said it was a really great visit. It was kind of the last kind of pitch for them. Sat down with Lincoln Riley, Alex Grinch, what opportunities are at USC, where they could see him playing, free safety, strong safety, kind of a mix of both. And, we also went down to Florida, but I feel like Georgia is still kind of the one that has the momentum right now, but USC still right in there. I know it's the top 7, but I think USC is definitely in the top half of that.
I'll throw this at you. How much does it matter committing this early in the process?
Not much.
Yeah.
Not much.
For that kid who very gregarious, very articulate, great family, USC is going to continue to work him, I think that's going to be a tough one for Georgia to hold on to if USC continues their trajectory.
Money Mitchell dropped another 20. He says, I accept. Ha ha ha. So just I'm making more money on this stream than I make in
McGregor Manford. I'm sorry.
Look at us, all these people. Conor McGregor.
McGregor. Well, they're on delay. That's why. So.
They're on delay.
Yeah.
Connor, you casuals. That's fair.
That's fair.
That's fair.
That's absolutely fair.
Look, you got us. We call you guys filthy casuals sometimes. We are filthy casuals.
Yeah, with
MMA.
Yeah. There's this. I may be bald like Joe Rogan, but I don't. Yeah, I don't watch nearly as much.
Another 10 from Moneybags Manford. What are the Slancher Boys going to do with the donations?
Ask Brian for 10%.
Ryan's already committed in this chat where we are getting all the money, but
yeah.
We'll dinner is paid for. I don't even know what the total is at right now. If the chat hits $1,000 in donation, Chris must get a Menudo Boys tattoo. Oh my goodness. What are we at right now? Ryan, if you're in there, can you let us know how much we have? I just need to know how far off. We're probably at like $300. I don't know off the top of my head. Thank you so much to everyone.
Everybody, thank you very much.
I'm blown away. I saw the first like $10. Like, oh, that's fun.
That's awesome.
That's fun. Now it's like
I forgot that there was even donations. I watch Dr. Disrespect a bunch on YouTube, and sometimes
it's fun.
Tim the Tep Man.
It's fun.
Yeah.
It's fun seeing someone pop up like, "Hey, donation." It's great. Let's jump back into the.
We don't have
portal.
like a donation, like a little thing that comes up like they do.
No. We should though.
Yeah,
we should though.
We didn't think we were going to get a donation, so.
Yeah, I mean, we got one on the Peristyle, like it was like $7 or something.
Oh, Peristyle.
We're up to $370. That is insane.
Awesome.
That is insane. Thank you so much. Did we finish with Christian Roland
Yes.
Wallace? We did.
Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to there, going to the offensive side of the ball at a position USC didn't really need, and you talked about this when you broke down your target list. Wide receiver weren't really going to get one or play for one unless it was like a big time name.
Yep.
USC gets a big time name. Arizona wide receiver Dorian Singer, 6'1", 180 pounds, led the Pac-12 in receiving yards at 1,165, 6 touchdowns, 66 receptions. Absolutely torched USC when they played in Tucson. 7 receptions, 141, and 3 scores. Gerard, this was textbook what you said would happen if there was a big-time receiver. They were probably going to make a play for him. USC, another big weapon on that offense. The replacement for Jordan Addison for next season, and another one for Caleb Williams.
Yeah, replacement for Jordan Addison, I don't know if I would go that far. He's definitely, I think we could put him in that category. People ask, when you're trying to upgrade, what are the guys and what tiers, right? And you've got sort of that Eric Gentry, Jordan Addison, Caleb Williams, maybe Mario Williams is well in that tier. And I think, Dorian Singer is in that tier. He's a different type of receiver than Jordan Addison, though. So that's why I hesitate if you use him exactly the same, there's some wrinkles there. He's a guy that has an incredible range. His ability with his ball skills, he plays much bigger than he is. I think he's only listed at like 6'2". He plays like he's a 6'4", 6'5" guy. I mean, he makes countless plays like that. Now, he's not particularly fast. He's not as fast downfield as Jordan Addison, and I don't see him running maybe as many skinny posts. He is a guy that, however, if you watch Arizona last year, made a ton of those big plays. Like some of his biggest plays were when Jaden DeLora actually broke the pocket and it starts to become a street ball. And he's a guy that just has an instinct for finding the open position in the field, right? So the secondary is obviously, scrambling. Everybody's got their head on a swivel. He seems to get loose and shake loose a lot of times over the middle or down the sideline. So he's a guy that makes an incredible amount of plays over the top. Again, not necessarily the fastest guy, doesn't have a lot of yak yards either, so he's not a guy that's going to catch the ball and be like Mario Williams and make a bunch of plays. You're not going to see him very much, I think, in the bubble screen game. That will be where you're going to have to use him differently than you use Jordan Addison or Mario Williams, because I don't think he's a guy that's going to make a quick move, be able to break a tackle, and get upfield. He's a guy that's definitely going to get the majority of his yards off of his route. He's going to catch the ball. He's going to be big in the red zone for USC. So a different kind of weapon. Great catch radius, but not necessarily swift, fast downfield type of guy. So, you're going to have to play your other receivers off of him. And that's interesting when we talk about like Gary Bryant. And Gary Bryant is not in the transfer portal, but says that he planned on transferring. And I spoke to some sources close to him. He's going to stick around. He's going to be there for next spring. We'll see if he plays spring ball. He says, I think publicly, he said he wants to play in spring ball and kind of see how it goes. I got some feeling like that wasn't like 100%, right now. It wasn't like, for sure he was going to do that. So we'll see what happens. But, Gary Bryant is still a guy that I think a lot of. I think that he's an explosive player. He is more of a downfield threat than really USC has at most of these positions. You do bring in Zach Branch, and you do bring in Mekhi Lemon, and both those guys have the speed to get downfield. Certainly Zach Branch. But I think where maybe you lose some of that screen game with Jordan Addison moving on, you gain that with Mekhi Lemon, and gosh, you gain that with Zach Branch. Like Zach Branch, tunnel screens all day to that guy. I mean, he's going to get skinny, and then he's going to make moves and get in the open field. So it's not like USC's not going to have that ability to get those yak yards on the roster. They're still going to have that, and they're going to have that maybe even from an upgrade standpoint, bringing in those two freshmen. Dorian Singer, he is a different type of receiver. He's a little different than they had, maybe a little more like a Kyle Ford type of guy, not as big and physical and He-Man, Ford is just like a dude when you look at him physically. But Singer plays like that. That's the thing about Singer is, he plays a little like Drake London, even though he's not 6'5", 225 pounds.
Definitely. And he's a dog. He was a walk-on at Arizona and worked his way up to being the leading receiving yardage person. I can't talk right now because we got some more donations to read off.
Receiving yardage person.
Receiving yardage person. We have a $2 donation from Caesar. I'm poor, don't laugh. I'm not going to laugh at you, Caesar.
Thank you, Caesar.
We appreciate it from the $2 donation to a
$2 for two stars.
$2 for 2 stars. That's it. That fits perfectly. And I also have a $5 donation from Guy. What's his name on the thing? Guy.
Hey, that's Dr. Disrespect's real name, Guy.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. A little factoid. Let's address the lines, as every year we are lacking compared to other major programs. And I'm not sure if this is a reference to transfer portal, but they have addressed somewhat, getting Keon Bars out of the transfer portal. They're still trying to get some offensive linemen, which I feel like we're going to talk about Dylan Wade at some point here in this show. And then they also just made a new offer to Washington State, starter at left tackle and left guard. Gerard, I don't have the name off the top of my head.
Jarrett Kingston, 6'5", 300 pounds, played left tackle and left guard, 3-year starter for Washington State.
And they just offered him today, so still working the portal. I think I have a 99-cent donation from Bless 'em Breaks. Doesn't have a message, just wanted to throw us a $1. So thank you very much. Is there any more? I don't want to miss. I have another one from Caesar. I think Zach Branch could start as a freshman. Gerard, what do you think?
Trying to think of, the dynamic there when you've got Raleek Brown and you've got guys ahead of him. I think he could start in a game because maybe somebody's banged up or what have you. I think for sure we could see that. There's going to be rotation at the receiver position. When we saw that this season, everybody said, oh my gosh, USC is so stacked. And all of a sudden, you don't have Mario Williams, you don't have Jordan Addison. It's like, whoa, okay, so who do they got? And then Michael Jackson steps up, Kyle Ford steps up. So there's going to be that part of the season where you're going to have to put those guys in. So certainly, I think Zach Branch is good enough to come in. Is he going to start day one? If that's the implication, I don't think so. I think he's going to get plenty of playing time. He and Mekhi will both get plenty of playing time, but I think
special teams
originally special teams for sure, and that's another area where Gary Bryant would be a great asset coming back. But certainly, I think that wrinkle of running those running back or those wide receivers, using those wide receivers as running backs, using them in the option game, in the screen game, and what have you. I think we've seen some of that this past season, but you could see a lot more of it with both those players, and certainly with Zach Branch. I mean, that could be very dynamic, very explosive.
Hold on. I just had Bless 'em Breaks did another donation of $2. I'm poor and am in Korea. What time is it in Korea? Fisk and Wade chances?
Wow. Fisk, thank you once again.
More
for
addressing
donation.
the line as a guy. alluded
Yeah,
to.
I know. Brandon Fisk is just, we have not gotten anything on him. Not really. Nothing, a lot of sort of like, okay, it's SC, it's Florida State, but Notre Dame is there as well. And Notre Dame was the first school that it got him on an official visit. Then he took that official visit to Florida State and went directly from Tallahassee to USC and had a truncated trip. So he wasn't in Los Angeles on his official visit, quote unquote, for the full 48 hours. But I think he stayed all the way till Monday. And this was sort of like with Mason Cobb as well. He didn't get back home until, was it Tuesday night? I can't even remember if it was like Monday night or Tuesday night, but they all kind of could stay in LA, but they have to be on their own dime. It's one of those things where you can't stay on campus and do all those kind of things. You have to leave. You can't technically be hosted for more than 48 hours. And the period where you have the dead period comes up, and then that was really kind of the bigger issue there coming Monday morning, Sunday night. So nevertheless, it was a truncated visit for Fisk. We have not heard a whole lot. Florida State guys have been on it. They have a little bit of a relationship with the family, and they've gotten some good information. And they've seemed to be able to know what's going on a little better, which gives me the vibe like maybe he's leaning towards Florida State. But I just haven't got anything on my side that's really yay or nay on Fisk. With Wade,
Interesting.
yeah, we don't really know either way. With Wade, though, originally there was like a lot of feeling like Auburn, I think over the weekend because they got the last visit. There was some trepidation there, like, but the fact that he's waiting and that he said he was going to wait, but I think Tuesday there was some chatter like he might pop anyways. And so that we've gotten past that Tuesday and he may actually wait the week out. I think it looks better and better for USC. That's the vibes I'm getting more on this side of the country. Another guy that we're going to try to reach out to. Transfers are a completely different animal when it comes to covering recruiting than high school kids. You don't get to build a relationship with them. I don't know Dylan Wade from a hole in the ground. He looks like a great kid and everything. But during the recruiting process, USC was nowhere to be found. They didn't recruit him. I don't know how hard Oklahoma recruited him out of high school, but these are a lot of kids that you just don't know, and then they become men, and they're dealing with media in a completely different way than when they're a high school kid, and it's like, oh my gosh, I'm trying to get scholarship offers, I'm just trying to get exposure. These guys aren't trying to get exposure, and they really just want to get the recruiting process done as quickly as possible. And so, even when I talked to Mason Cobb, he's like, oh man, I'm just so happy to be done with this and to be moving on, and I just wanted to get it done quickly. And I think that's the sentiment of a lot of the top guys. They don't want to go through the recruiting process really the second time again. They want to get it done quickly, and they want to get out of it different things than the high school kids do. And so getting them on the phone when you just don't know them, like I said, from a hole in the ground, it's like, they're just not going to pick up. They're just not interested. They don't see they're getting anything really out of it necessarily. I was really grateful for Mason Cobb just to share a little bit about why he likes USC and what drew him to USC. And I think on the flip side, USC gets something out of that because Mason Cobb had some really good things to say about the chemistry and the culture that's being built on the roster for USC. He talked about the players and the coaches and the relationships and the bonds that they had, and watching that and being a part of that just for that short period of time. He said it was beautiful. It was like something he's never really experienced before in a locker room. So that was the main thing that he came away from his visit. That was the highlight of his visit. And that ultimately is why he decided he wanted to become Trojan.
And Wade also, a little bit cheeky,
Yeah.
tweeted out a fight on emoji. And
Just one fight. He almost, it's like, hey, I'm going to be Lincoln Riley for a day.
we were waiting for the eagle. We were waiting for
exactly.
for eagle, but no. As far as I know, there has been no eagle. The eagle has not landed on his social media, so just decided to tweet out a fight on.
He's got like nice edits on his IG. He's, that you would think there would be a little more going on there. I don't think that's a commitment.
No, I don't think that's a commitment. I think he was just, I don't know, feeling USC, want to throw out a fight on. Yeah. I don't know,
but a good conversation with
I would say it's a good sign, and I would expect that commitment to get wrapped up in the next couple days, couple weeks. He said he wanted to wrap that up within the course of a week, and I believe that was like 3 days ago. So we're looking on that to come to a close. And
I don't know, that one. Ooh, that one has a feel of maybe a Christmas commitment. I don't know.
Feels kind of Christmassy.
We might be working Christmas, Chris.
Might be working. I mean, I'm working all the time, Gerard. But that would be a huge one. Like, if you could only get one, who would you take?
Between
Wade or Fisk?
Oh,
Put you on the spot.
oh man, that is a tough one. I don't have like a clear answer. I haven't really watched enough of Wade on film. He started all his games at left tackle for Tulsa. I've seen Fisk play, and I like that Fisk, 6'4", 300 pounds, he plays outside and inside. So he does a little bit of Thule. He doesn't do the, zero blitz, I'm off in coverage 15 yards downfield, but he does move inside, outside. I kind of feel like maybe Fisk, because I think there's potentially some good offensive linemen that are going to end up in the porthole down the line, and you kind of got to get your defensive front seven players when you can get them. Like, guy comes to be available, you got to get out there, you got to get him for a visit, you got to get your in-home visit, you got to scramble and get those guys when they're out there. You can't wait and say, well, in January after the bowl games, or maybe the second wave here, the second window in May, there'll be a guy available. You kind of have to get those guys ASAP. But it's close though, because I think Dylan Wade is a really good player. I just haven't seen enough of him as a left tackle. 6'4", 295 pounds. He's not necessarily like the classic 6'5", 6'6", 300-pound type of, franchise guy necessarily. He's built at least a little more like maybe Elijah Vera Tucker, but Elijah Vera Tucker was great for USC, having played guard and then moved out. So, but I do think offensive line, there's some good offensive linemen out there. Mm-hmm. USC has not offered as many offensive linemen as I thought they would, because they're losing Andrew Voorhees, and those interior guys tend to be more available. There's usually some decent talent out there for interior offensive linemen. So, we'll see. And is the Jarrett Kingston offer, does that have something to do with Dylan Wade? I don't know.
I mean, they need more.
They do.
They need at least, at minimum, 2 guys that could start.
I think 2 to 4 for sure is what you're looking on the offensive line, and you'd like to get 4 guys. And if you could get 2 or 3 guys interior, you're not going to probably find 2 franchise guys that are tackles. But if you could get 2 guys, one guy that could play left tackle for sure, and one guy that could play right tackle, and they get 2 interior guys, I think that would be perfect.
Should we just kick it to some more defensive linemen, front 7 guys? Elijah Hughes did pick up a commitment. This is a guy that committed earlier in the week. Didn't wait until his signing day. But we can talk about him right now. 3-star edge rusher, defensive lineman, 6'2.5", 235 pounds or 45 pounds.
65 pounds.
65 pounds. Sorry, all the weights get.
Well, you got him as an edge rusher, and he's really more of a 5 technique and the 3 technique.
Yeah, and he told me that he is going to start playing as an edge rusher, and that there is opportunity for him to play 3 technique when he gets on campus. That's something he talked with Sean Nua and Alex Winch about in his recruiting process. But Arlington, Virginia, DMV area, he is another lineman for this front that can play with. It was down to USC and Virginia Tech, and he was kind of similar to Marion Peterson. It's just kind of off the grid. Didn't do interviews.
Well, he basically told people he's going to be off the grid. Marion Peterson never said it. We just figured it out when he never returned any calls or messages.
Yes, at least Hughes was like, I don't do interviews until I'm committed.
Yeah.
So Marion couldn't even really find him. But Hughes, it's a good pickup. I got to see him. Haven't seen him playing in person, but I did get to see him when he was on campus during his official visit, and looked like a pretty good player. Some really thick trunk of a legs. I think this is a guy you obviously you need to put some weight on him. Not going to be early enrollee. Will be in a summer enrollee, but I think it's a good pickup for a defensive line or a class that needed some defensive linemen. Pair him with Sam Green, different players, but I think they help in a lot of ways, especially with depth.
Yeah, and I think, certainly if there's a common attribute with all the defensive linemen that USC has committed, whether it be transfers in like Keon Bars or the guys that they're getting out of high school, it's quickness. It's quickness. Like, that is the common theme with every one of these guys. They get off the ball extremely quick. Now, the question comes, are you getting guys that are quick and maybe a little undersized at the sacrifice of, a 300-pound guy, right? So, Keon Bars is 310, but 265. I think Sam Green goes about 260. Smaller guys, right? And I hate to even utter the phrase, because I know that sometimes the pumpers get a little upset when we start talking about small ball, which was something that was coined with Oklahoma fans when Alex Grinch was at Oklahoma. And, the first thing is like, well, where does Alex Grinch ever say that? When did Alex Grinch ever say that he wants smaller guys that are faster instead of big guys? Well, he's never said it. It's more of looking at the recruits that Oklahoma had when Grinch was a defensive coordinator, and you look at the defensive linemen that they recruited a lot of edge guys. They recruited a lot of defensive ends, and then try to get those guys to play defensive line, which you can if those guys can put on the weight, and you can get some 200, like at least 85-pound defensive linemen that are playing 3 technique or playing over the center as a 1 shade, a 0 shade, whatever you're lining them up as. You do have to have some big bodies. And we only say that because that has been the precedent set by Alabama, Clemson, Georgia, Ohio State. They have multiple 300-pound bodies on their defensive line. So you're going to play those teams, and you even in the Pac-12, where you go to go play Utah, you're going to play those teams that are just going to mic block you, right? They're just going to G-scheme, and they're going to come straight at you. And when you have these smaller guys that are, 270 pounds, 275 pounds, sometimes you just get manhandled, and you just get grinded. And we've seen that from the Oklahoma teams in the playoffs. They just could not handle those big bodies. So people don't want to see that mistake made, if it's a perceived mistake, with USC. And it is sort of, a little bit of a pattern that we're seeing where, they got some guys, but they've been smaller guys. Now they're extremely quick. We got to see how they build up within the system, because again, I think if we're going by what has been successful at the highest levels of college football, you got to have some big guys there. So we'll see if that comes through the porthole or not. But, I like Elijah Hughes. I don't see him as an edge rusher. I think he's got to play inside. Very quick. I think you want to put 280 pounds on him, 275 pounds or so. He kind of, can kind of play against that Nick Figueroa position where you're playing more as a 5 technique and whatnot. Nick did stand up a bit, and so he technically was a pass rusher, but I think USC looked at him as a down lineman. I mean, there's the guys that are actually over there with Roy Manning and the guys that are kind of more quasi linebackers. And, Jamil Mohammed, who someone USC just got committed from Georgia State, who's 6'2", 245 pounds. When you watch him play, you see a guy that's got a little more linebacker in him than defensive lineman. He's standing up on the edge, and being a Florida quarterback in high school, you see the awareness. We talked about that with Braylon Shelby, but you see the awareness of a guy that understands his relationship with the ball carrier on the edge, and that's very important to be an edge player. You see a lot of guys kind of take themselves out of plays. I mean, we've seen a little bit of that with Corey Foreman. I think Corey's getting better at that, where he's not trying to make these pass rush moves or trying to make these moves against the blocker and taking him out completely of the play. One guy that USC was after who didn't officially visit last week, and he was originally scheduled to officially visit last week, and was Josiah Stewart from Coastal Carolina. Same kind of build to some extent as Jamil Mohammed. He's a 6'2", 235-pound stand-up rush end. He played mostly stand-up rush end. He played more with his hand on the ground his freshman year, but sophomore year, he played as a sort of bandit position, which is, basically like a stand-up rush end. And I saw a lot of film on him where he just kind of buries his head in the chest of the offensive tackle and not have an awareness to where the ball carrier was, and sort of take himself out of plays. Where I watched Jamil Mohammed, I see a guy that, because he played quarterback in high school, I think he understands not only just with the run game, but when the pass game becomes a run game with a mobile quarterback, and understanding the relationship you have to have in containment and making good plays in that regard, and using those blockers sometimes to jam up the running lane, and using those guys to be able to negotiate around and still make that tackle in the offensive backfield. So I think with guys like that, you want to have that awareness, you want to have that athleticism. I think with a guy like Elijah, he's just super quick into the hole. I mean, he is a guy that you want a one-gap defender. He's just going to shoot that A gap or that B gap, and he's going to be in the offensive backfield and be very disruptive. And I really like his film. I mean, it's really good. I don't know competition level-wise, if we're just seeing him play against some guys that, are just not very good football players. It is, I think, 6A Virginia. But he dominates. I mean, I think he had 24.5 sacks as a junior. So, I mean, he absolutely dominates the way you want to see on film of a high school player. I think he's actually an exciting get, but he is a guy that you're going to have to put weight on to play against Utah, to play against Notre Dame, to play against some of these bigger teams that are just going to maul you up front with 310-pound offensive linemen.
You can't see the chat, but I just want to let you know everyone is very excited about smaller defensive linemen.
Oh, jeez.
And we've talked about this on the podcast. If it's your first time listening to the podcast, Gerard has hammered on the philosophy of having quicker, smaller defensive linemen in Alex Grinch's scheme. And what that might look like down the line, it's something that USC is going to have to change if they move forward.
We don't know if that's what they want to do. And again, it's are you really sacrificing? You've got Dejan Lafitte, who's, a good 6'3", 285 pounds. I mean, he'll be 300 pounds for sure. So he's another guy that's very quick. He plays 5 technique as well as playing inside. He's going to play inside in college. But because he can play outside, you see the athleticism, you see the quickness. It's just a little bit of a showcase. But he's another guy that's super quick. But he's got 285 pounds on him. So he's not necessarily a guy that you would say, okay, that's small ball. Neither is Keon Bars, a guy like that. Neither is Braden Fisk. So we're looking at what happened at Oklahoma, and we see some of the players they had at Oklahoma. And, yes, they were definitely heavy on defensive ends and didn't recruit a lot of 300-pound guys. I think, they got some guys from JUCO here and there that were like 200, 300. But out of high school, it was mostly a lot of like 215-pound guys, 230-pound guys that were more edge rushers. And then maybe through the system, you're trying to bulk them up and to play them inside. And listen, I also have to say this. On the West Coast, you're going to have to do that. You're going to have to go out and get Christian Rector at 240 pounds and put weight on him to make him a 3 technique. That's just how it is. These guys on the West Coast are just not coming out of high school already grown-ass men at 310 pounds like you see in the South. It's a different deal. So you do have to have a good strength and conditioning system. You have a good nutrition system, and you have to have coaches that understand what you're recruiting and have that patience. So, again, on one hand, you see it sort of reinforced with Sam Green and Elijah Hughes to some extent being, smaller, quicker guys. And smaller, it's not really the weight. It's the length. It's the, are you 6'4", 6'5", or are you like 6'1"? Which, you made an interesting comment because you saw Elijah Hughes and Sam Green like back-to-back weekends, and you were standing next to them on the sidelines. You said something to the effect that Sam Green looked more like a fullback. I mean, he was built more like a big running back as opposed to Elijah Hughes, who had a little more length and he looked a little more like a defensive lineman.
Yeah, he yoked, as Ryan would have you believe, as I would say, but doesn't look like a defensive lineman that I'm used to seeing. Doesn't look like a Grant Bucky.
You're talking about Sam Green now.
Sam Green, yes.
Yeah.
And Elijah Hughes, a little more, just looked really athletic is what both of those guys look very athletic. They're not like big bellied defensive linemen, guys out of the South. They look like trim cut, muscular kind of dudes where they have more room to put on weight, but they just didn't look like any sort of traditional defensive lineman that you're used to seeing. With that, you're talking about like 6'5", 6'4", a little smaller, quicker, but physically very developed, and I just don't know what that's going to look like. I know. I'm excited to see what Sam Green, when he gets here in January, and what that's going to look like in the summer, or excuse me, the spring, when he's going up against these USC offensive linemen. Is he going to be making those plays that he was making, playing for a national schedule with St. Francis? Is he going to be able to do those things when he's going up against grown men? And that's going to be the key. Is can he contribute year one, or does he need another year to kind of put on some more weight to catch up to that speed that he has?
I tell you when you can worry. Worry if Keon Bars says at some point during spring ball, I'm dropping weight and I want to be 280 to get faster. Then you can start to say, there's a philosophy being reinforced here about being smaller and quicker as opposed to, being bigger and stronger and using your size. So,
someone in the comments wants you to know that the front 7 class is terrible and they're out on this team.
There you go.
Until Alex Grinch is gone.
There you go.
Okay.
All right.
That's
Fair
your choice.
enough.
That's your choice. I'll see you outside of the chat. Moving on. Well, we kind of talked about Washington State offensive lineman Jarrett Kingston, 6'5", 300-pound left tackle, left guard. I think a lot of people would love to have him on this team. Someone asked in the comments, Gerard, why do you think USC is being more picky with their offensive line offers?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, kind of talked about that. I think there's some quality guys. Ben Coleman ends up committing to Arizona State. I like Ben Coleman. I thought that was a pretty good player. Travion Brown did visit USC, the linebacker out of Washington State. And Travion and Ben are old high school teammates, and they're very close. And I'd originally been told that they were going to visit together, but we never heard about Ben Coleman actually visiting. So maybe that happened. And, Ben Coleman, offensive linemen in general are not necessarily the most chatty, social media divas. They're not out
Unless
there.
You're Zach Banner.
Like the other guys.
In terms of chatty.
Wow.
Not
What
diva,
a shot.
chatty.
What a
chatty.
shot.
You threw diva in there at the last second. Banner was
the ball was already rolling.
It was only rolling, and you threw out diva. I was like, oh no.
I remember, I told Zach Banner's mom, I said, you know what? Of all the kids I've ever spoken to in recruiting, and I've spoken to a lot of them, if I had to pick one guy that could potentially be president of the United States, it would be Zach Banner.
I think Zach Branch could also be president of the United States.
Zach Branch has got a little bit of that to him, too.
Maybe it's the Zachs. Maybe it's just your name being Zach.
Zach is just a name for the people. Hey, Zach Lohato, old staff writer at ours. Shout out to Zach Lohato. He's probably not watching, but, in case he is. Everybody, the old school Peristylers remember Zach. Zach was pre-Chris, even Keeley, I think.
From Troy Annenberg himself.
Oh.
Dropping that.
Wow.
We have over 700 people watching
Nice.
consistently. So
Consistently.
I'm just saying it's been consistent with that. I want to throw it a little bit more to the front. Let's talk about Trace Ford.
Okay.
Because this is a guy who took a visit with Mason Cobb. And I actually posted on the Peristyle a couple days ago a little nugget, just a little incentive. If you want to join the Peristyle, get information much earlier. But I dropped on there that USC was in a very good position after the visit, and he already tweeted that he is shutting down his commitment right after the visit. And I tweeted out everything seemed to be aligning, and I had a source tell me, USC is the favorite here, and I believe Mason Cobb committed that day. So yeah. I don't think they were gonna go back to back on commitments,
right?
In terms of stepping
probably
on each
not,
other.
Probably not.
But I haven't heard anything that tells me that USC is not the favorite after that. We've had a lot of people
getting
asking.
Nervous, Chris?
I'm always nervous, but I stick to what I wrote, and we've had a lot of people asking about Trace Ford in the chat. And what are your thoughts on him?
My thoughts are when he's healthy, he's a hell of a player.
He puts a theory, your theory to the test, or your philosophy with being productive versus injury.
I mean he's been productive, and he's also been injured, and so it's more of you got to really vet these guys that you bring in that are injured, because if they take medical red shirts and end up being medical retirements, that scholarship spot is on your roster until that player's eligibility is exhausted. Okay, that's the rule now with transfers. So you have to be very, very cautious with guys and their injuries. And he did play last year, but he wasn't nearly as effective last year as he was in that breakout. Really, it was, I think his 2020 season is where that was his best year, where he really was like causing havoc everywhere. So this is definitely more of a gamble for USC. This is definitely more of a we're hoping he can be his 2020 healthy self than what we've seen more recently. And, he's not the former I can't actually remember what he was rated out of high school. USC never recruited him. I don't know if he was a 3-star or 4-star.
3-star. I've seen it written as 4-star, but I looked up his recruiting profile. It said 3-star.
Yeah, so maybe he was a 4-star for just 24/7 or for somebody specifically, but composite-wise was a 3-star. It's more of the former 5-star that in 2 years has 7 tackles and 1.5 for losses and has 2 knee injuries, and it's like, okay, Yeah, he was a 5-star in high school, but what did he do in college? He did nothing in college. He wasn't productive at all in college. Trace Ford has done something in college. He just has not been consistent. He has not done things recently, and I think that's why it's more of a gamble, because you really want production out of that spot. I mean, you're going to potentially have to replace Solomon Byrd. We know you're going to have to replace Nick Figueroa. Nick Figueroa was like low-key really good for USC. I mean, I don't think he got enough run consistently. I mean, consistently here is the word we keep on using, but he was a guy that showed a lot of flashes, and it was like, okay, keep him in there, let Nick get a little bit to eat here. And they want to rotate. And I think just, the past couple years with the defensive line in general, there's been a lot of rotation. There's been a lot of movement. And generally you want to do that, especially if you're playing a bunch of passing teams that are like no huddle. You got to give your guys some breaks and what have you. But I think even just from a starting lineup standpoint, you've seen a lot of rotation for USC. And I think it took Alex Grinch a while to kind of figure out what he liked. I mean, Dejon Benton was like this big-time guy that they really were excited about, and then he got hurt, and then all of a sudden you didn't really see him much during the season. So, yeah, there was a lot of changing of guys. Tyrone Talele came on a little late. He's probably an exception to the rule in terms of production beget production. He really didn't do a whole lot at K-State, wasn't a big-time guy in high school, but, contributed well for USC. However, USC's got to upgrade. They got to get better. They cannot have 270-pound guys on the interior of their defense. They're going to have some NFL guys here somewhere. They're going to have to get some 3 techniques that are 290 pounds that can go in there and dominate, and that will change the passing game of the opposing offense. It'll allow their secondary to do a lot if they have some decent pass rush. They had very inconsistent pass rush. They had games where they had great pass rush, and then they had games where it was really only Thule, and that was it. That would show a flash here and there in the game. That last game against Utah, USC didn't have a lot of pass rush, so they've got to get better up front. We all know that. We're going to be talking that in the ground, beating a dead horse to death.
We're at the 2-hour mark on this live podcast. How are you feeling?
Good.
He's feeling great. If you have been here for the
Should I ask how you're feeling?
I'm feeling fine. I don't have to worry about editing this after. It's just going straight raw. I don't have to do that. If you've been here for the full 2 hours, give yourself a hand. And can I get a hashtag 2-hour crew? If you've been here the full 2 hours, there was a lot of 1 hour.
This is the kind of stuff that Chris thinks about that I would literally never, like 2-hour crew. What?
I just want to keep the chat engaged. They've turned on one chat member who is they're just going at him right now. So I don't really have to do anything about that. They're attacking their own. They're policing themselves essentially, which I find fascinating. Do you want to get into your target list update, or do you want to take a quick 10-second break? Because we don't really get a break. I can just play this music.
A 10-second break.
That's all we get. We don't step away or anything. This is live.
What are we gonna do in 10 seconds?
I don't know. Stretch.
No, keep going.
Yeah,
man.
let's keep going. Okay, so the next thing is your target list: additions, subtractions, things you want to note about.
Now, are we talking to the 2023 target list? Are we talking about the 2024 target list? Are we going back in time and talking about the 2022 target list?
We're talking about the 2023 transfer portal target list.
Oh, that bad boy. Okay, okay. Well, good.
Which almost killed me the first day of the transfer portal, the first week of the transfer portal, where if you were there, if you remember, Gerard just broke down every position. We just talked.
Oh, yeah.
And it was just like, like.
Well, it was one of those things where you've got, 1,000 players in the first 2 days or something that enter the portal, and you're trying to figure out, who's USC going to go after. You hear things, but then there's so many guys entering, it's like beyond the point of, I just don't know how you put together a board that's cohesive and organized. I know it's already been talked about, but you have to have staff members now that are almost solely focused on evaluating potential transfers. You have to evaluate guys on other teams that you don't even play against to know a guy that may be a good player that you liked in high school, or somebody that caught your eye that for some reason you think might be a guy that ends up transferring out. So you are ready. You're ready from the standpoint of, we like that guy, we're going to offer that guy. And you're ready from the standpoint of, can you contact him? You got to make sure that you have some ability to contact. And you got to be careful, because you don't want to end up tampering or what have you. And that is obviously something that has been in the news lately. Matt Rule's tweet was something that was very popular on the Peristyle. What do you think of that, Chris Trevino? What do you think of that tweet? Matt Rule from Nebraska, which people are saying that has to do with Oregon stealing Baylor's quarterback commit. I don't think Matt Rule really gives a crap about Baylor these days. I think there's something else that went on that was more directly affecting Nebraska recruiting when it came to Miami and Oregon. You might want to give some background as to that tweet for people who don't know.
Are you referring to the one with the ghosts and the money bags?
Yes.
He's had a couple of random tweets that give me headaches because I don't know what they mean. But he's having a lot of fun right now on social media, being back in the college ranks. Let me just pull it up right here.
I didn't know him to be a big social media guy at Baylor.
Also, the same, or at Temple maybe.
Oh.
He was just posting. He got like 8 o'clock trending down, and then I'm trying to find it right here. But he had the.
Maybe his Twitter's been hacked.
Maybe his Twitter has been hacked. Maybe he's on the. Who's the Auburn coach? Who can't run his own. Hugh Freeze is banned from his Twitter.
Refund me.
I don't like this tweet deck because I can't pull up any. I don't know how to work this thing. I'm trying to pull up his thing.
Matt Rule, you got to search Matt Rule and then.
Yeah, I see what people have searched for. But anyway, it was like Moneybag Ghost Moneybag, and then it was like Train. Was it Train?
No, it was Duck Moneybag Ghost, and then it was you Moneybag Ghost, I think.
Me personally? Like me personally?
Me personally.
Oh, you mean the you, like the you.
Yes, the
like
you.
Got love for Coach.
I didn't realize you weren't looking at me when I did that.
We were doing a who's on first situation.
You
like
isn't the you. Yeah, he was doing the hand sign. The you. Yeah. Sorry.
So he's trolling.
I mean, it's trolling, but I don't.
I love a good troll. You know that.
It's interesting. I mean, coming from Nebraska, where they're not in on a lot of guys where there's overlap there necessarily. I mean, they've got maybe a couple players there, and somebody knocked on the door, but I just to come out of nowhere with that, and to put that out there was interesting. And again, not a guy that I would expect it from.
For sure, yeah. Didn't expect him to be like a troll on social media. Gerard, we got another donation from Money Mitchell. He's back with a vengeance. 2-hour crew. See?
2 hour, yep.
See?
There you go.
See? I'm a marketing wizard. Off topic, but Gerard, is Dante Williams getting an extension? I thought he was on a 1-year deal.
That is
question.
true.
Good question.
Is he getting an extension? He took an interview with UNLV for the head coaching job, and so
didn't get it, obviously.
Yeah, didn't get it, obviously. I'm sure he'll be looking around a little bit. I think he wants to be a head coach for sure. I would think he will. It's interesting question and not something that I've actually asked about or even thought about necessarily. But that's actually something that we're gonna have to kind of ask around about a little bit. Try to get a little bit of a vibe as to, is there another school that might try to make a play for him? We know that when Lincoln Riley came along, Oregon made a play for him. And I was told by a pretty good source that Oregon actually offered him more money, and he decided to stay at USC. So I think family-wise, there was a lot of things that brought him to USC. It wasn't just the money bags. I mean, he's getting paid really well. I think he's like an $850 sort of level guy, which, you have those few assistants that are $1 million assistants. And then you got a guy like that that's, like $850, almost $900,000 a year. But nevertheless, I think there are a lot of reasons why he came to USC and probably reasons why he would want to stay at USC. So, I would think so, but you never know if there's an opportunity out there, maybe at a little, smaller mid-major or what have you, and you feel like you can make a splash and, they're looking just for a guy who's just a dog recruiter. There might be a head coaching position that pops up. I never say never with these things. I learned my lesson when Cliff Kingsbury was 7-5 and got fired by Texas Tech and ended up the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals.
We have another donation from Money Manford. He saw Moneybags Manford, excuse me. Money Mitchell dropped in, so Moneybags Manford had to get back in. Another $10 donation. Will there be a meet and greet in Texas for the bowl game? With the amount of money you guys have dropped for this podcast, yeah. We'll
that's
figure
probably
it out.
what it'll go towards, right?
Yeah, it'll be for the drinks for all that. So Ryan, somewhere in this chat,
Ryan is all about that.
all about it. I won't dress up as a Macho Man, Randy Savage for this one.
Crop, brother.
I will not do that. But if enough people are interested, maybe they don't want to after the last meetup.
What was the last meetup?
In Vegas.
Okay.
And everyone was very confident about the results.
Oh, jeez.
It was.
They were on the Peristyle as well, but that tends to be par for the course, right?
Look, Caleb Williams got hurt. I don't know what to tell you. That game's probably a little bit different if he didn't pull the hammy, but
yeah, it's different. I don't know if the result is different.
I mean, we can debate that all to the cows come home.
But we are still on the target list additions.
Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't even really jump into the target list.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's a few interesting additions, and like we talked about with offensive line, I think that's where I think there's some quality players there. Stanford offensive tackle starting left tackle. Walter Rouse is in the transfer portal. So he's a guy that, Stanford's basically seems like their whole team outside of David Bailey. Everybody's just waiting for David Bailey to jump in to the portal, and he's the one guy that isn't in the portal, but everybody else is in the portal. Virginia offensive tackle Logan Taylor, who is, I think, from Nova Scotia, and he was a guy that actually ended up taking over for Bobby Haskins because Bobby Haskins obviously was a grad transfer and transferred to USC. So he got a bunch of stars. Now he's leaving Virginia. So Virginia's kind of in a real bad way in terms of, their offensive line. But maybe there's a pipeline there for USC, like with Virginia offensive linemen. And Kentucky, Kenyatta Goodwin, who was a 5-star, 4 to 5 star.
He entered the portal?
He entered the portal, yeah.
I missed that one.
Originally from Louisville. He's at Kentucky right now. Entered the portal. He's something like, 6'6", 350 pounds. One of those guys that now, hasn't had a lot of production at Kentucky, only played in some of their real mop-up, blowout type games. But, I mean, you're just looking at the raw ability and package, and he doesn't have any real injuries that we know of. So I wouldn't throw him into like the sort of Ishmael Sopsher category of, okay, stay away from him just because he's from an SEC school and he's a former 5-star. You don't just get him based on his high school tape. This is a guy where he's a freshman. So you can look at his high school tape and say, yeah, he was really good. And I think Josh Henson, the offensive line coach and offensive coordinator for USC, recruited him while he was at Texas A&M. So that's an interesting one to watch. That's one of those sort of guys that's potentially sort of franchise left tackle. And I think offensive line is where there's guys that keep popping up where you're like, man, this guy's, he started all his games last year. He has a bunch of snaps. He's been very productive and for some good offenses. So, that's kind of jumped up. One guy that you mentioned to me today that I didn't see, I think when I was driving over here, he popped up in the portal, was Eric Gilbert, who's back in the portal. So I don't know how that's going to roll because, he's going to have to get a waiver of some sort to be able to play this year.
Can you explain who that is for people that don't?
Yeah, go ahead.
He's the former 5-star tight end that originally committed to LSU, then went to the portal, then I believe almost went to Florida, but then ended up at Georgia, which, as we know, has been hot when it comes to recruiting tight ends and using tight ends. Brock Bowers, top tight end in the nation, and Gilbert wasn't really a factor this season and has decided to look elsewhere. And as you mentioned, his second time in the portal, so he's already used his one-time free transfer. Yeah,
so, I mean, usually to get a waiver, it has to be something with getting closer to home. So, I don't know, maybe he's going to Georgia Tech. I don't know if USC would be involved in here. But nevertheless, an interesting name as a former 5-star recruit, but has no production behind him. So you got to wonder about that. That's a little bit of a red flag in my opinion. But you had a bunch of other guys just commit elsewhere, so a little house cleaning here. Kyrie Jackson, the 6'3", 185-pound cornerback that is from Alabama, a guy that started in the national championship game for Alabama but didn't really play a whole lot last year. He ended up transferring to Oregon, which we thought. Justin Flo, the former 5-star linebacker from Upland, who
favorite of the people.
Everybody, wanted to see transfer immediately, but another former 5-star with
textbook what you don't want.
Not a lot of production, but a lot of injuries, and he's going to Arizona. So, a big name for Arizona, but a guy that I think a lot of Trojan fans are sort of skeptical of, and I think rightfully so. I don't think that's necessarily a guy you really want to go after at this point in time. Trevino Brown, we talked about he and Ben Coleman going to Arizona State. Josiah Stewart, who we talked about earlier, comparing him with Jamil Mohammed, who USC got as a commitment. Josiah Stewart canceled his visit to USC, ended up committing to Michigan, which wasn't really a surprise. Another defensive lineman that USC did offer in the portal was Anthony Goodlow out of Tulsa. He's Dylan Wade's teammate. He ends up committing to Oklahoma State. He never visited USC, but he did have a scholarship offer from USC. So that's sort of the house cleaning of guys who have committed elsewhere. Travis Hunter, the former Jackson State, former 5-star that everybody thought was going to Florida State and picked Jackson State. He is in the porthole as expected because Deion Sanders has now moved on to Colorado. Expect him to move on to Colorado as well. I don't think he's really going to entertain a whole lot of interest from other schools, but if he does, Georgia is definitely going to make a big play for him. They're going to say, hey, we can do some great NIL things for you. And there's potential that he gives USC a look just from a standpoint of marketing and brand. And USC's done a good job from that standpoint. I mean, obviously it's Los Angeles, and there's a lot of opportunities in terms of entertainment and what have you. And a lot of these kids want to have that. And by the way, you also want to have some connections at a place you want to live after you're done with football. And so Los Angeles and Southern California is obviously one of those places.
Obviously one of those places. Someone asked about Jordan Anderson, the D tackle from West Virginia.
Jordan Jefferson.
Yeah,
sorry, 6'3", 310 pounds, a big defensive tackle, a nose tackle. Actually, one of the guys on the transfer portal target list that's actually played a lot of nose, and that's not necessarily a position that USC uses because they're not in a traditional 3-4. But he would be a big space eater, and he's a guy that it appears has some communication with USC. So we'll see if they make a move there. But that would be an interesting move just because from the standpoint of being more of a space eater, that type of player, that type of defensive lineman. And he had a really good year last year. So, I mean, he was pretty productive last year. So that we're going to have to see, how that goes. No scholarship offer that we know of right now.
Travis Hunter committed to Colorado.
Shocking.
Shocking.
Look at here's the thumbnail.
He said once he got 100,000 subscribers on his YouTube that he would commit.
Guess what? You're probably going to lose 90,000 tomorrow.
But everyone knew. Let's not. But we missed that. Did that happen probably within the course of the 2 hours we've been on here?
At some point today when we were doing more important things like covering guys that are actually looking at USC.
Damn. Oh, I'm having an issue here.
Shut down the podcast.
Nope.
But 2 hours it was.
We're still live. We're still live. I guess that's it with the transfer edition. Yeah. Someone keeps asking about Dylan Wade. We talked about him maybe 3 hours ago. If you just but we talked about, we had the emoji out there, took a visit down to Auburn and USC. We expect that to be in a couple days to have that out there, maybe a Christmas commitment. That's what it feels like. But I mean, based on his little emoji, I think you feel okay about it. But I would just remind you to have some cautious optimism with that one. But that would be a big one. Number 2 tackle in the portal. And USC does need some tackle help, certainly. Now, Gerard, I think it's time we moved on to what's left for 2023. And we could have done this to start, but you made the great point of, the portal is a part of that, and it kind of it informs what USC has left on their board for 2023.
It's happening now. The transfers and the portal guys are happening now. 2023, we got a dead period. And so, the portal will close January 18th, but that doesn't mean that guys won't stop transferring. They can transfer. It's just you have to be in the portal in order to transfer, right? But the high school players, they're going to be on a little bit of a break here, and we're not going to see them until we get into that second week of January, and then they're going to start taking some official visits again. And February might actually be, all you would need is one commit on signing day February for it to be bigger than early signing day for USC.
Damn.
But it could be interesting for USC.
Yeah, certainly is, and there's still some big fish out there. Let's just run through them real quick. Obviously, the 5-star Phoenix, Arizona tight end, Deuce Robinson. We got to get a little bit of a stock market watch on that. Folsom, 4-star tight end, Walker Lyons, the former Stanford commit. Washington, D.C., 5-star athlete, Nicholas Harbor. And 4-star cornerback out of Gardena, Sarah, Roderick Pleasant. We initially had Poly 4-star cornerback Dalen Austin on here, but he went ahead and signed with Oregon today.
No, he didn't. Did he sign?
Yep. Signed with Oregon.
Well, the article that Greg wrote, Greg Biggins, said he was not going to sign today.
I saw a tweet from
Oregon?
Some of my buddies at the 562.org, Dalen Austin signing with Oregon.
Yeah, but I think he just commit. I don't think he was supposed to sign today. So we can follow up on that, but I think he just commit today and wasn't ready to sign yet, which is actually not a surprise. And we think he'll probably be back on campus at USC if he didn't sign. If he signed, then it's done. It's a done deal. So,
well, he's on this list until we get that final confirmation. I will look that up. But some big fish still out there, Gerard, and I think we should start with Deuce Robinson. You know, Blair Angulo, I don't know if he's still here for the vibes or he's left because he knows we're about to talk about his crystal ball, but flipped his crystal ball to Georgia, which have picked up the momentum for the 5-star tight end, which not going to make a lot of people happy.
No, and there's so many of these recruiting stories that don't make sense. You know, Josh Connerly, to some extent, Mateo Ngulele, maybe not as much, but where you're looking at what these players say they want in a school publicly, and you sort of have that checklist, and you're like, okay, you're comparing schools yourself with what they're saying, and you're like, okay, well, he's going to USC then, right? Because, I mean, you know, music major and blah, 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 and everything, and you're like, yeah, that's USC, that's USC.
Don't look at it logically.
That's not Oregon. But with Deuce Robinson, logically, just because, you know, Georgia has showcased the tight end position a lot with Brock Bowers, Darrell Washington as well. They've had a lot more success. And there's a lot of teams that have utilized the tight end more than USC has this year. USC is recruiting him as, listen, this is the piece of the puzzle we don't have. We don't have a guy like you. And I've always said it's easier to recruit the blueprint than it is to recruit this is what we're missing in our offense. You'll be our guy. To some extent, you know, maybe he has some big receiver vibes. I look at him and I do not compare him, having seen him play in person, with Drake London that way. I think he is a traditional tight end. He's 6'6". He's like 250 pounds. He's a big dude. He's a very big dude. Now he plays some wildcat quarterback. He plays like more of a regular wide receiver position for Pinnacle. He is teammates with Elijah Page, and Elijah Page has been working on him, but I think it's just at the end of the day. Baseball, okay, which is a little bit in limbo with USC right now. Like they're kind of trying to figure out what the direction of that program is going to be and how successful they can be, and they just haven't been as successful as they were traditionally. And then also the tight end position. Those two things line up very well for Georgia. Now, in terms of relationship with coaching staff, in terms of relationship with other recruits, close to home, academics, all that lines up for USC. And I still think USC is like very much in it. In fact, I would say the sources that I have spoken to more recently feel like they're going to get Deuce Robinson. And I didn't necessarily ever get that vibe. It's clearly with Mateo Ngulele. Now, there were some people that felt like, okay, you know, this is going better. USC was making up a lot of ground here in the past month or so. But I think with Deuce, there's just more confidence there. I think in USC circles, at least. So we're talking, you know, people on this side of the country. I'm sure if you go and you ask people that are in the South, they'll say, you know, Georgia's going to get them because they're national championships and they're great and it's the SEC football, blah, blah, blah. But I think, you know, on the offensive side of the ball, we've seen more success. So if we're looking in terms of pattern, in terms of what, you know, USC's been able to do, they've been able to close the deal on a lot of these offensive players. It's really on the defense side of the ball they've had more struggles. So I think with Deuce Robinson, I mean, I still think it's USC and Georgia. Some people think Texas is even snuck in there ahead of USC. I just don't think so. But again, USC just really hasn't utilized the tight end position. So if he did go to Georgia, you'd say, well, I mean, that kind of makes sense. Like, you know, national champions and, they throw the ball to the tight end a bunch. It makes more sense. So that's not necessarily one that you're scratching your head over in terms of the schools that he's looking at.
I got a $10 donation from How Hugs. It says pair character bowing down saying thank you, but then they followed it up with a kind of a question. Just donated to you all. Could you ever see Riley having the cojones to fire Grinch if our defense falters next year?
Yes, but I mean, we're looking in the future of that. I don't think that's going to happen. If you're saying next year, like January, no.
Yeah.
If you mean next season,
Next
if
season.
if the defense doesn't play well, yeah. I mean, I think 2 seasons and then have him in at Oklahoma. I don't know Lincoln Riley that well. I didn't really follow him that closely at Oklahoma. I think he's just in a different position than Clay Helton. He's built his staff differently. I think it's just totally different. I think it was a lot harder to fire a Stoops at Oklahoma when he got there and took over the job than it would be, to fire other coaches if he feels like that's the missing part of them being elite. If they're a good football program again, but you're not playing well in the big games, then if there's just an obvious sort of reason for that, I mean, you got to address it. You can't just gloss over it. It's just not going to work. And obviously, the Trojan fan base is very cued into it. There's a lot of boosters that are very cued into it. A lot of former players that are very cued into it. I mean, you go into Twitter and some of the former players are saying stuff, like I don't get that wild with it, right? I understand how hard coaching is, and they've got families, and I just try to keep my criticism as professional and as concise as possible. I don't like to, go in and it's not personal. It's just not personal. Alex Grinch is busting his ass to have the best defense that they could possibly field. And I think in a lot of, respects, they did more with less. I mean, especially when you talk about that defensive line. Now, you got to go recruit those guys. Like, now you have an opportunity to get better, to actually upgrade. And there's that word again, not replace. You don't replace guys on the defense that wasn't very good. You got to get better. So you have that opportunity. You do that. If you don't actually improve and we see some improvement, then, yeah, you have to make some judgment calls on that. And I think, $12 million man, there's a lot of pressure on Lincoln Riley. He's going to have to make those calls.
Got to make those calls as the head coach. I had a $10 donation from Alex.
Thank you,
Sani.
Alex.
Just saw a tweet that Travis Hunter committed to USC. I think that's a troll. I just checked, and everything is saying Colorado on my end, so not sure where that is coming from. And Gerard, just wanted to update Dalen Austin locked in LOI.
Really?
Letter of intent.
Wow.
LOI with Oregon.
I think he told Greg literally today that he wasn't ready to sign today. So, okay, that's off the board.
Off the board. And that's something I reported in the War Room months ago that Oregon was going to do. So I just want to pat myself on the back for that one.
Yeah, we knew he wasn't going to stay with LSU. I mean,
I knew that when he committed to LSU,
yeah,
that he wasn't going to. But, yeah, Dalen Austin off the board. So Roderick Pleasant is kind of your top high school cornerback that you're still going after. Someone asked, when is he going to commit? Track guys usually commit in February, so expect that one to go out into the normal signing period. I did have another question I just wanted to ask you, since we're kind of back on the 2023 class, from Oscar. What grade would you give this recruiting class? I know you don't love doing grades, but since I got
I mean, it's probably better to grade by position, but overall, yeah, like a B minus. I guess is kind of what I'm feeling. I kind of have to really look at it as a whole. I haven't had time to really
take it
all in. Sort of like, okay, this is the class. I mean, it's the class that's been the class here for the past few months, so it's not necessarily like there's all these new additions. But you're constantly looking at what is going to be added to the class, and you're trying to gauge how much those players make an impact and how much they improve the class. I think it's been floating around like a B minus B for a while. You just don't have right now those guys up front that are the difference makers, in my opinion. I think that's really, the interior defensive lineman and, maybe another offensive tackle that could really be a guy that would push early on for playing time. So I think that's where you're falling short. They don't have any real elite defensive backs either. But having said that, I really like Christian Pierce. I think he's underrated. I think he's a 4-star. They're still searching for another cornerback
Desperate for another one.
Safety. I mean, they offered J.C. Hart, which was I'm going to say this, and I know I'm going to get a lot of pushback from the pumpers here. They're going to be mad at this, but I'm going to say that was a little bit of a Clay Helton offer. I didn't like that offer. You're offering a guy from Auburn, Alabama, that's committed to Auburn like a few days before signing day. Like, I don't know what that offer was about. I think it was just in response to probably feeling like maybe Tyler Scott was slipping away, and you're trying to see if you can pick up somebody because, Scott's going to Auburn. Okay, maybe that, ruffles some feathers or what have you. But, yeah, I think they've been swinging hard at that. Like, again, it's that hybrid sort of cornerback safety position and going after guys. And I just don't know. I mean, that seems like you could just get a portal guy. Maybe they did with Roland Wallace, potentially. I see him being very similar to some of those players that they've been going after in high school. But obviously him coming in from Arizona, he's a guy that you expect to play right away. So, yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic. But, again, that position, the secondary in general, is pretty young. Safety and corner, they got a lot of young dudes there. I mean, Latrell McCutcheon is only a sophomore. Bullock is going to be a junior next year, but he's only a sophomore. Jalen Smith is only, I think, a sophomore. You've got redshirt freshmen there, Zamirian Gordon. I mean, you've got a bunch of guys there that are all pretty much underclassmen at that position. Mekhi Blackman was the only guy that was an upperclassman.
I got Gerard's grade for the class. Chad, if you want to put in your grade for the class so far, go ahead and do that. I'm seeing
Technically,
a lot of
it's incomplete.
Technically, it's incomplete. That's true, and it's tough to grade a class when we don't know what's going to happen 3 years from now with that class. We can go back and be like, yeah, this is A class. So I know somebody commented, like, how can you grade it now, these kids now? It's like, yeah, I understand that, but it's like human nature in recruiting. Like, you want to just give that grade out right away.
Yeah, you're grading based purely off of
what needs you needed to fill,
the rating statistic and the needs you need to fill. Yeah, you're looking at, okay, this guy's a 4-star, so he's going to come in. He's going to be like an all-conference level player, maybe like a third-team all-conference or honorable mention, but nevertheless a guy that contributes and starts for your program. Now, in reality, I mean, that 4-star guy might not end up playing at all. Yeah, that's something that we have to look at long-term scouting-wise. But you're just looking for the base value. It's like a preseason ranking, right? It's all just for the entertainment value of it to some extent. Because yeah, some of these guys. I'll give you a great example. Cade Eldridge, right? 6'4", 235 pounds, 3-star out of Washington. And a guy that's not looked at very highly by the services, that's a 3-star guy in a vacuum. But if you look at him in USC system and you see the fit, I see a guy that's a potential 4-star. Here's a guy at 6'4", 235 pounds, played small ball in Washington, but was playing running back. Like, he's a guy that legitimately was their tailback at that size. And it's like, okay, that's an athletic guy. And then you look at the system that USC has, and you look at the fit at H-back, that's a great fit. That's a guy that, that's perfect fit for him. So, I like him more now because he's going to USC. But if you put him, at Washington, or you have him go to Oregon or something, and he plays more of a traditional tight end spot, maybe I'm not as high on him. So, yeah, there's a lot of that you have to consider when you're grading as well. But right now, it's all just on paper, and it's all just very superficial sort of, hey, this guy's a 4-star, this guy's a 5-star. Again, at the top of the podcast, talked about Mateo Ungulale. And I can say this without it sounding like sour grapes because I've said it throughout the season. There's a lot of questions about the lack of production and the lack of how much does he really want to play football. And that's from a talent standpoint, and what does he do next year? It's not as important as the miss of the statement, you got one of the best players in Southern California. You're locking down Southern California as USC again. And we know that's like the first step. That's the first step to dominating again. It is really starting to lock things down. You have to. You can't be Clay Helton staff and say, oh, we missed on, half the best players in California. We'll just go find them in Texas. We'll go to East Texas, right? Well, every East Texas player that's a 3-star is really a 4-star in California. I've heard that before. I've heard coaches rationalize that stuff before. Like, you go to South Florida, you get a guy from South Florida who's a 3-star. He's really would be like a 4-star or 5-star in California. And I'm like, okay, Keyshawn Pye Young was not necessarily a 5-star a year. So, yeah, you have to lock down the local players and the local talent. But sometimes that's more of a statement than it actually is substance in production on the back end. You know, that player might end up not being as good as you thought he was going to be. I mean, look at what's happened with Corey Foreman. There's another example of a guy that, I mean, that was a huge statement for USC to get the number one player in the nation at that time and to get the number one player in California. They had been beaten, I think it was like 3 years in a row, by Oregon. You know, they gotten Kevon Thibodeau, they gotten Justin Flo. They were killing USC with local players, getting the best player out of California. You gotta stop that. So that was as much of a statement as anything. Just like it would be a statement if he transferred out, it would be like, oh man, you know, he was like he didn't develop at USC. Is that really true? No, but that's the perception. And sometimes perception is reality with these things, especially when you're trying to sell on future recruits. I mean, I had the weirdest thing was when, was it Dejan Lafitte, I think, that told me, yeah, you know, I met Corey Foreman at USC before the game. And, oh, man, I always looked up to him. Like, he's such an amazing player. And I was like, at Corona Centennial, like, he's viewing him when he was a recruit. And that was like how it was with Biggie Marshall. That's some of these guys that are just those big-time recruits. There's a lot of weight behind what they do at USC and the development, regardless of what the details really are in terms of whether that's fair or not to the coaching staff. It just is what it is, you know?
It is what it is. We had a question. What is our scholarship position now? Aren't we over the 85 limit? Yes, USC is over the 85 limit. I believe they're at 91 with Colin Mobley entering the portal. So
no. I thought they're like at 89, so if they lost one, they should be like at 90, no?
Someone on the Peristyle broke it down, and it came out to
Arizona
90.
Italian, I think, is the guy that's like straight up money when it comes to breaking down the numbers of the scholarship list.
Well, whatever the case, they are over, so they're going to need to trim that a bit, and they will have more portal entries at some point. There was another question here that I wanted to. Someone's asking about Jacoby Lang. We already talked about that, but he is still not signed. We're gonna have to wait on that one, but if he signed today, it was gonna be with USC, but didn't sign today. So we'll see if that's a flip. He's someone who's been flirting with some other programs, but USC,
ASU. It's USC and ASU.
Yeah. Is USC looking at Steele from Ball State? I do not believe so. I think Steve Wilfong early this morning reported that Steele is actually going to stay at Ball State. That is the move right now. So congrats to that coaching staff getting their top running back to stick around because he was a very productive. Productive. So big win for them. I can't find the other question. I still haven't mastered going over these, but if I see it again, I'll pull it up. But let's move it on. I think, we hit on those: Deuce Robinson, Walker Lyons, Nicholas Harbor, Roderick Pleasant. If I had to put those in order of USC's best chances, I'd probably go Roderick, Deuce, Walker, Harbor.
Yeah, I agree with you with that. Yeah, for sure.
I think that's the breakdown of that, and we'll have to see moving forward. And yeah, I know that Georgia crystal ball is discouraging, but still some time before that.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be bebopping around. He's got Under Armour.
Bebopping around.
He's going to be at Polynesian Bowl. Deuce is going to be around at a few places visiting-wise, so he might have a weekend there. Like, that's the one thing that we haven't seen from him, and I always say actions speak louder than words with recruiting. He hasn't been to USC unofficially a lot this season, He's had maybe some opportunities to come through. I think Elijah Page was at the Notre Dame game, and Deuce was not at the Notre Dame game. So that's, something that you kind of watch for a little bit. So I don't know in January he's going to have a whole lot of opportunities to be at USC, but obviously that would be huge. I mean, you could always take like a midweek visit. It's not like impossible. That's why, regional guys from Arizona, and USC's done a better job this cycle for sure recruiting them, but that's been like an area that USC's kind of dropped the ball a bit. There's been some dudes that have come out of Arizona, Bijan Robinson, Kylie Ringo, some guys that they didn't lock down and didn't really seem like they were a serious contender for some of those guys. Bijan, they were sort of. I mean, I think they ended up like fourth on his list, if you want to call that serious. But, like Ringo, it's like they didn't really recruit him. So, Yeah, they got to get better at that. Bay Area. There's just certain things where, you got to recruit locally. Again, you can't just rationalize, hey, we're going to go to Texas. We're going to go to this place, that place, because it's hard consistently to get guys from there. You want to cherry pick from those places. USC with Pete Carroll, they cherry picked New Jersey, because they had Tom McNair on the staff, and he had those connections in Jersey. They go to Florida here and there, but you don't want to make it like we got to go there to get guys that are that we need to replace other guys with. You want to just find a guy here and there that's a 5-star guy. Lane Kiffin used to always say the only time we want to go outside the state of California is for a first-round draft pick. Now, that wasn't necessarily how they did it, but that's a good motto to have in terms of we're going out of state. We're going out of state for a guy that we think is going to be at least a starter for us.
For sure. Oh, that was the question I found. It comes from Big T37. Do we have any shot at Jordan Hall or Desmond Ricks?
No.
I would say no.
No.
Jordan Hall never made it out for a trip. Desmond Ricks visited in the summer, reclassified. No on both of those guys, unfortunately. Especially Hall, because I know Hall was...
I think Hall signed, didn't he? Or is he just...
Hall might have signed.
Last time I saw him, he was at Georgia, and he looked like he was hanging out with Christian Miller and Mikael Williams, who USC had, silently had both committed. Had Mikael Williams committed publicly as well, and obviously, that didn't work out. Clay Helton gets fired, and that's why you don't necessarily want to have 5-star guys from the South committed that early in the process for you, man. It's tough. It's what was the old saying? I think it was Chris Wilson, the old defensive line coach, said that it's not always great being like the first one up the flagpole with everybody else looking up your skirt.
Dang. That's a quote. That's a quote right there.
Dang.
Before we move on to 2024, look ahead, we've had a couple questions about Tony Grimes, the Grimeser.
Yeah.
And we skipped over that part in our docket, but he was supposed to take an official visit last week. Canceled. So I believe Texas A&M is where he ended up. So does not look good for USC's chances there, even though Tony Grimes tweeted out that he was coming to USC for a visit, but never made it out. If you don't make it out, don't think you have a good shot.
Yeah. I mean, it was going to be probably a little later visit. It might have been like Fisk where he was truncating the visit, so you could always say, well, he wants to get the full 48 at USC, but I got the vibe like he was shutting it down for Texas A&M, so I'm kind of surprised he hasn't done so. So we'll see if, he's still an option out there, but don't think so.
Do not think so. Let's look to the future. I opened the wrong page once again, but we have here our little, it's our kind of our ending topic. Looking ahead to 2024, USC's 2024 class currently sits with 3 commitments because it's never too early to look ahead. Wide receiver Jason Robinson at Long Beach Poly, Oregon tight end Joey Olson, and athlete Aaron Butler. Technically the first commitment Lincoln Riley ever got at USC. So there's that. And then there's plenty of high-end talent for USC to go for. Gerard, where do you want to start with this? You want to talk about the commits?
We got to start with the big fellas, man, because that's
the big boys.
Kind of what's missing from this class to some extent. I like the offensive line class. Don't get me wrong. I think it's good. Offensive line class. It's definitely a step in the right direction for Lincoln Riley and Josh Henson because they've been so bad with their offensive line recruiting. So this is a good full class. You would have liked to seen Caleb Lamu or another guy, again, offensive tackle, trying to get that guy for the future, trying to get some franchise-type players there, especially when you've got a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback. You don't want to have him running around the way he had to run around in some of those games. But nevertheless, I've said this a million times. I'm just going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep pounding the table on it. Okay, USC probably could have run the ball more than they did this year. I felt like throughout the year, with a lot of my recruiting angle pieces, I'm like, USC is the best team nationally running the ball reluctantly. And I think that we saw, kind of towards the end of the year, especially in the Notre Dame game, like what they can do. I don't know what happened against Utah. Utah had a really good, I think, scheme. I think they really were blowing up those slow developing plays. And the GT counter is a little bit of a slow developing play. You're pulling your guard and your tackle. And what I saw a lot from Utah is they were just shooting the gaps. and sometimes just blowing up the guys that are trying to pull, like literally just knocking them off route. So they this goes back to the whole thing. They had seen USC once already during the season. This was the second time, and that defense sort of dialed it in. Now, I know there's people right now in the chat flipping out saying, dude, Caleb Williams was hurt. He had a sore hamstring. It was pulled. It was torn. He had one leg. That was the key difference. It's definitely a big difference because I've also been the person pounding the table on you've got to keep the backside of the defense honest by having a running quarterback, and Caleb Williams is not a running quarterback in that game. So it's going to be very interesting to see if he plays in the bowl game. If he doesn't play in the bowl game, how does Lincoln Riley scheme, and how does he set up the playbook and the plays and script with Miller Moss, who is not a running quarterback? That's going to change the running game a lot because the backside of the defense is probably not going to they're not going to stay honest on that backside. They're going to collapse on the backside of the run a lot because Miller Moss is just not going to be a threat to be able to gouge him for 30 yards, 40 yards, or what have you, or even 10 yards maybe. I mean, I think Miller has shown that he can get 3rd and 6. He could, if you're not going to play that sincerely and you're not going to play it straight up, and you're just going to collapse on that backside, he'll keep it. He can run for 6 yards, but he's not going to be a guy that's going to run down the field and make these sort of field flipping plays like Caleb Williams can do. And that sort of becomes a question a little bit with Malachi Nelson as well. Different quarterback. He is athletic enough to make some plays, but he's not necessarily a running quarterback. And when we get into 2024, and I'm now just completely shifting away from offensive line, which I wanted to talk about, but I will talk a little bit about quarterback and Elijah Brown. That's more of a pocket quarterback, right? So,
and since before you jump into that, I just want to say Money Mitchell donated $10 asking Dylan Raiola or Elijah Brown.
Yeah, interesting.
And I know we're going to talk about because Raiola did decommit.
And he did decommit. Decommitted from Ohio State, number 1 rated quarterback in the 2024 class.
Number 1 overall player, I think.
Like 6'2", 225, a big boy, but not really mobile. Not a guy that you would say is a dual threat quarterback necessarily. And I've been sort of critical of that move to go after guys that don't have that element to be able to run the ball. So, Elijah Brown does run the ball some. They do a little bit of that. He has some rushing touchdowns for modern day, but he's not a scrambling type of runner. He's not Caleb Williams. He's not Jalen Hurts. He's not Kyler Murray. And he's really not Baker Mayfield either. And people have said, Baker Mayfield wasn't really a running quarterback either. They didn't run in that Oklahoma offense Baker Mayfield like they run Caleb Williams or they ran Jalen Hurts. And I say, yes, that's true. But they now are at a point where we've seen what a running quarterback looks like and what the running game looks like when you have that threat to do that. At least Baker Mayfield was definitely a scrambling quarterback. I just think that's the formula. I don't know if you get away from that if you're Lincoln Riley. I think you want to stick with that. And with Dylan Raiola, I'm like, yeah, you know what? I don't know if I follow up with that one. I think that
interesting.
I still look at DJ Lagway as the best fit for that offense. In terms of what has worked for Lincoln Riley and what has been prolific for him, right? He I'm sure that he is good enough as a coordinator and a play caller and a developer. I think where Lincoln Riley really impresses me is his play design as well as being a play caller. I mean, he mixes up the plays well. I think USC, again, was a little pass happy last season. But the play design is really good. And the execution of those plays is so far superior than what we've seen at USC in I don't know how long. Like, you got to go back to, like, Norm Chow days. Maybe there's some Lane Kiffin stuff in there that was like, okay, that's pretty impressive. But, man, the design of these plays and the execution of the plays, the guys are understanding what they're supposed to do. It's done so well. But I'm still a big fan of having that quarterback that is legitimately maybe runs the ball a handful of times a game by design. It's like, listen, look for this, right? Okay, on this mesh read, you got to look for this. Okay, we're going to run this. You got to look to run here. Like, this is going to be part of the game plan. So I'm a big fan of that. I'm also a big fan, though, again, running the ball in general, the downhill running game that USC showed against Notre Dame, and the fact that what you have coming down the line in the recruiting trail are some big, just some nasty run blocking type of linemen, some really good interior guys. Not a lot of really good-looking edge guys yet. Not a lot of like left tackle types that we've seen necessarily. But if you're looking at the NFL draft, a lot of the guys getting drafted in the NFL are 3-star guys that played volleyball or basketball, and they're 260 pounds at 6'6" coming out of high school. Right? They were Tobias Raymond. The commit that they got out of Ventura. They're guys that are not rated really high, but they're multiple sport athlete guys. So when we say left tackle franchise guy, maybe we don't see that guy coming out of the gates. Maybe he is Tobias Raymond. So, we can't get ahead of ourselves with that. But I can tell you, DeAndre Carter and Brandon Baker. I always want to say Brandon Baxter. I don't know why. Brandon Baker are two guys that are just, you look at Mater Dei last year and the great team that they had, the run game that they had, that's just sort of power. We're gonna run right at you. Those type of guys are available, and that 2024 class in general has like a handful of those guys that USC is going to be able to get, whether it's locally or regionally. And I think those are the two guys that obviously pop up at the top of the list. And so that's what excites me when you think, okay, 2024, you're going to the Big Ten or the Big Ten National, whatever they're going to call it, conference, and you have, let's say it's Malachi Nelson's going to be your starting quarterback, redshirt freshman. You got to depend on the running game. And you got those two running backs, Quentin Joyner and Amarian Peterson, who are both big, both 200-pound plus guys, right? That could be a nasty physical offense. Like, I love just thinking, Malachi Nelson not having to, do what Caleb Williams is having to do this season. You don't want to expect that of him for your offense to be good. Play action and protecting him and running the ball, because running the ball is going to be what's going to protect him the most. So I really like, just the offensive line and potentially what it could be from a run standpoint, a very run-heavy sort of offense maybe, or not run-heavy, but a little more run-oriented than we've seen maybe this past season, and maybe even some of those teams with Oklahoma. T.M. Cunningham, the defensive lineman from Los Alamitos, a guy that, he's definitely got some development still, but he's 6'5", 270 pounds, almost 280 pounds, got a lot of length, real long arms. That's just a body that you need to have. He's here locally. He's a guy originally from Georgia. He was a 5-star. He's gone down a notch a little bit because he had to sit out 5 games this past season, his junior year. We'll see if he stays in Southern California, because you never know. He could end up going back home or what have you. But at this point in time, he's a local guy, and you got to take advantage of that. He was just up at Colorado, and Coach Prime was loving up and everything like that. You got to lock down big bodies like that locally. So he's going to be a big name for USC. Everybody's going to be talking about. The linebacker position looks pretty good as well for the 2024 class. They had Dylan Williams committed, the 6'2", 215-pound linebacker at Long Beach Poly High School. Incredibly athletic. He's just got that look. You just know that's going to be a dude, right? We saw him at the were you at the Edison? Yeah, the Edison tournament, and you were just watching him. And JP 5-star. This is a good
5 stars only. Shut up.
A good potential. Where Dylan Williams gets ranked, because JP was filming him, and we're just watching him, and it's like, damn, man, he's like where he was when he was committed. And I'll give, Dante Williams a lot of credit, because he's the guy that really pushed for his commitment. When he was committed, he just kind of looked like an athletic, sort of lanky linebacker. But by last summer, you saw he's a dude. He's a dude that's got a chance to play in the NFL. And so they got to get him back, right? He's kind of going around, making the rounds, looking at NIL and all that kind of stuff. So he's entertaining a bunch of offers. USC's got to get him locked up again. It's just, the way it is. You can't let those type of guys get away from Southern California. Kingston Vilamu Asa, who's Chris's favorite guy to pronounce his name. Another guy that's coming away from an injury, but this is his first year kind of back.
He's being a stud right now.
Yeah, he's been dominant. Like, he's shown completely back from the injury, which is good. And then next to him is Jordan Lockhart, who's a guy that, thought might pull the trigger for USC. He's committed to Ole Miss still at this point. But I thought, he might be a guy we heard that was really feeling USC this season. And so linebacker position is really good. You want to follow up at all about Kingston and sort of his development sort of in the course of the mid-year and towards the later part of the season?
I just wanted to, jump on there quickly, because I did talk to a coach at Bosco when I was there about Kingston. And, when Kingston first came out, the early reviews out of that program where this guy has the potential to be the best player that has ever come out of Bosco, at least defensively, like the best defensive player they've ever produced. And then, went through the injury right there at the end of his sophomore season, or maybe his freshman season, whatever that spring year was, and really set him back, had to come back from that. And this year they was kind of taking the steps. And when I went to see him at the Mission Viejo game, man, he was like a bullet off the edge every time. He was physical. He was knocking dudes around. I talked to a coach today talking about how he looks back, and they were like, yeah, he's back on track to being that guy that we thought he was going to be before he got hurt. He's back on track to being one of the best players to come out of this program, and they're going to do some more stuff with him next year. I was talking, and they're going to use him sort of as an H-back next year, kind of make them the words that they were used is kind of their Mateo in terms of a two-way weapon, in terms of, putting him as a defensive stud and then using him on the offensive side of the ball, which says a lot at St. John Bosco because they roll like 200 deep. You don't need to have guys on both sides of the ball. So that kind of speaks to the talent that Kingston has. And I'm excited to see what he kind of looks like as an H-back, because that man hits hard and he seeks contact. So this is a guy USC definitely needs to be on and is on right now. I saw, Alex Grinch talk to him when they were at the showcase, talking to his parents, and Brian Odom recruiting him hard. So USC is definitely making him a priority.
What do you think he's running about? Like 6'2", 220 right now?
Yeah, I would say 6'2", firm 6'2". If he goes another inch, he's definitely going to be, looking a little bitter. But 6'2", definitely 220, 225. He doesn't look like super heavy.
Yeah.
Kind of lean, but definitely, packs a punch when he hits.
Defensive back, I mean, you could stay at Bosco and then just go over to Mater Dei. I mean, that's kind of where the next 2 years with all the defensive backs that have been underclassmen that they're going to start being recruited. Xavier Brown is a guy that has an offer from USC's kind of the number one guy for Mater Dei. I mean, if you talk to Mater Dei coaches, that's the guy that they really like the most. I think we had 2 different games where we did ISO film, and they just didn't throw at him enough to put anything up. Like, we literally just had stretching and some warm-up stuff, and then, him just out on the island not really doing a whole lot. Marcellus Williams, the brother of Max Williams, is a guy that, big-time player that USC has to lock in. Dakota Fields is a guy that, he's gonna flirt with Oregon a bunch. He went up there with Oregon and liked Oregon a lot, I think, initially. And then he camped at USC. And I think he kind of vibed with USC a lot more at that invite camp. And that was like where USC made a big move for him. And he's a very interesting prospect because, he's like 6'3". He's one of those legitimate 6'3" kind of guys. He's the kind of guy that on signing day you might give a 99% forecast rate for. Like one Devin Kirkland.
Oh, no.
You didn't know where I was going with that. I was looking over. See, what's nice is I can actually see him when I'm in studio, and I can kind of see he was literally blindsided. Literally, because he's like sideways to me, so I hit him with that one. But, he's a unique sort of cornerback. And
you ear-holed me.
A guy with that kind of height. And obviously Peyton Woodard, we already talked about a little bit, being the number one safety. And I just think, defensive back locally, you're always going to be able to find guys.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's one position where you can wait on the process, and some dude is going to pop up, and you're going to be like, I think this guy can play for us. And we always see plenty of Christian Roland Wallace's. There you go. Jason Mitchell's another guy that the 2024 class. He wants to play. He wants to play offense, and I guess
he's not reclassified.
Yeah, I didn't think so, but. He wants to play offense, and USC's really kind of recruiting him more on defense. Dante Williams is his lead recruiter, his primary recruiter, and I think that had a lot to do with it. Bless you.
Excuse me.
I think Jason wants to play receiver. I think that's kind of sort of what he wants to play, and I think USC's in a good position if they have a plan for him there. 6'4", 200 pounds-ish. That's, he's been playing a lot of quarterback kind of for the team. That's not the position he's going to play in college. And it was a tough run for Sarah with just him there. But, when they got that little sophomore in there, they started to kind of turn the corner and allow Jason to play more wide receiver. And I think that's, hopefully for the future, next year we get to see him play that position and really kind of show out as a as a wide receiver. And then again, athlete, in USC technically from what we've been told lately is, they kind of like him more as I think. I mean, originally they were talking about him playing corner, which I was like, okay, that's different. So we'll see if there's a little bit of a pivot made there, sort of like we saw with Marquise Deal, the Garland defensive lineman who was originally rated as an offensive lineman and recruited by USC as an offensive lineman, but then they kind of figured out this guy wants to play defensive tackle, so yeah, let's go ahead and do that and start recruiting him as a defensive tackle. Got to do that sometimes on the recruiting trail. You got to be able to pivot, and so that's locally the names that come out of the gates that you want to. If you want to get momentum in February, March, you want to start getting these guys on campus. You want to get some commitment, start to build the nucleus of that 2024 class. And then you've got the national guys, which Chris is going to tell you all about.
Well, before we jump into that, we have a couple donations that I need to hit here. Money Mitchell donated about, 15 minutes ago. So Moneybags Manford had to come back hard. So he dropped another $10. These are just quick questions for us. They're off topic of what we're talking about right now, but he opened the wallet again. So I gotta give him priority here. So how fast is Zach Branch? Would he be the fastest player on the team?
If Roderick Pleasant doesn't commit to USC, he'd be I think the fastest time he has is like a 10. It was 10.3. I don't know if it's a 10.33 or it was a 10.32, but it was low. Is there anybody else on the team? The kid from San Diego, Christian. Why am I blanking on his last name? The running back from San Diego is not on the team anymore.
Keenan Christian.
Relique
isn't track fast.
No. Relique's fast.
He's quick.
But Mario's not. Yeah, I think from a track standpoint, nobody comes to mind that. Well, Damani Jackson. Damani beats him because Damani's got
like a 10.2, right?
Yeah. Jeez, almost forgot about Damani. You just do that though. You're not. Like with recruiting, it's what did I compare it to? That the episode of Married with Children where Kelly Bundy has to learn all this sports trivia, and she learns all this sports trivia, and Al Bundy's telling her all this sports trivia. And she's amazing. She knows everything about every single NFL team, MLB, and then she forgets how to tie her shoes. Right? It's you have this information that you cram in for 1 year, and then once those players are gone and they've committed, it's
all the numbers, the heights, the weights, you just forget it.
And now we have portal guys and, having to know guys from Tulsa is okay. So Damani Jackson though is still the fastest guy because, we were talking about Keenan Christian, you got Damani Jackson, and then you get, Roderick Pleasant, and then Nicholas Harbor. It's you could have legitimately the best 4x100 team with some elite guys, some elite times. Roderick is insane, really elite, and Nick Harbor is insane elite from that standpoint. But Zach didn't run track this past year. His dad wasn't involved with the track team, so he didn't decide to run track. He just wanted to focus on training on football.
Big T37 says, feel bad for Gerard Martinez. Has to drive all the way from the Inland Empire. Thank you for the commitment. So
thank you for the empathy.
Thank you for the empathy. And then Moneybags Manford dropped another $10 dono on top of the one he already did. How good is Malachi Nelson? Would he start over Moss?
Oh, well, not tomorrow because Moss, knows the system.
Right.
But if Moss stays on the team,
could he win the backup job? I guess is.
Next season, he could. Yeah, he could. He's a lot of people really dogged Malachi Nelson towards the end of the year because they saw the modern day game or they saw the American Heritage game, right? Against two teams that are national powerhouses, and Los Al's just not there yet. They're not there on the offensive line, and Malachi didn't have particularly great games in either of those games. But Malachi is he's got a lot of that sort of that Patrick Mahomes to him, and people want to say, "Oh, Caleb Williams, Patrick Mahomes." Caleb Williams is actually more physical. More of a physical specimen than Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes is a bit more skilled. He's a quarterback, right? Caleb looks like a running back almost. I mean, he's a kind of different animal from that standpoint. I would actually say that Malachi is a bit more of that skilled, crafty, sort of sneaky, really good in how he can change the angles of his throws, change velocities. He has a real repertoire in terms of how he throws the football. Does he have the arm strength? I don't know. I don't know if I would say he's Mahomes level arm strength wise, but he's got a lot going on, and he is a guy that can move around in the pocket. He's not the runner, again, that Caleb is, but neither is Patrick Mahomes either. Against Miller Moss, I mean, Miller Moss is a quarterback that, quite frankly, we have not seen Lincoln Riley win games with yet. I don't compare him to Baxter Mayfield. He's not Baker Mayfield. He's not the same guy. Like, Baker Mayfield could scramble and do things. Miller's not that guy. It's just not his way. He's going to get the ball out of his hands quick. He's going to know the offense extremely well. He's a more of a pro pocket passer. And I mean, I borderline kind of am looking forward to seeing him play against Tulane. I know everybody wants to see Caleb play. They wish he could play. And USC is going to have a much better chance of winning that game, a game which they could totally come in flat-footed and say, oh, you know what, we don't really want to be here. This is going to be one of the toughest games for Lincoln Riley to coach. He's got to get these guys ready and prepared because, I mean, Tulane will come out and they'll beat you. And it's such a it's a no-win game for USC, right? You go out there and you blow out Tulane and people go, well, you should have blown out Tulane. You go out there and play a close game against Tulane, people go, oh, man, see, USC wasn't really that good, blah, 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 blah. And you go out there and lose Tulane, and it's like, oh, my gosh, you lost to a mid-major, even though it was in the Cotton Bowl. So it's tough. It's a no-win. You really got to motivate your players. You got to get these guys focused in. You can't just come out there and play flat. And if Caleb Williams can't play in the game, it's going to change the offense significantly. It's going to be a different offense. You got to think about that and how you run the ball. You can't have these slow developing run plays because they're just going to do what Utah did, and they're just going to attack those plays. They're just going to go right after those plays. And so, yeah, that's going to be very interesting to see Miller Moss. To answer your question, I think definitely down the line, I don't know. I'm a little bit on the fence, like initially though, because I don't want to short Miller Moss, who was a really good player in high school in his own right, and incredibly smart, and he has a lot of tools. But again, they're not necessarily the tools that Lincoln Riley has used to win games.
We had a $10 donation from Roland L, who dropped the 50 dono earlier.
Yeah.
#3hour crew. Keep it going.
Oh,
yeah,
on you, Chris.
We're over the 305. Yeah, guys have already started putting in the #3hour crew. So if you've been here from the start,
thank you very much.
Give me a 3-hour crew. We're at 3 hours and 6 minutes. How you feeling, Gerard?
I'm feeling fine.
He's going. We're not really stopping anytime soon. We got to get through these national guys. We still got some questions. I know people want to get to the question portion. We haven't even touched on that. So let's jump back into the national guys, as you were setting me up before I had to get to those donos. But, the big one right now I'm looking at is those front guys, those guys up in the trenches. And These are guys that, like 2 hours ago, everyone was complaining about the front seven. Well, there's a stacked group nationally that USC is in, including, the local guys, as you just mentioned. Defensive tackle Justin Scott out of Illinois took a visit for that Notre Dame game. Great atmosphere, great win for him to be in front of. Traction visit, as we called it in the show at that time. Defensive end Elijah Rushing out of Arizona, the #1 edge rusher in the class at 2024. I believe he is a 5-star prospect. You have King Joseph Edwards, who
is an athlete, but I think you could throw in there as a 6'4", 235-ish pound guy. He could maybe play tight end, and I know he's a kid that just I think he loves scoring touchdowns, but ceiling-wise, defense might be where he's better off, and he's probably going to take an unofficial visit to USC here in January.
We also have Jackson Jones, who I believe also took an unofficial visit during that Notre Dame game. Washington commit, I believe he is currently at, but USC showing some interest. You have Texas offensive lineman Michael Uwe. Did I say that right?
I think it's Ului.
Big 6'7". 6'8", I believe. I saw him at the Notre Dame game as well. He's a big boy.
Copper's Cove.
He looks legit.
Yeah.
Passes the eye test for sure. That's a guy who, as I mentioned in my ghost notes at the time, looked like he was having a really good time there with his younger brother, I believe.
Yeah, but he went there, I think, straight to, was it Texas or yeah, I think he went to Texas for the TCU game. So that, those elite Texas offensive linemen going to be tough to get out of the state. Again, you don't want to like pin all your hopes on out of state guys. It's probably the one negative in, excited about Justin Scott out of Chicago. I think with him being from Chicago, big city kid, I think there is, a little more of an angle there, than maybe going down south and you're going and getting some guy from a rural place that, first time on a plane, likes bass fishing. You're like, that's not, that's not really going to work at USC. But I think Justin Scott.
And the LA River, I'm sure there's some.
6'5", 310. You'll find something.
6'5",
310 for Justin Scott. I mean, a legitimate big boy,
big
and definitely a big time defensive tackle. But they are national guys. You gotta go out there and get them. Which is why, even though T.A. Cunningham, a little bit of maybe the shine is off of him because he didn't have that great dominant year this past year, still a big body, and I think a guy that you really want to get.
Someone said this is still live, LOL, crying emoji.
We're still live.
This is a warm-up for an eventual 24-hour show one day, maybe. We're up to like close to $500 in donations. Imagine if we did a 24-hour, Gerard. We could retire. We could retire. Both of us. Let's do it.
How many dollars would we be making an hour at that point?
I don't know. Does this you talked about making the podcast premium again? Does this count as a premium if they're paying us?
Yeah.
This definitely counts as a premium.
Sounds like we need to maybe raise the subscription rate.
He's mumbling away.
People are throwing $20 bills around like they're
tumbleweeds. $100 bills at us. Offensive lineman Devin Brooks, who I also have on there. Should we also consider the Washington kid, whose name I'm blanking on right now?
You're talking about
guard.
Yeah. Andreas
Awafu.
Afua? I think it's Afua.
I think he should be considered in that as well.
Yeah, national guy. Has not been down to unofficially visit USC yet. So, kind of interested to see if that. I'm sure that's going to happen during the spring. Asandre Afua is 6'5", 330 pounds from Seattle, Washington, rated the number 2 guard. Again, it's a good class for guards. It's more of an interior line class right now. And that, truthfully, it's like that regardless of what it looks like at face value. There's always a bunch of guys, especially early in the cycle. This guy's 6'5", and he's 310 pounds, and he's an offensive tackle. And then you go see him at a camp, and he's 6'3 and a half, and he's 285 pounds. You're like, that's a guard. So that happens a lot. Like, the true offensive tackles, you don't see a lot. And as I said before, if we're looking at the NFL and the trend of the NFL, first-round picks, a lot of these dudes we don't see as franchise guys when they're coming out of high school. They're 6'5", and they're, 260 pounds, and they're playing multiple sports. They're Chad Wheeler. Chad Wheeler is sort of a good example of that. I don't know if you remember Chad Wheeler, Chris, but he was from Venice High School.
I do.
And he was a guy that played a lot of volleyball. He was a vegan, actually, too. And so, he's like 255 pounds coming out of high school. And I remember Kennedy Palomalu was like, hey, man, I love this kid. And he was like pounding the table for him. And everybody's like, he's a volleyball player, plays at Venice. Like, what? And he ended up being a dude, Like they figured out a way to get that whey protein in him to, gain the pounds, and ended up being a really good player. Tyron Smith was not, huge coming out of high school. And the Tyron Smith also looked like a Greek god. He was 265, and he had like 1% body fat. So I remember, and I think I've told this story before. I remember Sweaty Watson, David Watson, who was the defensive line coach.
Sweaty Watson?
That was his nickname, was Sweaty. Sweaty Watson had a lot of good connections in the Inland Empire. He recruited the Inland Empire for USC, and he recruited Ronald Powell. He recruited Tyron Smith. He recruited Vontaze Burfict. And so with Tyron Smith, I think it was his sophomore going to his junior year, he came for one of the junior days. And, no, it's not true. It was actually Pete Carroll went down there with Sweaty to Rancho Verde High School in Moreno Valley, and they saw Tyron Smith, and Sweaty was like trying to sell him, and Pete was like, "What is he gonna play? Defensive end? He's not very fast." So Pete was kind of like, I'm gonna balk, right? And they didn't offer him then, and he already had like a bunch of offers. So Sweaty's like, "Oh dang!" So he comes back up for the junior day, and he gained like, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 pounds, and he was only still like 260, 265, and he shook Pete Carroll's hand at the basketball game, and Pete was like, "Who in the hell is this dude? Like, are we offering this guy? Have we offered this guy the cool?" Because his hand just like, enveloped his whole hand, his whole arm, and it was just funny. It's like, Watson's like, "Yeah, this is that kid. We went to see him in January. We saw him, and you didn't like him. We thought he was a defensive end, but he was too slow, blah, blah, blah." So, I mean, there's a good example. And the funny thing is nutrition program, conditioning, weight program. Tyron Smith did have trouble gaining weight at USC. He ended up being about like 285, 290 maybe. But you see when he gets ready to go to the NFL, I mean, the guy's 310, right? And he's a Pro Bowler. So, yeah, I mean, you definitely can find those guys, and they're not all going to be 310, 6'6", coming out of high school. They might be 6'5", 265, and you do have to project on the West Coast. And that's very, very important in terms of the building of your staff. If you're on West Coast, you got to have patience in certain positions. I remember when Ryan and I went down last February, and we got our first opportunity to talk to the assistant coaches that have been hired, and Sean Nua came in, and one of the questions that Ryan Abraham asked was, "Listen, there's not a lot of big guys on the West Coast like there is in Big Ten country and there is in the South. Like, where do you get them? Do you just go back to the Midwest and try to recruit the Midwest?" And Sean Nua just stood there very confidently, said, "We'll find them. We'll find them." And guess what he did? Amos Telalele, Alani Noah, they found them. Like, they exist. Those guys exist. And then there's those guys that will exist that you get. And maybe Tobias Raymond is one of those guys that, again, everybody's kind of sleeping on, but you can build up and end up being 300 pounds a couple years in the program and be a first-round pick.
I have a couple more donos to throw in here. I just want to say Law Dog Patterson just threw $20 at us and put us over the $500 mark.
Thank you, Law Dog.
Thank you, Law Dog. And then we had a $5 donation from John, who had a quick question. Better college career, Mateo or David Peavy?
David Peavy or Mateo? We haven't even talked about David Peavy. David Peavy signed, but he's not going to be an early entrant. He's not a mid-year graduate. We could just be so easy. It's just going to sound like sour grapes to be like, "Oh, Mateo is not going to be good in college," or what have you. I like David Peavy. I don't know. I know what I want to say, but it's just going to sound bad, and we just don't need to be that. We're going to sound like homers, man. We're just going to be like, "Oh yeah, everybody's better than Mateo." But the thing is, they're different players. They're not the same player. I don't think Mateo and Galilei should be playing on the edge. And that's another problem. Like, that goes back to the whole I want to play tight end thing. Like, I think it's going to be, you're going to have to convince him to play inside. And I don't think he's going to want to. Because in my opinion, his best days are like 290 playing 3 technique. That not being a 5 technique, not hanging around on the edge. So David Peavy is an edge player, right? So he's going to play the edge. He's a guy. Not the same as Shelby. He's very good. He's a little more north and south. He's a little more getting upfield. He's a little more of like a defensive lineman in that regard. He did play safety as a freshman, and he was a guy that, was a skill player early on in his career, and he just kept gaining the weight. So he does have a little bit of that pedigree of being a skill player to play off the line of scrimmage. Again, if I'm looking at it as from a replacement standpoint or an upgrade standpoint, I would say, Shelby, weak side, just because he can play in space so well, even though he might end up being a little bigger than Peavy. But Peavy, I actually put more on the Nick Figueroa side where, maybe occasionally he actually just put his hand down on the ground.
Gerard, big update. Got another $100 donation.
Oh, my gosh.
Oscar Batista.
Muchas gracias, senor.
Cilantro Boy coming out. Gave us a fight on. Didn't have a question. Just threw us $100.
Wow. Thank you.
So thank you so much. That's our second $100 donation tonight. Thankful for if you donate $100 or $1 or $2.
99 cents.
99 cents.
If
doesn't
you're not
matter.
rich, doesn't matter. We're still thankful. We're thankful for you guys that haven't even donated and are just here and participating.
Staying with us over 3 hours strong. We also got a $20 donation from Roland L, who's low key.
Roland just rolling.
Roland just rolling. $20 from Roland. Thanks for mentioning Tyron Smith, left tackle, future Hall of Famer. Go Cowboys, fight on. I am also a Cowboys fan.
He is.
Roland, so I love it.
Let me tell you.
How about them boys?
My dad.
Not the Jacksonville game, though.
Yeah, I know. My dad anymore with NFL football, the loudest cheers are for Schadenfreude when the Cowboys are playing. He dislikes Jerry Jones so much that he actually he cheers louder against the Cowboys than I think he cheers for the Rams. It's just funny. It's total Schadenfreude.
Schadenfreude, was that?
Schadenfreude. It's when you take more pleasure in the
loss, the pain of others,
the negative of others than the positive of something happening. It's a German phrase. Germans are great at zeitgeist, like things that are you have to explain in English. They have words for.
Someone said the donations are all in pesos, which
what?
That's fine. That converts to
cool. $4,
$7.
Awesome.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay, well, let's keep it back to rolling because we didn't even get through our running backs. We have Taylor Tatum, Jason Brown, James Peoples, who I believe USC just offered out of the San Antonio area. You also have Jeremiah Smith, who, yes, is committed to Ohio State, number 1 wide receiver.
Quarterbackless Ohio State because,
quarterbackless.
They had that 2024 Dylan Raiola, so, maybe he's back on the table. I would not be surprised. I mean, I know Jeremiah Smith is going to be back out here for at least an unofficial visit. He might be out here for an official visit. So that was an early commitment. Hey, Brian Hartline is a stud recruiter.
Gotta say it.
It is what it is. He gets his guys. You T. Martin. You got Brian Hartline. But USC, I think, is still gonna. They'll be in that to some extent. They'll be relevant if they continue to play the way that they played offensively. They're going to be relevant in that recruitment. You got to get a quarterback for the 2024 class. I think that's going to help them. But you kind of glossed over the running back position. Taylor Tatum from Longview, he did unofficially visit USC. I think he was in for one of those games. I don't know if it was ASU or Notre Dame, but he was in.
I think it was ASU.
ASU, yeah, and he was in town. Jalen Hale was another Longview kid, the wide receiver who took an official visit to USC over the summer. USC never really had a shot at him. I don't know about Tatum, but it seems like Kyle McDonald, he wants to go to Texas for running backs. Low key, California running backs. Somebody step up.
Somebody step up.
He got 2 good ones though. I mean, you can't. I tell you that.
Yeah.
Again, it's one of those things that's you like to see. Going after a guy and you watch the film and you're like, USC offered this guy, was one of the first to offer this guy, and you watch his film and you go, that kid's good. I mean, he's a 3-star, he's a low 4-star, but he's a good player. And that's exactly what we kind of saw from both Quentin Joyner and Amiri Peterson. Amiri Peterson, for sure. I think Amiri Peterson's competition level is a bit lower, so I think that's why people are not really sure. But, I mean, this dude's hurdling people and all kinds of crazy stuff. And he's a legit 6'1", 6'2". He's a big dude. It's man. But the rankings kind of follow. The rankings sort of went over, and the more film that he had out there, the better the rankings. So, I mean,
props to the evaluation.
That's, yeah.
We had someone, my wife is like, why have you been watching 2 guys talk for over 3 hours? I wish I knew the answers to that.
What was the question where we started in about Thanksgiving decorations, and then somebody had the podcast on the back room, and their wife came in?
I was like, "Are you listening to a holiday podcast?" Yes, it's
talking about cornucopias.
Do you go from Thanksgiving? No, was it?
Yeah, is it Halloween straight into Christmas,
yes.
or do you actually put out Thanksgiving decorations?
You got to put out the cornucopia. Yeah. Was that? Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Yeah.
We also had a Chris make sure all the equipment is charged and ready for hour 5. Nostradamus has got to run. Have a safe, joyful, blessed Christmas, y'all. Thanks for staying in. And then Sager says Chris could swim for 5 hours straight. This is a cakewalk.
Yep. We still have. Do we have a Caleb Williams swim story coming at some point? I thought you teased that.
I told it on the Peristyle, but I could do it for Composite. I haven't done it for Composite.
I haven't heard it.
Amarian Peterson, any relation to Adrian Peterson?
No.
No.
Not to our knowledge. No.
Not to our knowledge.
Granted,
But we don't know anything about him.
Yeah, we haven't actually spoken to him directly ever. It's like, I mean, there is the Peter McBride of the
Peter
recruiting
McBride?
process. Yeah, Peter McBride, the long snapper who never
Yes.
never hit me back, and I was like, that's when it hit me like, wow, the recruiting is changing. When the long snappers are not going to call you back, it's like
it's rough out there.
Yeah,
it's rough out there. Well, we already talked about quarterback a little bit, but anything you need to add there?
No, not really.
Yeah.
I think you got to stay on Lagway. Who knows what Florida looks like last season? I mean, look at Dylan Raiola decommitted from Ohio State. Ohio State is in the playoff. Like, what happened there? Who knows? We don't know. But that could happen in Florida very easily. They
could happen
have a
to
bad
anyone.
season. Yeah, and you got a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback, and USC is going to have a target on their backs, and people are going to figure out the offense to some extent. There's going to have to be some evolution there for Lincoln Riley, but I mean, he has been a freaking quarterback whisperer. Like, it's ridiculous. And so, DJ Lagway made that commitment, and everybody was like, that's one of those things of, like, checking the boxes. And you're like, USC checks all the boxes, but we know he's probably not going to USC. And but that might change. That could very well change,
I have a $20 donation from Blaze. My wife, Elvira, loves your show. Fight on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elvira. I also have a $10 donation back again from John, who says, what does USC have to do differently with NIL to compete with the Ducks, A&M, Miami, and so on? I think that plays into
great segue, John,
to NIL for strategy for 2024 class, and then moving forward.
What do you do? What do you do? Do you
play with the market?
Listen, there's been a lot of talk that there is some push to change the strategy. With Boulevard, who's running things. There's obviously a lot of chatter. And it's not just angry fans, guys. It's people that are actually involved.
People with money.
Yeah, people
it's money
with
bags.
money.
It's money bags in here.
And so I think there's probably going to be some changes and some differences. I don't want to speculate too much on what, because certainly there's recruiting to be done now with the strategy that USC has, and so I don't want to crap on it and there's, like I said, I understand it. I think it was a smart idea, but is it effective in the current the current state of things?
Landscape?
Yeah, it just seems like maybe it's moving too slow for USC. I just don't know. And there's a lot of finger pointing as well, in terms of, like, does USC have the people that have the money, that are willing to put the money there for recruiting, And I think one thing I can say, at least in my lifetime, is that USC money people, right? Not the folks in chat. Obviously, we're talking about, like, the multi-million dollar.
Moneybags could be a millionaire. He's dropping like he is. So
Tim Tessalon's going to cruise through here looking for $100 donors.
Someone made a Tim Tessalon.
Oh, they already did
for the $2 donation we had.
But no, in reality, the big money guys have always seemed to look for, and gals, the proven commodity, right? It in my lifetime, and so. That was the interesting thing about them hiring Lincoln Riley. It's like they never put that kind of money out there for anybody. And you could say, well, Lincoln Riley is a proven commodity, right? He won at least Big 12 championships at Oklahoma. He got into the college football playoff. True. But there's still a sort of, how does that work at USC? There's still a little bit of a question there in terms of the projection. And they've tend to go, with the Pete Carrolls and the guys that are just sort of like lesser down the rung. And if Pete Carroll goes and he starts to prove that he can win at USC, they made him the highest paid coach in college football, right? So I feel like with the process, they may right now have more money for transfers and for guys that are potentially like Jordan Addison, and getting those type of guys rather than going and getting that guy at the high school level. And And that has to be balanced out a little bit. And I just don't know if it's going to be. The other thing is sort of the middleman sort of approach of, the proxy of, okay, we're going to give our money to this other organization, and then they're going to get the money to the recruits and to the players. Maybe those guys that have that type of money are like, I'm going to get that money to who. If I could get that money directly to what I want to, then that's how I'm going to do it. I'm not going to write a check and give it to somebody sort of thing, because that's what is going on a lot with most of these collectives. But listen, there's a lot of other schools that are right now not happy with their collectives, because the perception out there is that, bags are just being thrown out directly, and people are like, you don't have to really do an endorsement. You don't have to do any commercials. Just sign with us, and we'll give you, $15 million or whatever crazy numbers that are out there. And so Ohio State is not happy with their NIL, because they lost a couple guys. And there's a bunch of schools like that. So, we have to see if, college football and the NCAA from a regulation and enforcement standpoint catches up to all of this, or is it just, we can't really do a whole lot about it, and then you're going to see some transformation and some evolution from schools that say, okay, well, look at this is how it's being enforced, this is how it's evolved, and this is the way, this is the future sort of thing. We just don't know. But I mean, I think from a strategy standpoint, if you're looking at all things equal, you want to have a core class coming out of the summer, probably of at least 6 or 7 guys, and get more early commits if you're USC. And then when you're going into the summer, the big difference between the summer, this next cycle for 2024, and the cycle that we just had, is now USC has as Lincoln Riley has said, proof of concept. Okay, you have that on offense and you have that on defense. Better for worse, you have some great statistics defensively that you can sell. You have a turnover margin. You have sacks. You have Tuli Polotu. You have a good number of interceptions and turnovers just in general, and that's exciting for recruits. They want to be in there. They want to get touchdowns returned on interceptions. They want to have fumble recoveries. They want to have sacks. They want to do that type of stuff. And USC had a lot of highlight reel type stuff. So that combined with just the prolificness of the offense that you saw last year, you actually have that to be able to show recruits, and you don't have to bring in guys and have them just have faith in, hey, I'm Lincoln Riley. I did it at Oklahoma. I'm going to do it at USC. So I think that in itself will springboard the class a lot more before we get into the season than it was. And I think they will be able to have a better idea of what it takes to recruit at USC, what the strong points are, what the weak points are. So Annie Hansen and the coaching staff have a better idea of like, okay, this really worked. This didn't work as well as we thought it was going to work. Hey, we could do this here that we didn't do last time. So there'd be more of that. There's more of familiarity, I guess, with just USC and what it has to sell and what it has to offer, and maybe any potential shortcomings that are there. So I think you can be a much more aggressive with the strategy. So that's why I think you try to get this nucleus of like 7, 8 guys, maybe even going into the summer, and you probably have less traction recruits going into the summer, less guys like Anthony Hill that are just kind of like, okay, we're trying to get our foot in the door with this dude. He wants to take a visit to LA. We're way behind in his recruitment, but maybe we can find an angle and make an impact. You're going to have less of those guys. You're going to have more guys that come in and you already have an angle for and you have a better read for. So again, I think from strategy-wise, I think you're going to see more of the class committed earlier, and you're probably going to be able to push for that. The only question is, again, I think what helps that is a quarterback. If you got a quarterback committed like Malachi Nelson or a guy that's going to help you recruit, that does get it along. And that could be an argument for, hey, go get Elijah Brown committed early. Like, go, maybe he's not exactly the fit that DJ Lagway would be with what's USC doing now, but he's a winner and he's local and he should help you commit or get commits from not only modern day, but just locally. And you can build that class and you can really build a lot of chemistry within that class. And that really helps keep guys together because you're going to have a lot of NIL. You're going to have a lot of stuff go on during the season. And at this point next year, if you've had a good class, you're going to have a lot of teams trying to pick off that class with NIL. You're going to have a lot of the guys that are like those mid-level 4-star guys that are a 4-star guy for a USC fan, but would be the biggest guy in the class for Louisville or somebody else. And those are the guys you're going to have to try to protect.
We have some people coming at our cilantro boyness as per usual. I got a angry text from my very real girlfriend that I pronounced the name Blaze's wife's name wrong.
Dang.
Elvira. I thought that's what I said. Blaze, I'm sorry if you're still listening.
Elvira or Elvira? Because there is an Elvira.
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 She
I don't
says
know. I'm not reading it.
Elvira.
I can't.
So Blaze, let me know if I screwed that up. I apologize. Then someone said, before we did, where are the guys from before the Fire? And then someone tweeted or message out, these guys don't speak Spanish. They don't know what El Fiera means, LOL. Dang. And then someone, Gene, a cilantro boy, said, creo que Trevino y Martinez sabe español.
Not good enough to do it live.
Not good enough to do it live. Maybe
we're not doing a bilingual podcast today.
Even though we boast ourselves, we had a Apple review that said love that's Composite Two-Star, even though they're not real from Cilantro Boys because we don't speak Spanish or whatever.
Oh, okay.
They're just messing with us. They love the show, but they were just. Speaking of which, I got a $20 donation from Benny Gusta. Love the show. Thank you. No, thank you, Benny.
Thank you
for the donation and loving the show. Really appreciate it.
Chris, I don't think has any pronunciations of any nationalities very well. Like we roll into Samoan, we roll into Spanish, we roll into. I think I said Schadenfreude, and that tripped him up. So
just don't ask me to pronounce anyone's name. I need a soundboard that just has pronunciations of Uengala. No, see, not even gonna.
We're gonna be the Bratwurst boys if I keep talking German. Oh,
we're 3 hours and 34 minutes. We're officially the longest podcast we've ever done. Money. It means money. That's what I thought it meant because there was a money bag with it. So
not by the way you pronounced it.
Yeah, not by the way I pronounced it. I really apologize. Oscar, who gave us $100, VIP member of the Peristyle since 2012. Happy to see USC back where it needs to be. Thanks, Ryan, Shotgun, Gerard, Chris. For
so
all
he
your
remembers that 2012 class.
Anything you want to share from that 2012 class?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember from the 2012 class?
I remember being at the Army All-American Bowl, and that was the year, as I said before, where USC went to the Sun Bowl. And they gave the players hair dryers.
Oh, no.
As a gift. Think about that one.
That's like the only gift they got?
I think so.
Hair dryers?
But anyway, so we're watching the game. And USC's already had, not a good season. But they have the #1 recruiting class. They get 18 commits. Sue Cravens, Max Brown, Chris Hawkins. That was the class with Jalen Ramsey. Eddie Vanderdoes. A bunch of just top guys. And it's a small class, but it's literally already the best class in the nation. And no other school is going to be able to knock them out of #1. And they still have Leon McQuay out there to get. And USC is down in the Sun Bowl. And I think it was just the third quarter that started. And we'd come from practice at the Army All-American Bowl in the morning. And we were coming in to the war room where it's this big conference room. It's right next to the player lounge downstairs of the Grand Hyatt. And, we're just a long practice, throwing our stuff down. And then they had the big screen. They're playing the game. And Ryan's like, so what's the score? What's the score? And they're still down because I think he was getting scores during the practice or whatever. He was kind of checking in on his phone, and they're still down. They're just looking so bad. And these kids are walking by, and Ryan goes, "Oh my gosh!" He goes, "You think they're gonna watch the game?" So I got up and I went in the players' lounge, and of course the game's on, and I'm watching these dudes, and it was right then and there,
you were watching a class fall apart real time.
Yeah,
wow.
Yeah. It was man, oh, this is rough. This is because all these players are just clowning. Calling it Georgia Yuck and Georgia Yuck. And the South guys are going, man, y'all losing to Georgia Tech? How y'all gonna lose to Georgia Tech? Oh, y'all ass, y'all terrible. And, these California kids are just shamefully putting their heads down. Yeah, it was wild. So I remember that from the 2012 class, and the class kind of, it basically fell apart. It would have fallen apart a lot more, but Sua and Chris Hawkins and a few of those other guys were mid-year graduates, so they were kind of stuck with it. It was you know what, that's the way it is. And yeah.
Question from Nate: Big Leonard and Nelson Aguilar were in that class, right?
No. That was not 2012. That was not 2012.
It wasn't 2012.
No. Not the class that I remember. I mean, there's like the 2011, 2012, 2012, 2013, whatever. I don't know. But I think
it all blends together.
I'm pretty sure SUA was like technically that was called the 2012 class. I can look it up right now as your.
Well, yes. This is the part where we do listener questions, Gerard. So.
Yeah, really?
I think we can get to 4 hours. I don't know how you're feeling right now. We're 20 minutes shy of that. I think we should kind of play for that. We've kind of hit on a bunch of different topics.
It's just clueless. SUA was a class of 2013 technically, so I guess that was right. Okay, so I say I mean 2012 year, and then the class was rolling into 2013. So that was that sort of, 2011, 2012, 2000 class of 13. But it was 2012 when we were down there because no, that's not right because. It was January. That game's in January, so it was already 2013. So sorry for that confusion, but that was. I don't think that was the class. I'm almost 100% sure that wasn't Leonard Williams' class.
Gene is beating my ass in these comments right now with these Spanish questions. He is just taking it to me. I'm not even going to try to pronounce this one. I'll put it on the screen for anyone that wants to translate it for me, but I'm sure it's
Kenny Bigelow. He was in that class. He was another mid-year, so they got him, I think, early. Yeah, there were so many other guys that were committed. Michael Hutchings, Justin Davis was in that class. Yeah, it ended up actually not being a bad class with only 11 enrollees, but with 18 guys, like they basically lost 7 guys that were all 5 stars and 4 stars.
We have entered listener questions. Now, I don't remember if Ryan sent me any questions, but we have a full chat here. Over 500 people are still watching us for God knows why. God knows why people are still watching us. It's 9:40. We've been here for
I still have to drive home, though. So
he still has to drive home. But if you have any questions that we can hit really quickly.
I thought we had like regular.
I have a.
Well, get those out, dude.
Okay,
You're like
okay. Well, I have a voicemail. I have a voicemail.
Oh, voicemail.
Yeah.
Wait. Hold on now. We're live. You got to be careful.
It's clear.
You think it's Eddie?
It's 100% Eddie.
Okay, all right.
I would bet.
Now, is it Alec Baldwin Eddie or is it real Eddie in
I would bet
car?
all of our stream money that it's Eddie from Orange.
All right.
So we'll go to this and we'll see if anyone's been asking any questions. But I hope they can hear. They should be able to hear as well.
Hey, this question is for the Cilantro Brothers.
That might not be Eddie.
Doesn't sound like Eddie.
Just
quick question.
Our money.
I remember hearing last year from someone, I think it was Gerard, and I was hoping you guys can go more detail about this.
Call me Gerard.
That if someone graduated with their undergrad and was in grad school, that they could be moved to financial aid, receive the same exact benefits they would receive if they were on the team, still play for the team, but not count as a scholarship head count. If that's the case, could you see Lincoln Riley moving someone like our beloved Solo to the financial aid packet, opening up more slots for incoming freshmen and transfer portal people? All right, yeah. So if that's true, like I said, if you guys can elaborate on that, that'd be great. All right, thanks. And Chris, my fave, dude, you're my fave. Eddie from Orange.
Oh,
it is Eddie from Orange.
It did sound like
different.
Eddie. Yeah,
no, it didn't.
Well, he wasn't
like
in his car. He wasn't doing his Alec Baldwin.
I didn't shoot anybody. We gave when he said Eddie from Orange. I was like, yes, because it did not sound like Eddie. But then there were certain pockets where it was like,
and he called me Gerard, and he's usually like G-Mart or Gerald or something. So
the way we reacted to that was gold. If anyone can clip that, that was.
I thought his name was Chris at first.
But then we didn't lose all the money. I didn't lose all the money. It's like
should have went double or nothing, man.
I should have went double or nothing. I should have doubled down.
Now, unfortunately, I have no idea. That's a Ryan question. I don't remember the whole thing about getting financial aid, and you're still on you're as a graduate at that point, or was he saying you're still going through your undergrad? That was like
I thought he said graduate.
I think he actually like tailored that question to stump us on the live show because I don't remember that instance where somebody did that. And you could still be on scholarship.
It sounds like,
or you're just getting financial aid, and that, I mean, dude,
It
financial aid is not enough at USC. You got to be on scholarship at USC.
it sounds like the processing thing that USC utilized this year, where you can stay in school, but you don't count towards the scholarship count. Like Jake Smith and like
okay.
Jaden Williams, they stayed in school, and you saw them enter the transfer portal like this month. They were still in school getting their degree, and they could stay at USC on scholarship, but they do not count towards the football numbers. They don't count towards the 85, so they don't get booted out. But that's not exactly what he's asking, because he's asking if they could stay on the and
team.
not count toward. Yeah. So if you do that, you do not count towards the team, because then it'd be like all mayhem with a bunch of other players. So I think maybe that's what he's referring to, but maybe not. But no, I don't think you can do that unless you can only do that if you're getting quote unquote process from the team and you're no longer part of the team, but you can stay get your degree.
Yeah.
I think that's what he's saying, but he might just be stumping us for.
You're in limbo. You're not going to count against it, but that would not be limbo. You'd be playing for the team, so.
Right. A lot of people are saying great stream. They see it's coming to an end.
They see the end is nigh.
Moneybags Manford back again with another $10 donation. He is loaded. Chris, how are you going to timestamp this episode? Full disclosure, I'm not timestamping this episode, and I'll be completely honest. I forgot to hit record for the audio for the first like 20 minutes. So the first 20 minutes does not exist.
God.
So I'm going to have to just add like a little disclaimer, be like, I'm sorry, I didn't hit it. Do a quick Meredith Schlosser read, and then just jump it in where it started. Because I did not record. I forgot. Ryan warned me. It's right here at the top. Start Audacity when he was showing me how to so we do this. I didn't do it. I forgot. I was totally nervous about this. But yes, so there will be no timestamp, so I'm sorry. But I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do
You're
that.
not going to like overdub your voice in for mine and just, try to match it up with my lips and just kind of do you and then do me and go back and forth.
I'm not doing that. He also dropped another $10 just because he could. Moneybags Manford, I've watched this from the beginning, and we will listen to the podcast on a later date. Am I crazy? Also, Hurricane, what defense would you run if you were the DC?
I would run some kind of hybrid 3-4. Like that's what everybody runs, but I think that's probably right now the best against the spread run and the spread RPO offenses. You've got to have guys on the outside that are big enough to set the edge, but also athletic enough that they can play those lanes, where you're playing against, whether it's the screen game or the mesh read. But I would definitely have some 300-pounders with their hands down on the ground. Well, I would have at least one guy. No, I mean, honestly, I would probably have two. I mean, I think that you do have to go get those guys that are 6'4", 6'5", at that 3 technique, and then your 1 shade or your 0 shade's got to be a guy that's going to control that center at the very least. So, yeah, it would be something, similar. I know there's a lot of people that like the 3-4 as a more traditional 4 linebackers, because there's a lot of linebackers available in Southern California. It is a position where you do find a lot of good talent year in and year out. The problem is you don't find a lot of those like 6'5", 330 pounds, 0 shade guys that can just control the middle of the defense, which if you're playing a 2-gap defense, your guys have to be space eaters, just basically just space eaters. You're not splitting the gap so much. They have to be just giant guys, and you don't find those guys out here very much. So, USC was doing a little bit of that when they played like 4-eye inside with Justin Wilcox's teams, and I was like, I don't know, man. I don't. You're not going to find those kind of dudes out here on the West Coast very often to really have a dominant defense. So I tend to go more with the old school 4-3 unders were pretty good with Pete Carroll. They ran a little cookie cutter sort of coverage, but Pete was like, hey, come and beat us. We got the athletes, come and beat us, sort of thing. And they didn't take a lot of shots. It wasn't like crazy blitzes or anything like that. They were pretty really pretty conservative with their defense, but they just let their athletes play, and it was all one gap. With the 3 technique was always very important for them, and they had really good linebackers that could clean up plays a lot. So it was disrupt with the defensive line, clean it up with the linebackers, and I've seen that work at USC. So I would probably, having that frame of reference, stick close to that, but probably I think a little more of the hybrid 3-4, just in terms of a personnel standpoint, have 3 down linemen and then one of those guys standing up a bit. Which, by the way, Pete Carroll kind of did at the end of his run at USC when you had Brian Cushing and you had Kaluka Maivea, you had Ray Maluga and Clay Matthews. Clay Matthews was playing like more of a stand-up, defensive end type spot. He wasn't necessarily having his hand on the ground all the time. I think on the other side it was like Kyle Moore was the 5 technique. So they did do a little bit of that. It's not a 3-4 from the standpoint of like if you were watching the Steelers back in the 70s or whatever. Shout out to Ryan Abraham, big Steelers fan. It's more just in terms of like what it looks like, but you're doing a 1 gap and you're not playing 2 gap. It's different, but that's just the way it would look. I think the interesting evolution of defenses is just like what do they do with that safety nickel, that spot that is going to be over the hash because you have so many teams that are running 3 and 4 wide receiver sets. What does that player look like? Is it a bigger guy? Is it a smaller guy? Is it a safety? Is it a corner? Can you put a linebacker out there? I think it's really advantageous if you got a guy like Eric Gentry, who is just that good of an athlete that he can kind of do all those things. And I do think USC, at least right now, they got to get bigger and more physical up front. Like we saw that from the Utah game, but we saw it all kind of through the year. When Gentry went out, it really hurt them because they just lost that sort of je ne sais quoi, very difficult guy to scheme against in space. And the thing what's tough is that coming away from that Utah game, we saw USC play well in the red zone against the run. We saw USC play well against Notre Dame the whole game, right? It's just that Utah game, man. They did not play well defensively up front. They looked like a team that just was getting pushed around, on both lines, but really with the defensive line as well. And so, yeah, you gotta find a way to be able to correct that. And I think you just got to be a little more physical front with bigger players.
Ryan asked, "Did Chris agree to get a tattoo if chat revenue goes over $1,000?"
Don't even put it out there in the world.
It's up on the board right
somebody
now.
would
Oh,
slide
Moneybags Manford would absolutely drop it. Someone also pointed out that YouTube takes 30% cut from the super chats.
Probably.
So brutal but we're over $700. I have a bunch of questions, Gerard, that we're just going to run through real quick.
Okay. Personally or like from other people?
Oh, from other people, not from me. Oscar, one of our big donors for the night, so I have to throw him up there.
Yeah, Oscar didn't get a nickname. Big O.
Big O. The OB. Oscar Batista.
OB.
OB.
Stands for something else.
Okay. Reggie has been making a lot of noise as of late towards the NCAA. Do you think the Heisman issue will ever get resolved? Yes.
Yeah?
I think so.
You think they're going to capitulate and give in?
You got a new president coming in, a lot of things going on. I think it'll be it would bring a lot of goodwill. It feels like an easy thing to do.
The only thing is, I think Reggie's got to chill a little bit. I think when you call people out like that, it tends to work against you. The system doesn't like to be called out, and they kind of take it personally. And it's sometimes better to just sort of not try to antagonize so much. I've seen some of the tweets, and I'm just like, yeah, be patient.
Don't poke
man.
the bear as much.
Yeah, be patient. And don't that.
But he's frustrated. I understand.
Yeah.
We just had the Heisman ceremony. USC won. Caleb Williams. Everyone's talking about it. People are not mentioning the 8th. People are saying the 8th. It's this whole thing that's talked about but not really talked about. I understand why he's pushing it now, just because USC is relevant in the Heisman sense.
Yeah, I think that. Yeah, he's trying to take advantage.
Strike while the iron's hot right now.
That's a great way of putting it. But again, I just from just looking at how things go these days, you just got to be kind of, I don't know how to put it, but I think, you just kind of go through the proper channels of trying to put pressure on them and what have you. And somebody wants to interview you and talk about it, you talk about it. And but I don't know if like just going in on Twitter and stuff like that, it just might give people the wrong impression or make it personal for them or something. I don't know. I mean that, and of course he could argue that it's always been personal. So
I have one from SC Neil. Prediction for starting offensive line for the first game of next August. Off the top, I would say Cortland Ford. No. Cortland Ford, Justin Dietich at center, Jonah Monheim at right. Ooh, I really don't know about those interior guards. And then it could be 2 transfer guys. I don't know for all I know right now.
There's going to be a transfer guy in there. I think
so.
So you say transfer guy.
Transfer guy.
At
I say 2 transfer guys at least will be starting at that offensive line.
You think so? I mean, Gino Quinones got some run. Monheim, they moved inside, and I wasn't sure about that. Like, I don't know. I have to, Shotgun would probably have those PFF grades, and you would know, how Monheim played inside as rather than outside. Kind of felt like he was playing a little better outside than inside, but yeah, you're looking, Mason Murphy's there, right? Is Mason Murphy coming back, and is he playing left tackle, or is he playing right tackle? That's another guy. See, I would move Monheim outside at right tackle, and I would kick Mason Murphy in. And I know we haven't seen a lot of Mason Murphy inside, but this is a little bit of kind of going back to watching him in high school and just seeing him. I kind of like him inside better. So I would start him inside, like at Andrew Voorhees' spot next to Justin Dietich, and have Monheim at right tackle. And my left tackle could be a transfer, might not be. Cortland Ford, penciled in. And then a transfer for sure at the other left guard spot.
Not a question, but a $20 donation from Benny Gusta. Still love the show. Best USC show on YouTube. Can't thank you enough.
Thank you, Benny. Maybe the only show on YouTube.
Maybe the only show. We're definitely the only recruiting podcast.
The only live recruiting cilantro 4-hour show on YouTube.
Absolutely.
That covers USC football.
Leonard, solid class today. Who is most likely to jump into the portal after today?
The class?
I don't know if he's referring to the class or
class.
Just in general, like maybe someone at the position, like I think I'm interpreting it as USC brought in 19 guys who from the current team will jump into the portal today. I think it's an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
At least that's my interpretation of the question.
I would say offensive line. Yeah, I'm defensive back. I mean,
yeah,
you got some guys that haven't played there, and we're expecting for sure there's going to be some attrition. I don't like naming names because it kind of puts guys out there like, yeah, this guy isn't a team player anymore, and he wants to leave, sort of thing. You're almost alienating players when you start talking about their leaving early, unless it's just an obvious thing, right? And it's been made known, or that player has said things that have been sort of said publicly that give you the impression that he wants to leave. So you say offensive lineman. I kind of think there's a defensive back or two that are probably on their way out. And, offensive line, they haven't had any offensive line guys sign as transfers. They don't sign, but enroll as transfers or commit as transfers. So there hasn't been necessarily that push in to push out sort of thing. But we have seen with Christian Roland Wallace, there is a guy that's been recruited now, and maybe some of those guys that are playing safety or playing receiver, or cornerback, are like, all right, you just recruiting over me, lad. Man, I was here. You got some juice for the war room. We're not going to talk about it tonight, but you got some juice for the war room when it comes to NIL and how it's a two-way street. Two-way street, folks.
Two-way street.
Get guys with it. Sometimes you can lose guys with it.
I got 2 questions from Incartum about the All-American Bowl. Does USC have any high school players playing the All-American Bowl? And does USC have any high school players making their decision at the All-American Bowl? USC does have a couple players. Quentin Joyner is the big one for the one in San Antonio. Zachariah Branch, Malachi Nelson, I believe Mekhi Lemon are all in the Under Armour one.
Yes.
Out in Florida, but not a stack group for the San Antonio Bowl, which is one we go to every season. As terms of making decisions,
No.
Peyton Woodyard is making a decision because of 2024, but he will be announcing at the game. But nobody from the 2023 class.
Well, technically, Tyler Scott is.
Okay, I didn't know if he was Under Armour or.
I think he's. I'm pretty sure he's San Antonio.
Okay, well, the 3-star cornerback out of Georgia will sign today, but is not revealing until January 7th. So technically, USC is in there, but we do not believe USC is.
Right now, it
Detroit.
sounds like Auburn to us, but that's just sort of the chatter behind the scenes. I don't know that it's a done deal. Actually, technically, it's probably going to be a done deal because he did say he was going to sign today, but keep it secret until January 7th. So that will leak for sure.
It always leaks.
Yeah.
It always leaks. Who is the must-get recruit left on the board?
The musket recruit, like a musket.
Deuce Robinson?
Um,
I guess out of the guys we talked about that were left, I'm not counting transfer portal. I'm just doing high school guys.
transfer portal is a whole nother
Yeah.
beast. Is it Deuce Robinson? Is he a must get for an offense that is prolific this season and very, very limited in its utilization of the tight end position? Can you really say he's a must get? I don't know if any of these guys are must gets.
Muskets.
I don't know if any of them are must gets. I could see the argument for Deuce Robinson in that, hey, listen, USC didn't have great production out of the tight end position. They need a guy who's a great receiver as a tight end. If they had Deuce Robinson, they would get him the ball 30, 40 times in a season. But then I could see, Roderick Pleasant. Hey, man, you lost Mekhi Blackman. Roderick Pleasant's one of the best cornerbacks in the nation. But, again, you've got Damani Jackson sitting there. You bring in Christian Roland Wallace, who I think is a tweener more than he is just like a pure corner, like Mekhi Blackman was. You've got some young dudes there. So I really, truthfully, there's not a must get here. Now, maybe somebody that hasn't signed, and we kind of have to look at that, like, just through all the whitewater of signing day, like who actually hasn't signed. I'm interested to see. I haven't seen any statistics yet in terms of the percentage of guys that signed. Usually it's up there like 89% of the available players signed on the early signing day. But maybe there's an offensive tackle out there. Maybe there's somebody that is a defensive tackle that hasn't signed yet, And nowadays, see, here's another sort of evolution of recruiting here, and it's been brought up on the Peristyle before. Official visits and unofficial visits. We always looked at, well, this guy's taking his 5 official visits. So his recruiting process is down to these 3 schools or what have you. Now that these collectives and everybody, they can pretty much pay for guys all expense paid visits, even though it's not the school actually paying for an official visit to come out and see the school and stay in the city. So you could have a guy that has 5 official visits already done, and maybe USC gives him a call in January. It's an offensive lineman. Say, hey, man, we got a spot open. We want to recruit you. Why don't you come out here? And Boulevard sets up some type of endorsement. I don't know how it works. I just know what's going on in a lot of other schools. Guy comes in unofficially. I mean, I think Oregon had like a couple guys that showed up that ended up signing in their class. That quarterback from Baylor was there on an unofficial visit last minute, So that's changed the game as well. You're going to see a lot more unofficial visits to schools and a lot of guys that are not even on official visits visiting schools. And so maybe somebody shows up that's at a need position, on the lines that is a guy that's like a must get. But I mean, truthfully, in terms of need, and that's what I equate must get with, I don't see like a must get.
So the answer is none.
None. I see guys that you want to get. You want to get some good players on your team, and certainly you want to get better defensively. I mean, Nicholas Harbor would be interesting. I've talked about him in the past. He's a 5-star athlete, yet I don't know that he can play offense. He's not a natural receiver. He's got an incredible athlete, obviously. Is he a guy you just light up on defense as an edge rusher and say, hey, man, go get the quarterback because he's fast? Maybe. But I don't think, I get the vibe that he's another guy like Mateo. I don't get the vibe that's his heart. That's where he wants to play. I think he kind of sort of wants to play offense, wants to be a skill player. But you got to be a good football player, and you got to have some ability catching the ball. And it's hard to teach that if you don't have it to play offense. It's different than defense. You know, defense you can be a little more of just a, hey, I'm a great athlete. I'm just going to go out there, and when that ball snap, I'm going to go get the quarterback sort of thing. So, yeah, again, long story short, nobody is a must get.
We hit the 4-hour mark.
Boom.
Hashtag 4-hour crew. Already started putting them in there, but if you've been here the whole time, thank you so much for this historic Composite 2-Star. Just got a couple more questions left, Gerard, before I send you back to the IE. We end this stream, sadly. The following offensive linemen who might actually contribute next year and possibly part of the rotation: Andres DeWerk, Cooper Lovelace. I would say Cooper Lovelace. Yeah. There's more. This Caden Steffen, Jason Rodriguez, or Andrew Milik. I would say Lovelace, then Milik are the top two out of that group.
That's the top. That's the two that we've seen involved in the second team rotation, at least to some extent. And Lovelace was a pretty high ranked JUCO guy. People kind of forget he was a last minute get for USC. Did they get him in February, or was it after February? It was Cooper Lovelace. Was he a February? Right? He was in an odd time. He just sort of popped up.
I thought it was February. Yeah. I thought it was after
signing day. That's what I felt like. He actually, I don't know. I don't remember. He's probably up in his profile somewhere, but I don't have it in front of me. But yeah, those two guys for sure. And Milik has actually been used a bit as a center, so that's something kind of interesting. That's that was different. Quinones had played some center or what have you, but seems like they're kind of going away from Quinones as a center and more as a guard. And Milik was getting the center reps. Was Cooper Lovelace getting any center reps?
Yeah, he was taking learning the center position, and he's big, man. I saw him leaving the Pac-12 championship. Big dude, legit 6'5", looked like he put on some more weight. So I'm excited to see what he can do next season.
I'm telling you, man, they got some road graders. That means Alani Noah, Amos Talalele. You talk about 320, 330-pound guys, and then when you look at DeAndre Carter and some of these guys in the 2024 class, there's a lot of just big dudes that are just, you want to mic block. I don't know about all this pulling with some of these guys and how mobile they are, but you just want to lean on people with some of these dudes.
Ito, I think that says Ito.
Could be Ito.
Ito.
Judge Ito.
Is Pleasant the same size as Max Williams? We know he's faster than Max, but Max had some trouble this season guarding bigger receivers.
Yeah, but
face those same issues.
But Max Williams is playing safety also, so he's not only playing bigger receivers, he's playing his tight ends.
Yeah,
that's again Eric Gentry. Put him out there, not the same problem.
I do.
You like that?
I'm all in on
that
this.
little wrinkle, huh?
I'm in
pushing him out there to maybe more of a Sam linebacker spot, basically, but it'd be a little different in terms of alignment and how you would use it, formation wise. Maybe that would be the change. But yeah, I think that would be interesting to be able to kind of use him. I don't think Mike linebacker is his future.
Kenneth Berry. If USC's defense doesn't play well against Tulane, does Grinch get fired and Jim Leonard get brought in? He develops All-Americans. I would say no. I would say no. It would have to be they gave up 190 points in the first quarter. It'd have to be
in the first quarter.
It would have to be abysmal. It would have to be the worst defensive performance in the history.
If you've ever read official game thread of any game that USC's played in the first quarter, it seems like they've given up 190
any college
points.
program. Down 7-0. Alabama's down 7-0.
And then you go
fire everyone.
Thread.
It's over.
That's funny.
It's done.
Message boards are so bipolar that way,
I think our last question. Did you ever address Marvin Harrison possibly entering the porthole?
Hey, wait. Unsubstantiated rumors. Hey, we didn't have that segment. We didn't have that. That was the most popular segment.
Another hour. It was the most popular segment. We can't do it. Is there any unsubstantiated rumors to be out there right now?
Yeah,
Gosh, I can't be an every week thing. It's got to be every
We had
month.
so much to talk about that I didn't even think about it.
Oh no, he's gonna go do them.
But
there's no.
I'm not going to. I can't just. I'm trying to think off the top of my head.
Make them up. Just make them up.
No,
just make them up. Top
there's nothing that that has been out there floating around in the Twitterverse or anything like that. That's just interesting. there is some stuff, but no, I don't want to even try to like think about it and get it out succinctly.
Maybe next time.
Next week.
Maybe next time. What if someone drops $100? Like, say it right now.
No. We're not. The donations are awesome. I mean,
awesome.
That's just.
I thought we would get like $5.
I didn't think we'd get anything. I thought people were just here to do our normal thing. And I've been on here before and we've done live shows. I don't think we've ever gotten donations. Maybe Keely just like pocketed them all or something.
That'd be smart. That'd be smart. Actually, one last question. People want to know: do you think Darwin Barlow comes back, or more likely that Austin Jones leaves or comes back? I think Darwin sticks around.
I hope he does. I like him, man. I think he's a.
We both like him.
Dude. I think he could be a dude. Austin Jones, I think it's somewhat dependent on the Tulane game. If he could have another Notre Dame, I think he wants to leave.
Yeah,
I think he came to USC thinking, okay, I'm going to play a year. I'm going to go just like Travis Dye. But obviously, the Utah game was just horrible for USC running the ball. They've got to have another game like they did against Notre Dame, or like Washington State or something where he's that guy and they can really pound the football and he gives himself a little more film for people to get excited about.
Absolutely, and that's going to be it for the first ever live Composite Two-Star Recruits. And I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you so much for the 4-hour crew, everyone that stuck around for 4 hours, and everyone that had to leave early. I understand it's a work a weeknight, and we went till 10 o'clock. Lots to talk about, but really appreciate, and also really appreciate all the donations. Again, we just said it. We did not expect to get this many donations, over $700. Incredible. Just absolutely incredible.
YouTube thanks you.
Yeah, YouTube.
They also thank you.
Gonna take a cut of that, but obviously just overwhelmed by the amount of donations that we got. And Gerard, I think we're gonna have to do another one of these at some point.
Sure.
He was hesitant to do this one, and I had to like beg him to do it. But I think he sees the value in it. And just we had about 830 people watching us live.
Stop gloating. Right?
And it's been, look, I'm proud of this podcast and what it's become. And we had consistently at least 500 people watching for the back half, for the final like 3 hours.
That's pretty good, man.
That's incredible. That's over 5,000 views just on this right now. And again, I'm sorry because I forgot to hit record to start this podcast. If you made it to the end of this podcast.
If you left early, it's not going to be a big deal. But if you if you got in late and you want to replay it, it's going to be like, what?
5-star Perez is in the chat.
There you go. 5 stars only.
5 stars only. And I'm going to go on record and say this right now. I personally, I think we're in agreement that we're going to give a chunk of this donation money to 5 stars only Gerard Perez because he does an amazing job. And
I think we're in agreement. Like we've even talked about this at all.
Yeah.
We're just sinking in.
We're just sinking
mentally.
In. Yeah, I just want to put that on record for the podcast.
JP in the house.
Thank you,
JP. JP was but he's like, let me go to the All-American Bowl.
I will hitchhike. I don't care. I will do it. I think he's going to the Poly Bowl.
Is he?
I think so.
Oh my gosh. Did he Ryan's like all about Poly Bowl because it's Hawaii.
Yeah.
So you don't have to ask Ryan twice. It's like
you don't have to ask Ryan
actually
twice.
Poly Bowl will have a good amount of USC commits in that game because I think Alani Noah, I think Amos Talalele, there's like a Makai Crawford. There's quite a few guys that are not going to some of the other bowls that are actually going to go to that bowl. So it's not necessarily the most action packed in terms of like, the practices and what have you. But it's still, a good time to be able to talk to recruits and some of those guys. It'll be important that are like the Deuce Robinsons who are not going to sign until February. He's playing in that game as well. So being able to talk to them and what have you. But so yeah, it'll be a good time if JP is actually going.
Pozole or tamales for Xmas? Tamales for me.
Tamales.
Tamales for me. Your favorite cilantro dish? Just put it in my Spanish rice.
Yeah, I don't have a cilantro dish.
There.
I mean, it's like street tacos. You put cilantro on.
Yeah.
And I don't have anything that's like super.
Chris Collins says, I got love for Two-Star Composite Podcast.
I got love for Coach.
I don't really know how to close this, end the live. I don't really.
You mean
know.
literally or
yeah,
figuratively?
I have it written down. Hold on, let me look at my notes real quick. How to shut this thing down. Anything you want to say before we leave?
Yes, I want to say Merry Christmas to my 2 nephews and my niece. They're not watching. I hope you're not watching. What time is it? 10, 13? I hope you're not watching right now. But Jackson, Jameson, and Peyton, they're all under 10. They're the reason why I do podcasts in the garage. Say hello to them because, they always like to get on the YouTube and see us. They see Ryan a lot of times, and they wonder why I'm not on the video. I said I do the podcast. You guys got to listen to the podcast sometime. But
Smash that like button. Everyone's commenting that. Ryan's commenting that. I thought he went to bed. I guess not. But thank you so much for everybody. And I have to end it with...